Hello and welcome to the Virginia Beach Sports Center. It's the Division III Indoor National Track and Field Championships. I'm Noah Drati alongside Stu Neustadt as always at these championships, and we're very excited to get the weekend of action underway. In fact, it's kind of already been going.
Yeah, we've had 3 field events so far, and drama has unfolded here today. We've crowned 3 champions. We'll crown a few more. But you don't be a champion if you don't qualify to tomorrow's final. A lot of prelims today. We'll have the 5K final, a few field event finals, and the most anticipated race in the indoors, the DMR final.
Yep, a lot of people sleep on the preliminary rounds, but you got to make the final. Nothing is guaranteed. And in these historically deep fields, the margin for error is really narrow this year.
Yeah, we've seen a big rise in D3 track and field from top to bottom across all events. And I'll quote our coach, Corey Stauffer, again at the conference level. He said, "You can't win on Saturday if you don't do well on Friday."
That's very true. We are here at the Virginia Beach Sports Center. It's a beautiful complex here. Stu and I have a great view of the action, and we're looking forward to bringing that to you over the course of the next 2 days.
Yeah, we can give you some replays here in just a second of some of the few national champions we've already crowned.
First, we're going to go to men's weight throw, and kind of no surprise here, the big names came out to play. Joseph White was your national champion from Carthage, followed by Connor Walechka, and then it was Holden Murphy who had a giant last throw to move from 6th up to 3rd. We then went to women's pole vault, where some of the big names were missing in the final, but ultimately it was Madeline O'Connell from Rochester jumping 3.92. She came in ranked 9th all time and peaked at the right time. We now head over to long jump.
Yeah, this Loris had a jump to move into first place on her 5th jump, passing Victoria Kadiri. She then extends her jump, actually ties Seipel, but they go to the second best jump, which crowns Emma Seipel a national champion, taking down the defending national champion, Victoria Kadiri.
Yeah, wild ride in the field so far today. You know, if you guys have watched our coverage before, you know Stu and I like to keep you updated on team implications, and we're only a few finals in, Stu, but what are some of the team implications you're starting to notice over the course of those 3 finals?
Yeah, especially on the women's side. We'll start there. Loris look a little bit different this year. They don't have as many sprinters, and they're missing Cassie Parker, a great distance runner, so they're going to be doing a lot of the work in the field. Not to discredit their 4x4 or anyone else they have, but they are absolutely loaded in the field, led by Grace Alley, who will be in the high jump, triple jump, long jump, and the pentathlon. You saw right there, though, Seipel did get a big 10 points. They missed a bit from Harmony Creasy and Grace Alley. I don't believe they scored. I know Grace did not get into that final, but picking up 10 points there will start things off well for them. Creasy just missed, finishing 9th, but if you can get 10 points, start the day off before the track starts, things look pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we saw some of the pre-meet favorites, Cruz and Joseph White in the weight throw, but we also saw some big names who, you know, didn't quite make the top 8 that we probably would have expected, and I'm speaking specifically about the women's pole vault. There were a couple names missing from the last few heights.
Yeah, the defending national champion, Gracie Holland, unfortunately scratched out in her opening height, leaving the door open to crown a new indoor national champion. Emma Rudolph, who has won a national title in her time in Division III, finished 5th. As well, and Prathan Prophet, who was the runner-up last year, finished 3rd. So we did have some names that we've seen up there, but yeah, definitely a big surprise to see Holland scratch out. Not sure what you feel for. Hopefully everything's okay, and we'll see her outdoors.
Yeah, we have the heat sheets. We know the rankings going in. We can see the course of everyone's season over their marks, but it's just a reminder to all of us fans that you just never know what somebody's going through on that particular day. Could be a little sick, could be a little injured, and that's why we run the meet.
Yeah, we had a fun event yesterday speaking with a few athletes, specifically the Wisconsin lacrosse team. They have 31 entries on the men's side, and they do feel confident. But a quote that stuck out to me was, yeah, we look great on paper, but we still have to run, jump, and throw this weekend. Nothing is in stone, and I think we're kind of seeing that already unfold in the first 3 events.
Absolutely. Stu mentioned some pre-race interviews we did. We run a little podcast called D3 Glory Days. If you're interested in hearing any of those interviews, some candid conversations, that's up on the podcast feed right now. It's a couple hours long. Some fun insights from a lot of the athletes we'll be following here this weekend. We're scheduled to get underway on the track around 1:30 local time, and so pretty soon here we'll be kicking things off with our first event on the track, which is going to be the 60 hurdles. We've got women going first today.
Yep, and it's going to be a fun hurdle event. Both hurdles this year are pretty deep. It's going to be a fun time here. We're going to start with the women's side of things to get us going here on the track, and be ready for some firepower. We have 4 women under 860, which puts them in some all-time marks. We have Hannah Zastrow kind of leading the way right now. She's 6th all-time, followed by Kelsey Seelock. Zastrow is from Wisconsin Stout. Kelsey Seelock is from Bethel in Minnesota, both running 850 and 851. So they're going to be the 2 names to watch here as we get going.
Yeah, that prelim, is going to be broken up into 3 heats. We see them kind of milling around down on the track now, but we here in the stadium are standing by for the national anthem, which should get underway here any minute, and then we'll bring you the action from the track.
Yeah, to give you some times to look at here, not to be those people that hype up the records, but we should have a clock for you so you know what's happening. Bergen Nelson is the D3 record holder. She ran 8:33. And the championship record from last year, where Bergen Nelson set it running 8:39. A lot of these stats are coming to you live from Evan Hatton. He's our chief statistician here at D3 Glory Days, doing it remotely. So big thank you to Evan to get us ready and bring you all the stats, figures, records, you name it, we have it this weekend.
Yeah, got a great team here at the track and abroad to bring you the very best coverage in Division III. Thanks to all of our crew on the cameras. We're really looking forward to sharing this weekend with you guys, and we're just going to step back a little bit, and we'll be back up with you here very shortly as action starts getting underway. As promised, we now turn our attention for the very first track prelim of the day. It's the women's 60-meter hurdles.
I'll introduce you to them. In lane 1, Ajim Nate from SUNY Oneto. Lane 2 from Bethel, Kelsey Seelock. Lane 3 from Elmhurst, Tiana Grady. Lane 4 from Susquehanna, Chloe Yoder. From Lynchburg in lane 5, Betsy Monkern. Ithaca's Laura Suppa will be in lane 6, and Colby's Aaron Daughtry will be in lane 7.
As we get this event underway, we have 7 of the top 25 times all-time in Division III spread out over these 3 prelims. 2 of those athletes we're going to see here in prelim number 1. Top ranked is going to be Kelsey Seelock. She comes in 7th all-time ranked in Division III, comes in with a seed time of 8:51. She should cruise through this first prelim pretty easily, you'd imagine.
Yeah, she's drew lane 2, which I know in the sprinting world, you'd really be in the middle of the track, so she'll be towards the right side of your screen right now. They're in lane 2. If we get a green flag to start off the national championships,
we'll take green. We'll take green.
No red cards this year, please, to the officials. Obviously, if you have to call it, you have to call it, but we don't need any past memories brought up.
And Stu, putting you on the spot a little bit here, do you have the qualification standards on top of your head? What do they have to do to proceed through the preliminary rounds and into the final?
Win your heat, and if you don't win your heat, be the next 5 fastest times. So we'll take 8 to the final.
So you're looking to be that auto cue by winning the heat, or you need to run really, really fast. Underway here at the 2024 International Championships. Eyes on Kelsey Seelock in lane 2. She seems to have a healthy lead on the field. No, it's Lynchburg in 3.
Oh, no, that was Susquehanna. Chloe Yoder.
Chloe Yoder actually showing up as second on our heat sheet here.
Oh, but Kelsey Seelock, 8:46.
It was difficult to see from our vantage point there. It looked like Seelock had a very strong start. We're going to refrain from calling winners in the sprints events until they pop up on our screen.
Yeah, we learned our lesson very quickly.
We learned our lesson there at the very beginning, but Yoder with a really strong close there. Kelsey Seelock grabs the big cue.
Yeah, and she'll move to 4th all-time. Wow. 8:46 moves to 4th all-time. Yoder will be a tie for 10th all-time. So right off the bat, 2 all-time best times, and we will refrain. I will refrain.
We will both refrain from calling the winners of heats until it's official, but the track is fast, too. It looks like the track is fast. 1 prelim done, 1 of 3. We have prelim 2 taking to the blocks now. Let me run you through the names in prelim number 2, and Stu will let you know who to watch out for. But there in 2, we have Lauren Gay of Wash U, Laura Matthews, Stevens. We have Natalia Sawyer from Buffalo State, Emily Booker from Wisconsin Eau Claire, Allison McDonough from Bridgewater State, and Nikayla Nadeau from Elmhurst.
Yeah, this is actually a really loaded field. If you remember the name Natalia Sawyer, she was the outdoor 400-meter hurdle champion. Nikayla Nadeau from Elmhurst was an All-American last year. Lauren Gay has finished strong in the national meet before as well. So this is going to be and Laura Matthews has been an All-American. So we're seeing some people who have had national final experience in a prelim.
Taken to the blocks here, prelim 2 of 3 in the women's 60-meter hurdles. Stand up and try it again.
It's going to be a tough feeling, especially in the sprint events when you're already in your blocks, mentally getting ready, and then they have you stand up. Got to readjust and get back in there.
Yeah, see the nervous jitters. Another green card.
Keep your eyes on 3 and 4, Laura Matthews and Natalia Sawyer.
Away clean. It looked like Sawyer out in 3, off to a strong start there, but Matthews may have the edge on her. All right, we're going to wait to call that one.
Looked like Matthews
cruises 8:45 for the automatic qualifier. Sawyer second there in 8:47.
8:45, and Seelock was what, 8:46?
8:46.
So now Matthews moves to 4th all-time. Seelock moves to 5th all-time, and Sawyer just ran 8:46, so she is 7th all-time.
Wow.
Already.
The women are out strong in the hurdles.
Oh, that was so close with that replay.
That's why we didn't call it live.
Great, yes, and great shot by our camera crew there. They will be getting you everything you need to have a great national meet experience as we get ready for Heat 3. In Lane 1, we'll see Denise Party of North Central. Eliza Cardwell of Amherst will be in 2. Hannah Zastrow of Wisconsin Stout will be in 3. Anaya Seward of Lynchburg in 4. Ren Brown of UChicago in 5. JoJo Temizma of Wartburg in 6. And Hannah Holm of UW La Crosse in 7.
Before we introduce you to that field, a reminder that Matthews and Seelock have locked up the big Qs. Our 7th place time right now is Daughtry at 8:73. 8th place time is 8:82. So we're looking at the bubble there.
It'll be 8. They'll fill the lanes. 8.
So we'll fill the lanes to 8, so that bubble time 8:82. Stu, who are we looking out for in prelim number 3 of 3 in the women's 60?
Yeah, Hannah Zastrow of Wisconsin Stout. She just saw her sister Leah take 4th in the pole vault, so we'll see some strong performances from the Zastrow family here early on.
Zastrow, one of the best to ever do it in Division III. Came in ranked 5th all time, but the board's already getting jumbled now with some of the times we've seen. Another name to look out for here is Seward from Lynchburg.
She was 2nd here back in 2022, so we'll see if she can return to form.
They stand them up once again.
Is that all 3 that they've stood up?
We're 3 of 3 green cards standing up, but
hey, it's prelims. It's their prelims. It's our prelims. Everyone's getting warmed up for tomorrow.
We're getting warmed up. Already seeing some super fast times. The judges are flexing that green card. We're feeling good here.
And this heat, on paper, in 2, 3, and 4, Eliza Cardwell, Hannah Zastrow, and Anaya Seward, 864, 850, 864. So keep your eye on 2, 3, and 4 here as the main players to look out for in Heat 3.
Of course, once this prelim is over, we'll run you through the full field of women who have qualified onto tomorrow's final. Away clean once again. It looked like possibly Zastrow there in lane 3, off to a very strong start, but keep an eye on her inside. Caldwell coming up on her shoulder, but Zastrow cruises to the W. I think I can go ahead and call that one from up here. She's your third automatic qualifier, and we'll let the times populate and let you know what else went down in there.
All right, as they come onto the board here, the stage is set for Saturday's final. 8:69 was the cutoff, and looking at everyone who made the final, everyone except for Hannah Zastrow ran a new personal best. So it took your very best to get to tomorrow's final, and we'll read it off for you right now. Laura Matthews from Stevens, 8:45. Kelsey Seelock from Bethel, 8:46. And Hannah Zastrow, 8:56, were your big Qs, winning their prelims.
Yep, 7 of 8 personal bests there is a great thing to see. Athletes are here, and they are ready to rip at the national championships. And Stu, we have concluded a running event on the track. We're off to a great start here. The volunteers were out raising the hurdles up, and we'll turn our attention to the men's 60 hurdles here soon as you see a replay of that third prelim in the women's 60 hurdles. Some big names on the track here as they start to adjust their blocks. And Stu, final thoughts on the women's 60?
Yeah, I'll read out the 5 that have qualified on time. Will be Natalia Sawyer with the fastest non-big Q, running 8:47. Chloe Yoder of 8:50, running 8:53. Eliza Cardwell running 8:60. Jim Nate running 8:64, and Nicola Nadeau running 8:69 to round out the field. All running personal bests.
We'll see these athletes again tomorrow as they compete for the big points on Saturday, the finals day. Turn our attention now back to the track where the men are lining up for their shot at the 60 hurdles. This prelim will also be run in 3 sections, with the winner of each section getting that automatic qualification, and we'll take the next 5 fastest times. There's going to be a couple faces in this first prelim that are familiar to those of you who have been following Division III sprinting over the years.
Yeah, if you watched last year, 7 out of the 8 in last year's final return for this year. But your spot in the final is not guaranteed. 8 runners have broken 8 seconds this year. The highest before that, guess how many before that in 1 year broke 8 seconds?
I'm going to say 2.
Nope, 3.
Whoa, very close.
Yeah, very close. That was back in 2015, 2016. So here we go. It's going to take your very best, under 8 seconds, to get into the final tomorrow. This is going to be a marquee event this year. It always is.
We'll let these men make some final adjustments on their blocks, and when they get a little closer, we'll run you through the field. Heat 1 takes the blocks. We'll run you through the 7 men competing here in this first prelim. Eli Etherton, a junior from Nebraska Wesleyan. Max Cleveland from Simpson in Iowa. Jason Aguimeng from Rowan. Caleb Lutton, of Nazareth. Jacob Kyler of Rowan. And finally, Kenneth Way of MIT.
Yeah, lane 2 will feature last year's national champion, Eli Etherton. 796, coming back into form here. He won the American Rivers Conference over Max Cleveland from Simpson, so they'll be right next to each other. 2 familiar faces right there. And look for Caleb Luton of Nazareth. He's 9th right now coming in. This is his 2nd national meet. Finished 19th in indoors in 2022, so he'll look to bounce back a bit.
Also out there in lane 7, Kenneth Way of MIT. We know him as a long jump specialist, but we've also seen him dominate in some hurdle races outdoors. Yeah,
he won the 2022 110 hurdles. He's been an All-American all time. He was 6th last year. This is a stacked prelim.
It is a stacked prelim. A lot of these prelims are stacked, and some of them will be previews of final matchups.
We might have some folks who are some big names that may not be in this final. That's how stacked this event is.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when the only guaranteed way to get in is to win the heat. Is lane 6 empty?
It looks empty right now. That would be it.
Yep, now Jacob Kyler from Rowan is marked as a DNS.
So Kenneth all the way out on an island now in 7th.
Yeah, it wasn't a great draw to begin with, but now he's really going to have to rely on that peripheral vision to get through it. But we've talked to sprinters on the podcast in the past, and they mostly tell us that it's all about staying in your own lane, doing your own thing, and not worrying what your competitors are doing, especially in a highly technical event like the high hurdles.
Yeah, you don't want to focus on what someone else is doing. You don't want to see how they're competing because they might have different form or tactics, you name it. So focus on yourself. He'll be out there on an island, definitely focusing on himself.
Interesting start there from Etherton there, but he is out strong. Cleveland hits a couple hurdles there. It's going to be Etherton out in lane 2 that looks strong, but a strong close there from Agumang from Rowan there. Did he take the win? Looks like he did. 7.94. Jason Agumang from Rowan, surprising some people. He gets your automatic qualifier.
Wow, what a race there. You know, these hurdles are so tall that if you clip one thing, your rhythm's off, and it's only 60 meters. So one little bump of the hurdle, and it can throw the whole race off. But Etherton gets 7.96, so we have two guys under 8 seconds right now. We kind of predicted it would take it. Here's a replay. That last little bump there gives enough for Agumang to get in there for the big Q.
Got a feel for Cleveland there. It was really that first hurdle he hit, and he never regained his rhythm over the course of that race. So that's one big name that likely won't be advancing tomorrow. 7.94 takes it in Heat 1. Heat 2 steps out to the track.
Yeah, well, in Heat 2, Lane 1, we'll have Josh Sampson of Bethel. Lane 2 from Denison, Ari Skolnick. Lane 3, Luke Schrader of Wisconsin Lacrosse. Lane 4 from Trine, Jake Gladio. In lane 5 from Trinity, Azaria Anderson. In lane 6 from UMass Dartmouth, Cameron Rogers. And in lane 7 from Rowan, Marquise Young.
Luke Schrader comes in ranked number 2 all time. He's got to be one of the men you're looking out for. Also, Gladio is going to be a familiar name to those who have been following the hurdles over the last couple of years. Yeah,
back in 2021, he won the 400-meter hurdle race outdoors. He's been an All-American 6 times. He was 5th and 6th in the 60 hurdles in his career, so he has plenty of experience to help him through. But we spoke with Luke Schrader yesterday, and he's feeling pretty confident. He feels good with where his training is at. And not only is he doing it for himself, but Wisconsin Lacrosse, he knows he can get things started for them, build that momentum with a good prelim and a big Q into tomorrow's final.
We'll be talking about Wisconsin Lacrosse quite a bit this weekend. They bring an enormous team of 31.
31. They took a private
athletes.
Plane here, so.
Yeah. Is this Division III, folks?
And a fun fact about Luke Schrader's dad, he also ran at UW Lacrosse and then went on to play for the Packers.
So we definitely have some good genes in that family. Schrader takes the blocks along with the rest of the men in heat number 2, prelim number 2, of the men's 60-meter hurdles. And that's Gladio from Trine on the right of Schrader.
Just going to throw us out there. Look for 7:75 or faster on the clock. That's all I'm going to say.
Stu, you know I love a bold prediction. You know I love a bold prediction. All right. Kind of
4 or 5.
Kind of an odd start there. You see Schrader continued to psych himself up there with some claps. We got another green flag, so we're all good. We'll try that again. Looked like maybe a flinch from Rogers out there in lane 6, but
Yep,
green card will go ahead. See the lineup there once again on your screen. We're away in Heat 2. Schrader gets a strong start. Gladio on his right, also looking pretty good there. Anderson, Schrader goes down. Gladio takes the win in prelim number 2, and that is a huge fall. Schrader is down on the track, grabbing that right hamstring. Maybe we can pan to the shot there, but he hit the hurdle hard and went down. There's some major drama here in Heat number 2.
Wow. Well, he gets back up and crosses the line. So he finishes the race, which keeps him eligible to run the 200, but he is limping a bit, which is big because he is in the top 8 for that 200 as well.
See a replay here. That's Schrader in the middle of your screen. See him clip the hurdle and go down very awkwardly, dives through that last hurdle as Gladio takes the win in the heat. We know how team-oriented all these athletes are, but the UW lacrosse team seems especially close, and I know he hates to lose those points for his team, but hopefully he can continue on with his weekend. Jake Gladio from Trine, 7.85, gets the automatic Q.
And that's 6th all-time, Noah.
6th all-time for Gladio, so he's got to be feeling good about his chances heading into tomorrow. On your screen now, Heat 3 of 3 takes to the track.
Yes, in Heat 3, we have Lane 1, Brett Morse of SUNY Cortland. Kwaku Nkrumah from Rowan will be in Lane 2. Jason Eichior in Lane 3. Aiden Sears, Wisconsin Oshkosh in 4. Blake Hardinson of Dubuque in 5. Dontre Senegal of McMurray in 6. And Shadarrell Clark of Baldwin Wallace in 7.
Nkrumah there in Lane 2 is going to be your favorite coming into this heat. He came into this weekend ranked 9th all time. I think did Gladio just bump him down one, or was Gladio already ahead of him? Anyway, top 10 all time. He comes in with a 7.93 seed. To his right will be Jason Echior from Bethel, the 7.96 seed. One more sub-8 man in the field, Blake Hardison from Dubuque. Those are your sub-8 runners looking to claim a spot in the final. Let's take a look at what it's going to take to get there in the compiled results right now. Gladio and Agumang from Rowan. Those are your big Qs, and sitting right now in 8th on the bubble is Max Cleveland from Simpson. 8.22 is your 8th place time right now. 8.22. Sorry, excuse me. The bubble time is actually going to be 8.15.
Yeah, Caleb Luton from Nazareth. He's got to hope the big Q and the time Qs don't bump him out. Well, the big Q bumps him down to 8th, but he got to hope the time Qs don't bump him out.
So Luton gets a chance, depending on how fast this one goes. But there's definitely some men in this field with the potential of knocking him out on time. So like we always do, we'll turn our attention to the track and see what happens. Keep an eye on Nkrumah there in Lane 2. And we do have a false start once again.
Not a false start.
He jumped out of the blocks.
We'll see.
We're feeling generous so far, but that was a big jump out of lane 1 there. Brett Morse from Cortland State. Got a little antsy, but we're smiling, so hopefully that's a good sign.
Surely not.
Green card in hand, it looks like.
Oh, no.
Oh, wait. I saw a green card out.
No, he's okay.
Okay.
Ooh, he turned around a little second
Stu,
there.
you got my heart racing.
I know. I'm sorry.
All right, we'll try it again. Here we go. Heat 3, men's 60 hurdles. Brett Morse has calmed himself down, and he'll reload himself into those blocks.
Nervous tension across the board today. Got to get to that Saturday final.
Moving right along here, and we are out. It looks like lane 3, Ekiyor out to a very strong start. Rowan on his inside, but Ekiyor being challenged now by Blake Hardison out in lane 5, but I think Ekiyor gets the win pretty comfortably. 7-9-2, he's going to be your final big Q. It was Blake Hardison, as mentioned, from Dubuque, who gave him a late run there in 7-9-4, so a very fast heat there. And let's take a look at the compiled results and run you through our qualified athletes for tomorrow's final. Your big Qs there are going to be Gladio, Ekiyor, and Agumeng. Those were your heat winners in 1, 2, and 4. Blake Hardison on time is going to be your third qualifier, and fifth is going to be Eli Etherton, followed by Dantre Senegal. Azaria Anderson in 7, and Kwaku Nkrumah from Rowan is going to round out the field. Stu, it's going to take 8.08 to make the final in the men's 60 tomorrow.
Yeah, 6 guys got under the 8-second barrier. So again, a very deep field. Looking at the times right now, 6 guys had to run a personal best to qualify. So again, we see the very best out of yourself gets you to tomorrow's final. It takes a lot to get to this meet, but it takes another step from there to get to the finals. That's how competitive D3 is right now.
Absolutely. That's going to be a reoccurring theme over this weekend and you know, to be honest, we've talked about it over the last couple of years, and we just they keep outdoing themselves. So the historical depth that's underway in Division III right now, as we talk about these all-time times that are going on, so many of them have happened just in the last couple of years. But that's going to wrap things up for the men's and women's 60 hurdles, and we stay with the sprints. We stay on that home stretch down there in the women's 60-meter dash. Heat 1 of 3. Same rules. Win and you're in, and we'll take the next 5 fastest times, and this is Heat 1 loading into the blocks now.
Lane 2, Keon Benjamin of Bowdoin, Olivia Freeman of Rhodes in 3, Natasha Tate of Virginia Wesleyan in 4, Maya Davis of WashU in 5, Zaria Moore of Rutgers Newark in 6, and Mariah Brooks of North Carolina Wesleyan will be in lane 7.
Yeah, some huge names to look out for here, but not least among them is Keon Benjamin from Bowdoin.
Yeah, Keon Benjamin of Bowdoin finished 3rd in the 60 in 2022. She's been 6th in the 100 outdoors, and we got to talk to her yesterday, and what was her saying? She's going to bring the fire?
Bring the fire, I believe it was. Whatever she said really fired me up, Stu.
Yeah, she's really looking forward to this competition, and she touched on what you said about the depth and the skill level and the talent that is in Division III right now, and it pushes her to be better. She's run 7:55 right now in her time at Bowdoin, so she's had success on the track, and she just wants to get back to that final and show what she's capable of.
There's no returning champion in this event, as Adelia Coleman has left Division III. from Bridgewater. And so we're wide open for a new queen of the sprints. Prelim number 1, the women's 60 loads into the blocks. And we're away clean that time. Benjamin out there in lane 2 looks really strong, but she's fielding a challenge from Maya Davis. But it's going to be Benjamin pretty comfortably there in heat number 1. 7.49 gets the win.
7.49. That ties for 3rd all-time with Lauren Jarrett of Wisconsin Lacrosse, who we will see in heat 3.
Wow, 3rd all-time. We said it before, the track is fast. About her intentions there, you see it. Last 20 meters of the race, and cruises despite a late challenge from lane 5, I believe it was, Maya Davis from Wash U out there. But Benjamin looking really comfortable in heat number 1. She'll cruise to the final as your automatic qualifier. Man, it just keeps getting more exciting. Heat 2 now begins to adjust the blocks, and there's some big names in this one.
Don't adjust your screen. Victoria Kadiri is in this prelim. She's already been competing in the long jump, finished runner-up. She's already been competing in the pentathlon, and now she is here in the 60. Her weekend is just getting started, as she will have the triple jump tomorrow. But she's in lane 1, a 7-time national champion. Tiara Chatham of McAllister in 2, Kia Laster of Buffalo State in 3, Kennedy Waite of Mount Union in 4, Mariah Mazzarelli of Widner in 6, Sanaya Sims of Bellhaven in 6, and Kamaya Wooten of North Carolina Wesleyan in lane 7.
Yeah, some really big names in here. I think the curious fans out there are probably really looking forward to seeing what Wooten does. The freshman phenom, you'll see her in lane 7 there. And she's kind of an unknown quantity. We spoke to her on the podcast, and she was pretty short with her answers. She knows what she has to do this weekend. But there's some heavy hitters she's got to go by in this heat.
Yeah, she studied D3 history. She knows what the record is, and she is looking to take it. But she's going to have to go through some big names in this heat, specifically Kennedy Waite, who sits 7th all-time.
If you admire athleticism, Kadiri in lane 1 has been, as Stu mentioned, so busy today. We've been here since this morning, and it's been action-packed for her, jumping from one event to the other. And so, if anything, she's nice and warmed up. Kennedy Waite from Mount Union in the middle of the track there in 4. We're away clean finally. Waite off to possibly a slow start there. Kadiri looked good, but Wooten moving up on the outside. Waite in the middle of the track is going to be pretty close to Wooten on the outside, but Waite's going to take it. 7.54 gets the big Q. Kamaya Wooten, who we mentioned before the start of that race, also looking really clean there, and 7.58. And Kadiri from 1, 7.64. That's the top 3 in that heat. Pretty quick.
Yeah, wow. They're moving already, and tomorrow's final is already set, or getting set, I should say, with how fast it could be. Kennedy Waite from Mount Union is going to be in the 60, the 2, and the 4. A big weekend ahead, as we saw Wooten on the outside, taking a peek at where she finished with Kennedy Waite taking the heat.
We think of Waite as more of a 200 specialist, but she looked really good in that 60. I didn't give her a lot of love for her start, but she rounded out that race really well. Heat number 3 on the track before Stu runs you through them. Just give you an idea of the bubble time now. Sitting in 7th, or the bubble time right now, is going to be Mariah Mazzarelli from Widner in 7.68. So that's the time we're looking to beat.
Heat 3, lane 1, Lauren Jarrett of Wisconsin Lacrosse coming in with the top seed of 7.49. That's 3rd all time. Your long jump national champion is back. She'll be in lane 2. Emma Seipel from Loris. Ta'Asia Bryant from North Carolina Wesleyan will be in 3. Jasmine Wright of WashU in 4. Autumn Pittman of Cortland State in 5, Tina Shelton of Wisconsin Whitewater in 6, and Avery Campbell of Albion in lane 7.
Lauren Jarrett comes in with that 7-4-9 seed. That's the fastest in the field.
Yeah, look for Tina Shelton, though. Despite only being 12th last year, she comes in as the 4th seed, and she goes up against her WIAC rival, Lauren Jarrett, which should be fun. You get a familiar face here, but they'll be in the opposite ends of the track in lane 1 and lane 6.
We'll be talking about the WIAC a lot this weekend as well. The WIAC is historically competitive this year, and a lot of those athletes kind of got a national meet preview at their conference championships.
Yeah, it's the Wisconsin Intercollegiate Athletic Conference. It, on the men's side, will feature 4 top 6 teams, and the women's side features 4 top 15 teams.
All right, here we go. Prelim 3 of 3, women's 60. That's Lauren Jarrett there in lane 1. We're keeping a close eye on Tina Shelton out there in 6. And we'll try it again.
I'm not loving having to stand up every time. I feel like we're trending towards a bad thing happening. I want to keep all the positive vibes going. We love the green flags, but man, that brings just some nervous tension.
Yeah, it's the first running, pure running events of the championships out here, and these are our fast twitch athletes. They've probably had a couple cups of coffee. We'll settle in over the course of the weekend for sure. We're away clean. Lauren Jarrett looks good in lane 1, but as promised, Shelton out there in lane 6 looks good, fielding off a challenge from Jasmine Wright on the inside, but I think Lauren Jarrett took it in 1. Confirmed. 7:44, Stu.
Ooh, 7:44. She's going to move up on the all-time list and move into second all-time.
Second all-time, Lauren Jarrett. You see her all smiles there, congratulating her competitors. She follows through on the fastest seed time of the weekend, improving it by 0.05 from lacrosse as we watch a replay of that race. She had a good start. We had a good challenge from Shelton, and then up the middle, it was Jasmine Wright from WashU who ends up finishing second in that heat. Strong run for her. 7.56 is your second place time, but Lauren Jarrett takes it from Wisconsin lacrosse, gets the automatic cue as we take a look at our compiled results here. Your top 3 in the compiled results were your heat winners, Jarrett, Benjamin, and Waite, followed by Jasmine Wright from that heat in 4th. Tina Shelton from Whitewater there is in 5th. Maya Davis from WashU is in 6th. Kamaya Wooten from North Carolina Wesleyan is a story to keep an eye on this weekend. She's in 7th, and rounding out the field from Albion is going to be Avery Campbell. So, Stu, it took 7.63 to make it into the final, and we see just all but one. Everybody but Kennedy Waite, it looks like, set a PB to make it into the final.
Yeah, it looked like it was a season best for her, though I believe that it took away. Oh, it's not. It was not a season best, but it's a season best for Tina Shelton. But yeah, 7.58 to get into this final makes it a very strong final indeed. And again, we're talking about this. You just mentioned it. Personal bests are what going to get you into these finals today. And that's going to be setting up for a big Saturday. We mentioned Lauren Jarrett, second all-time. The record is getting closer and closer. It's 7:40.
Yeah, I think a good chance we see that go down tomorrow as we progress through these prelims. Our news organization, D3 Glory Days, wrote a great preview of the national meet, and we led off that preview with some words from Emily Richards, who you'll hear from a little later, D3 legend. She really hammered home in that preview that you have to treat every prelim as a final.
Yeah, Emily ran for Ohio Northern and finished 9 national championship titles to her name. 9-time champion, spreading words of wisdom to the D3 athletes right now. And she'll be out there getting interviews here to get some more perspective from how everything's going on the track this weekend. We have about 5 minutes here until the men's 60-meter dash prelim. We'll take a minute or so break and be back to bring you those heats.
Welcome back to the Virginia Beach Sports Center here in Virginia Beach and the 2024 Indoors NCAA Division III National Track and Field Championships. We're moving right along here. The men's 60-meter dash now takes to the track. This is a prelim run over 3 heats. Heat 1 of 3 on the track right now. We'll go ahead and run you through the lane assignments. That's going to be Cade Van Hout from Platteville in lane 1 and 2, Brody Fowler from Roanoke on his right. Jalen Hobbs from Rose-Hulman. Davian Willems from Wisconsin Oshkosh. Jacob Parent from Bethel. And Danny Vinson from Wisconsin Oshkosh rounds out this field. Some historically fast athletes in here as well. Probably one to look out for sure is Oshkosh's Davian Willems.
Yeah, Davian's 7th all-time right now. He ran 672 a year ago, or 2 years ago, excuse me. But he'll have some strong competition from Jalen Hobbs, who was 4th in the 100 outdoors and was only 13th here last year. So Hobbs from Rose-Hulman looks to get into that All-American position here this year.
You love a good revenge tour.
And look for Wisconsin Oshkosh. They have 5. Excuse me, they only have 4. Still pretty impressive. 4 guys here in the 60-meter dash.
So we're keeping an eye on lanes 4 and 5 there, Hobbs and Davian Willems. And we're away clean here. Hobbs looking great in the middle, fielding a slight challenge there from Fowler, but look on his right, it's Willems who comes up on his shoulder, but I think it's pretty clear that Davian Willems takes it 6-7-4, gets the big Q very close there with Jalen Hobbs, who comes in second, in 6-7-5 as they exit the track here. Clean race all around. The favorites there taking 1 and 2 in that heat.
These races happen so fast. You have very little time to react. All you can do is just run as fast as you can, look up, and basically the race is over.
Here you go on your screen. Now, Hobbs looked great from Rose-Hulman in the middle, but just inching past him in the last few meters was Willems of Oshkosh, the sophomore. He gets the automatic qualifier in 6-7-4. Great race to get things going. No green cards, no red cards. We love that. Heat number 2. Now taking to the blocks, we'll run you through those lane assignments as those gentlemen get ready. William Crowder, Shenandoah, is going to be there in 1. Ray Talbert from Oshkosh is going to be in 2. Patrick Hurdle from MIT in 3. Landon Liu from Bethel there in 4. Stefan Klichowski from Eau Claire in 5. Ethan Shane from Southern Maine in 6. And Joey Keene from Oshkosh there in 7.
Yep, 2 more Oshkosh guys here for you all. We'll see how many they can qualify into the final. They know they at least get 1. How many more can they go? Danny Vinson's going to need some help. He's sitting 4th right now after 1 heat. Oshkosh will have 2 more to go. They are in the hunt for a team title and will need some things to go well for them. Same with Eau Claire.
Eyes on the middle of the track there. Just a reminder, Heat 1, it took a 6-7-4 to win, which was right on his seed time coming into this event.
fun fact before we get going here, 763 from that women's 60-meter prelim. That's the fastest qualifier to get into a final ever.
We're away clean. Looked like Crowder in lane 1 actually had a great start, but Lou up the middle is looking really good. On his left, Hurdle closes strong, but even in the outside, Keene may have made a good run for it. It's Landon Liu from Bethel who takes the big Q and the win in heat number 2. You see that look on his face. I'm not sure he loved that. In 6.75, Keene from Oshkosh on the outside closes really well to finish in 6.8, and it was Patrick Hurdle also in a 6.8 from MIT in third in that heat. These gentlemen are just straight off the track. It's all business. Heat 2 concluded there, heat 2 of 3. And we take a quick look at the qualification picture, but first we look back at the replay. Lou had it controlled from the beginning. Really amazing. Gets the big Q, moves on to tomorrow as everybody looks around to see where they were before we run you through these lane assignments. The bubble in 7th is 6.82. Danny Vinson there from Wisconsin Oshkosh is hoping he can sneak in on time, but there's some gentlemen here that have something to say about that. Prelim 3 of 3, I'll run you through those lane assignments as usual. Kevin Arthur from St. John's in Minnesota, Dom Glenn from Capital, Ryder Smith from La Crosse, Solo Hines from Whitworth, Miles Anderson from Whitewater, Sam Blaskowski from La Crosse, and Raymond Schmidt from TCNJ are going to round out prelim 3 of 3. And I have a feeling Stu has some stuff he wants to tell you about.
Yeah, the record holder, the fastest D3 sprinter of all time, Sam Blaskowski in the house in lane 6, fresh off of USATF indoors. So he's already competed at the USAs this year. Now he's here at D3s. He's run 6.64, and he holds so many all-time bests, like 17 of the fastest times ever in D3 history he has. He hasn't gone under 6. He's gone under 6.70 this entire season, 6.69 or faster, and he looks ready to get going and get to that final.
We talked to Blaskowski yesterday and talked about what it's like going from the underdog mentality at USAs to now the prohibitive favorite, if you will, here at D3 indoors. You see him out there in lane 6. He shouldn't be challenged in this prelim, but this will tell us a lot about the weekend he has in store for him. I think the 200 for him is a little bit more of a question mark than the 60. He had a little bit of an injury he worked through over the winter and didn't run the turn so much, but the 60 has been strong for him. He's even been training for the 100 during the preliminary months of this season. So he loads into his block out in 6, and a lot of hungry competitors around him look to dethrone him. We have a flinch.
Oh, man, I saw that one.
They're going before the gun. I mean, the official's not even getting a chance to shoot the gun. They're flinching way before the gun. But another green card. The officials really getting to flex that green card here this morning. We'll load them back into the blocks.
Well, they don't want the entire D3 community.
Everybody.
Everyone, yeah.
Disqualify the whole field.
Can you imagine just the red card to the entire field? Wow.
Everybody flinching in that prelim. Sometimes the official they can shoot the gun right away. They can hold him for a few seconds, and it may just be that the official's holding him a little longer than normal, but we see these athletes have been really antsy to get underway. But
is that 5 of 6 heats that have been stood up?
It's a lot, Stu, but it's okay. We support athletics. We're here for whatever they want. We'll give it a shot here. 2 lacrosse athletes here in lane 3 and lane 6. looking to score some points after Schrader went down in the hurdles prelims.
Oh my God.
And we're flinching again as the athletes look to the sky and wonder why. Sam Blaskowski does a little stride down the home stretch. Another green card. You know, at this point, we might be getting a little generous with the green cards.
Well, it's the prelims for the officials, too. I mean, I think they're getting their timing down as well. They're trying to decide how long they want to hold these athletes for. They're opting to hold them for maybe the longer side of things here. You can kind of tell the athletes are like, fire the gun, we're ready to go.
It's always kind of hard to tell who starts it and who's reacting in those scenarios. You know, but Stu, on a serious note, this does kind of channel the champion mindset. It's like, can you get through this without the nerves increasing? Can you have a sense of humor about it? I saw Blaskowski there just let out a little laugh. You see him, as soon as the race gets called, he does a little stride to stay warm. And, you know, all these athletes have experienced this before. So let's just get them away clean this time. And if not, somebody's getting a red card. And we're away clean. Blaskowski out in 6. Looks really good. His teammate on the inside is also moving well, but Blaskowski is going to win this one unchallenged, and he looks excited about that one. Let's see the time populate, 6.66, so really solid run in the prelim of the 60. Blaskowski cruises unchallenged, arms outstretched to the side there. Silo Hines is kind of a distant second there in 6.84 as we take a look at the replay. Blaskowski in that patented drive phase. It looked like he was even pressing his advantage there at the end. If this was 100, I think he probably would have kept going. But Solo Hines takes second in 6.84. We take a look at the now completed qualification picture here. Blaskowski, Willems go 1-2. They're your big cues. Your third big cue is going to be Landon Liu, also a heat winner. He winds up the 4th seed. Jalen Hobbs in on time. Your 3rd seed, Joey Keane from Oshkosh, is going to be 5th. Patrick Hurdle from MIT in 6A to PB is going to be 6th. Brady Fowler out in 7. And your final qualifier, he ended up holding on time. Danny Vinson from Wisconsin Oshkosh is going to round out the field in the men's short sprints, the men's 60. We move right along.
Since 2013, the fastest time to get into the final was 6:84. Oh, excuse me, that's the final qualifier. But it took 6:82 to get into this final this year. Yeah. 6:82, all again, more personal best, a season best, all but Sam Blaskowski and Liu and Williams didn't have her on a personal best.
Yeah, absolutely blazing races down there on the track. Coming up next is going to be the women's mile, so we switch our attention to distance a little bit. We're going to step back and just take a quick breather, and we'll be back to run you through those fields and introduce you to the athletes here. Welcome back to the Indoor Track and Field Championships here at the Virginia Beach Sports Center. We've had a fun morning, early afternoon, so far as we got things underway on the track with the 60-meter hurdles and the 60-meter flat sprints. But now we turn our attention to more of the middle distances, and we see the women's mile. It's going to be run over 2 sections.
Yeah, 2 sections of 10 runners. And we will crown a new indoor mile champion this year, as Annika Urban of Emory last year has graduated. So a new champion in the mile here today. And we will see the #1 seed in this first heat, Grace Hadley of WPI. We've already had a chance to speak with her prior to this race, and she's just looking forward to having a fun weekend here. Their DMR qualified as the same qualification team from that COVID cancellation year, so she's having a great time with her teammates this weekend.
Hadley was 4th in cross country, so we know she's got the distance chops to see this mile through. She's by far the top seed in Heat 1 of 2, as we kind of see the officials out on the track making sure the rails are up. The bank track here at the Virginia Beach Sports Center is now raised, so we're going to see athletes flying off those turns. This women's mile is really wide open. Almost only one of the athletes in the field has been in a final before over the mile or the 1500, so it's over the last couple of years we've seen some greats in the Division III, and this is one event where we're going to see maybe the next generation that we're going to be seeing for a couple of years to come.
Yeah, I think sometimes you harp on experience at the national meet, but sometimes the inexperience and the ability to just go for it helps you as well. Maybe a little bit less pressure, and you just try something new that you've been wanting to try. So we'll see this mix of veterans who are still in here, plus a few that have never been here before, some first-time qualifiers as well. So this should be a fun and exciting first heat. I'm going to run you through the field here as you can see it on your screen right now. Ari De La Cerda from Wisconsin Whitewater, Haley Shenagy from Vassar, Dale Leonard of Ramapo, Helena Teixeira da Silva of WashU, Abby Fernald of Connecticut College, Adriana Crabtree of Illinois Wesleyan, Grace Hadley of WPI, Priya Parker of Smith College, Lexi Fernandez of MIT, and Amelia Lehman of Wisconsin Oshkosh. So in this first heat, we'll have 5 of the top 10. I guess it's split pretty evenly, so that's maybe an obvious statement I just said there once I thought about it.
Hey, obvious statements fill airtime too, Stu.
Yep. But look for Priya Parker here from Smith College. She's 9th seed right now. This is her first national meet.
Stu, what's it take to get through to tomorrow's final?
Yeah, great question. So happy you asked. Top 4 in each heat, plus the next 2 fastest times. So if you're a fan of distance track, chances are that last straightaway you're going to have some people looking around, seeing where they're at. If they're in the top 4, letting up the last 5 meters will definitely save your legs for that final. And as textbook mile runners to save your legs for the next final.
Yeah, you really want to be in that top 4. Relying on time is kind of an interesting game, especially in Heat 1, as you will not have an opportunity to react to what happens. Heat 2 gets a slight disadvantage because they're going to see how fast these women end up running. But, yeah, the top 4 is where you want to be. It's kind of an intricate balance of running as hard as you can and trying to save something for tomorrow, especially when we consider some athletes who may be doubling or tripling this weekend.
And now we kind of have to talk about tactics here. You kind of just mentioned it. If you're in the first heat, do you play tactics? Do you try to be a little bit more conservative? Because Heat 2 will know what they need to do to get into this race. So how hard are you going to go? Some of these folks will be in the DMR later tonight even. We mentioned that they're doubling and tripling this weekend, but some of them will be in the final tonight as well. But as we mentioned earlier, you got to get yourself to that next day. Saturday is the final. So you have to do what it takes to get yourself there in these prelims.
Probably the most interesting tactical decision that we're going to see play out right away is going to be from your top seed, Grace Hadley. She comes in with that 4:45 seed. That's 6 or 7 seconds ahead of the next fastest seed time in this heat. I'll quiet down for a second and we'll stand by for the start. And finally, we're away clean in a race today as the women shoot out from that double waterfall. We'll see that outside lane cut in here eventually, and we'll get a better idea of what kind of tactics.
Someone to keep an eye on here is the 4th seed Dale Leonard of Ramapo. She was 97th in cross country. This is her first national meet, and she's run 3 miles under 4:56. So could be someone to keep an eye on as Priya Parker on the inside taking the lead. As they start to cut over here now, we'll get a better idea of where people stand. It's Haley Shenagy of Vassar with the early lead, followed by Priya Parker and Dale Leonard of Ramapo, your top 3 right now, all bunched together.
That was a 37 first lap. I'd expect to see it slow down here on the second lap. Pretty content to watch Vassar here take it out nice and easy.
Shenagy kind of just looks pretty relaxed. It's this interesting dynamic when you're leading this race of you control how fast you want to go. Do you want to string people out? Do you want to run relatively conservative and save your energy for a big kick? As Dale Leonard comes up on the shoulder at 75 for the first 400. So right around 5-minute pace as Leonard moves into the lead. Grace Hadley, the number 1 seed, right there in 4th now, biding her time.
Yeah, Hadley in a pretty good position there, kind of mid-pack, but on that outside shoulder. So she's definitely able to react to a move if Dale Leonard wants to make it. But also she's, conserving some energy there mid-pack. Not in any trouble. She's not going to get clipped. And we're cruising right around the track now.
You can kind of tell the cadence picked up a bit as Lexi Fernandez is right there with Grace Hadley. Both of them should be the mile anchors for the DMR in a few hours as we hit the 600-meter mark. Leonard and Shenagy still leading with Priya Parker, Grace Hadley, and Lexi Fernandez your top 5 as Adriana Crabtree of Illinois Wesleyan moves into 6th. As a reminder, top 4 automatically go to tomorrow's final.
Starting to settle into that chess match that a lot of championship distance running becomes here. The field pretty content with the makeup of the pack right now, and I'd kind of expect to see it remain this way for maybe another lap or 2.
She's sitting in 6th right now, it looks like, but Amelia Lehman of Oshkosh could have a good kick. She's that middle distance 800-mile type as they reach the 800 mark at 2:32. She was 2nd in the WIAC, has been 8th in the mile last year and the 1500. As a little bit of trip up there as they came around our booth. If you see us waving our little pamphlet there.
2:32, well within range of this field. Everybody entered in this event as a sub-5-minute miler. As we see Hadley maybe start to get a little impatient there. She comes around from 4th place up to the lead in 1st. That's your number 1 seed, wearing hip number 7, rounds the corner. And, sometimes the favorite just wants to get out of trouble. You see her start stretching the field a little bit now as we hit 1K. Yeah,
with 3 laps to go. And she told us that at the D3 New England meet, she has the ability to run a negative split. They went out in about a 2:32 at that New England Championship, and they brought it down with like a 2:14 last 800, I think she said. So she can negative split if she needs to. But like you said, get out of danger. Don't get tripped up. The indoor track is not as big, obviously, as the outdoor track, so you want your space. As now you can kind of see people are starting to go.
Yeah, over the last 200 meters there, a very clear stretching of the field. It's a clear sign when the athletes are single file that the pace is strong, and Hadley now beginning to press her advantage over Dale Leonard a little bit. That was a 35-second last 200 as they hit 12:09, and so she's accelerating away from the field, maybe has a gap of half a second or so. We'll see if the field is willing to get on her shoulder to challenge. Reminder, top 4 make it through automatically. Then that top 4 is starting to pull away just a tad soon.
Yeah, Lexi Fernandez of MIT made a big move down that backstretch. She's about to go from 5th, almost a 2nd there, and a wide turn down the home stretch. But yeah, the 4 are all together. It's Hadley, Fernandez, Priya Parker, and Dale Leonard. But here comes Amelia Lehman of Oshkosh in 5th around the 2nd turn.
We hit the bell and we see Hadley pulling away from the field. Lexi Fernandez made a great move over the last 200 to sneak into 2nd, but it's not over. Priya Parker moving really well. Dale Leonard also there, still moving really well.
But it's going to be Grace Hadley taking this with ease as Lexi Fernandez, Dale Leonard, and Priya Parker all move on to Saturday's final. Amelia Lehman in 5th, and Haley Shenagy of Vassar in 6th. Wow, 4:51 takes it.
Really interesting race there. 4:51 taking it is a quick time, but it's within reach of most of that field, and so it shouldn't have taken too much out of Hadley. She gets a strong effort there in Heat 1. Hopefully doesn't take too much out of the legs as she looks forward to a big weekend here. But now Heat number 2 sees that time, and they've got to think it's attainable.
Yeah, and I wonder how much went in her head of, I have Lexi Fernandez, MIT's DMR anchor with me. I can handle 450 pace. Let's put a little hurt into her legs as they go for the next race of the DMR.
Yeah, I thought Lexi Fernandez looked really great in that race. We saw her make a nice, clean, big move to move up through the pack and kind of secure her spot in the final. She's kind of the only one who made a big move there. The rest of the top 4 were kind of running there throughout that first prelim.
Yeah, moving on to Heat 2. Allie Seibold of St. Lawrence, Rajita Sain of MIT, Jillian Heth of WashU, Abby Schroff of John Carroll, Claire Anderson of Washington and Jefferson, Lucy Gainan of Williams, Carolyn McMartin of Central College, Aubrey Fisher of Wartburg, Ella Winnie of Wellesley, and Gabriella 9, of Widner.
4:57 is going to be that bubble time that Heat number 2 looks to take down. Your top seed in this race, well, basically tied for top seed, is Allison Seibold of St. Louis at 4:49, and Caroline McMartin of Central also 4:49. They're your fastest seeds. Guns off. Athletes are away. Another clean start. Double waterfall will make it around the first lap before we cut in.
McMartin will be on that Central College DMR as well, as I just got word that 4:51 is the fastest prelim mile ever.
And we were talking about it like it was nice controlled effort.
Yeah, and it's the fastest prelim ever. As it looks like WashU will be in the lead potentially as they come through the break there, if I got my jerseys correct, and I don't think I did. That's Washington Jefferson's Claire Anderson, followed by Wellesley's Ella Winnie, kind of side by side there.
37 mid, first lap there, which is about on par to what we saw. We really saw like the field slow down a little bit once we merged in the first prelim, and so that kind of seems to be the plan here, as the field seems pretty content to run too wide around that far turn.
One thing to note here, Aubrey Fisher in the field, she usually opts for the distance individual events. She's on that Wartburg DMR as well, but in the mile here this weekend, trying to help the Knights get a trophy, as it's a 77 first 400, which is about 2 seconds slower than Heat 1, as they are all bunched up looking for position here.
We think of Aubrey Fisher as a steeple specialist, so kind of fun to see her in the mile here. She's out kind of running 3 wide. I'm not sure that's a great position for her in the middle of lane 2, but it's bunched up and you got to get around the track clean.
Yeah, as Allie Seibold has enough of this and goes to the lead with a nice, decisive move. Was able to talk to her yesterday, and she's looking forward to the mile 3K double. She's had a great season so far, running an all-time best in the 3K, running 9:30, so we'll see her a little bit this weekend. But she's feeling very confident and ready to take control of this race, as Carolyn McMartin and Aubrey Fisher follow her with Ella Winnie and Claire Anderson as well.
Seibold in a really great position here. She can look out over her shoulder, as it seems like she may be about to be challenged for the lead. Nope, we slide in right there. Seibold is taking this field through the far turn.
Yeah, Claire Anderson moving on up from Washington and Jefferson. She is Washington and Jefferson's first ever sub-5 miler, and she did it on the last chance meet to get into this meet.
We approach 800 meters here in the second heat of the women's 1 mile run. Looks like they're going to come through in, 2:36?
Yeah, and we kind of talk about tactics here, and this is going to be the first tactical race we've seen. It's been a little bit slower, as Lucy Gainan of Williams has enough and goes to the front. Here we go, race is on. We're going to start stringing out here as athletes react to this move.
They said enough messing around. Lucy Gagnon looks great around that far turn. She wants to stretch the field out. You don't want to come to the last lap or two with a lot of company, and we're maybe a second clear of the field, maybe a 10-meter gap here as we approach the 1,000-meter mark. Interested to see a split here. It was a 39-second last 200. Let's see what we have here. Lucy Gagnon comes through there. It dropped it sub-35. That was a 34.8. Gainen, presses her advantage there, maybe 15 meters over Seibold in second. The field now strung out, but I don't know that anybody's truly out of it at this point.
Yeah, this is fun to watch here as they are slowly working together to catch the leader, as Seibold and McMartin, Fisher, all right there, as Gainen from Williams continues to press. 400 meters to go. Top 4 get you to Saturday's final.
Seibold potentially gaining a few strides on Gainen now. On the outside shoulder, McMartin looking really good, but refusing to go past at this point. Remember, top 4 is what we're looking for. I wouldn't rely on time here.
And it's nice to see Gainen make the move and stay with it. She is making this race, a tough race. And the biggest thing you do when you make a move is stay with it. Stay confident in your decision, and it's working out for her right now as they have about 250 meters to go.
Fisher is slotted into that 4th spot, full head of steam here as we hit the bell. Fisher looks to lock up that 4th spot, but it's Gainen still continuing to press from the front. Seibold on her shoulder. We'll see how much this foursome really wants to push each other. They're well clear. They're in the auto spots. I don't know how aware of it they are.
Yeah, no one's looking back. They're racing each other right now. You saw Seibold look to her right there to see who was coming on her shoulder. But as they make this turn, they're going to realize the 4 of them are alone. They're not going to shut things down because they're competitive, but they can if they want to. All 4 moving on to the final. Seibold, Gainen, McMartin, and Fisher, your top 4.
4:58. Gainen takes it in Heat 2. Looks like our time qualifiers are going to come from Heat 1. Stu, that prelim kind of worked out perfectly with the group of 4 separating, kind of leaving no doubt there. They kept it nice and easy for everybody.
Stress-free final, or prelim I should say, to get to the final is one way to put it there. You can see they knew exactly how they wanted to run this race, and they executed it perfectly.
Yeah, I thought Fisher looked really good there, kind of meandering in the middle of the pack. I kind of criticized her positioning out in lane 2, but when it came down to it, she was ready to chase the 4 there. I thought that was also a really strong race by Gainen. I mean, she made a hard move to the front to make the race, and we saw that competitiveness. She refused to yield that first position, even once it was clear that they were away.
And that's going to give her confidence, knowing that she can take over a race and stay with it. She made that big move, stuck with it, and will gain confidence moving into Saturday's final.
Let's run you through the 10 athletes who qualified for Saturday's final. Grace Hadley, your number 1 seed from WPI, makes it in. Lexi Fernandez, Dale Leonard, Priya Parker, your top 4. Amelia Lehman from Wisconsin Oshkosh in 5th. Haley Shunage from Vassar. Lucy Gainen from Williams. Allison Seibold in 8th. Caroline McMartin in 9th. And Aubrey Fisher is going to round out the field. Shunage, I mispronounced the athlete's name from Vassar there. Caroline McMartin in 9th. Aubrey Fisher from Wartburg rounds out the top 10, and we'll see some of these women later in the DMR, but we'll see them in this configuration for our final on Saturday.
And moving right along, we're going right into the next men's mile. And we have another strong field here as they get ready for the first heat.
Stu and I adjusting our notes here, but I think we're ready to run you through the field here in the men's 1 mile run, Heat 1.
Yeah, last year we saw Ryan Wilson set the D3 national record. Only 4 men have broken 4 in D3 history. Bennett Booth Genthy almost became the 5th man to get under that historic barrier, running 4 flat 33, and he's in this first prelim.
We talked to Bennett yesterday, and I asked him if he thought maybe we'd see it sub 4 this weekend, and he said if somebody else wants to lead it out.
Yeah, he doesn't want to do all the work. I think he knows what it takes to win a national championship. He was runner-up last year to Ryan Wilson, and I think he wants to get his title this year. But I'll run you through the field really quickly. Will Saloni of Trinity, Ethan Dimitrovich of John Carroll, Parker Heinz of Wisconsin Lacrosse, Ryan Harvey of Loris, Joey Sullivan of Wisconsin Lacrosse, Jonathan Zavala of Brockport State, Pablo Arroyo of MIT, Reza SG of Haverford, Bennett Booth Genthy of Pomona Pitzer, and Davis Piercy of RPI.
If you were with us through the women's 1 mile prelim, same story, top 4 and the next 2 fastest advance.
And we are underway in the men's mile prelim. Our backwards hat count, if you follow us on Twitter, is at 1. We have 1 backwards hat. Ryan Harvey sporting that purple Loris hat. And he's in the lead.
Loris always good with following through on the backwards hat count. We really appreciate that. Booth Ginthy, they're kind of throwing a little elbow there to slot into second. The waterfall is going to be cutting in at the end of these cones.
And it looks like Harvey will stay in the lead on the inside rail, protecting it. But here comes MIT around the turn. Pablo Arroyo, and he just turns the brakes on. Stops in front of Genthy.
We're seeing a really physical race here. You saw all the hands go up and check the backs. Harvey continues to press from the front. Honestly, that's where I would want to be right now. That's a really good position. We saw a lot of braking, a lot of brake checking there when the waterfall cut in.
Lacrosse will have 2 athletes in this heat, and we'll have 2 more in the next heat. So be on the lookout for that as Ryan Harvey continues to lead the way here. 66 for that first 400. And Ryan Harvey was 4th in the mile in 2022. Just missed being an All-American last year, and he was 9th. But he's also part of that Loris DMR team that has set the national record.
Heinz surrendered that second spot to Booth Ginthy, who takes second. He's all over the place. He was on the inside. Now he's back on the outside. Harvey looks great up front. He's in a great position, has really not been bothered this whole time. And it's not just qualifying, Stu. Sometimes it's how you qualify and how much energy you can get through without expending.
Yeah, and also the mental energy, too. You're kind of getting ruffled up a little bit. It's kind of maybe ruffling your feathers, too, for lack of a better term there. But Genthy now kind of gets right by Harvey's shoulder, away from the bump in that he's usually having there on the inside, as Pablo Arroyo again moves to the outside and into the lead now.
Arroyo has been all over the place here, but I think we're starting to figure out that the guys just want to lead. It was a 32.5 last lap. Let's see what they hit here, coming through 8:09, 2:11.
And the best part about the mile race, every miler thinks they have the best kick in the field, but we'll actually see who does, as there again, it's a rough and rowdy first prelim here. There's some bumping going on.
That last lap was a 31.5, and so now we're starting to get into the territory of working hard for these guys. But a 2:11 through 8:09 is really nothing for these athletes. It shouldn't take much sting out of the legs. So Bennett there in second, looking really strong, but still from MIT, it's Pablo Arroyo looking strong out front. Ryan Harvey, who was your early leader, has slotted into 4th, but nobody is really safe right now.
Yeah, Harvey, man, more bumping going on. This is incredible. I'd love to see it. Harvey and Genthy move to the outside. Dimitrovic of John Carroll is in 4th. Will Saloni of Trinity in 5th now. You can tell the cadence is picking up. They're starting to string out a little bit.
Genthy now moving to the outside shoulder. He wants the lead. 3:12 on the clock, 400 meters to go. Booth Genthy looking really strong. Harvey back from that 5th place position to slot back into 2nd. And man, the nerves are increasing right now.
You can kind of tell they're looking around. They're trying to figure out where everyone is as you wind up for this big kick. You're going to need some room. Harvey, a taller athlete, has a large leg kick, so he's hoping to get some space here as they come to the bell lap. Genthy looks back one more time to see it's Harvey, but here comes Reza SG of Haverford in the 3rd. Dimitrovic of John Carroll to 4th with 150 to go.
It's going to get messy for that 4th place spot. We have 7 athletes potentially in contention. Another stumble.
Yeah, it looked like Arroyo and Saloni got into it right there, but it's Booth Genthy, Ryan Harvey, Ethan Dimitrovic, but here comes Jonathan Zavala of Brockport State on the outside. Zavala on the outside. Genthy will take the lead and the heat win, but it's going to be Jonathan Zavala, Ryan Harvey, and Ethan Dimitrovic from John Carroll, your top 4.
What a messy way to do that.
What was Zavala from Brockport State last lap? He was moving.
Zavala from Brockport State closed that down in a 27.76, which was by far the fastest in the field. Just to give you a comparison, Booth Genthy closed in a 28.8. And so Zavala closed a second faster than the rest of the field there in the last 200. Stu, I'm not sure anyone's going to feel particularly good about that prelim because it wasn't easy. The time it wasn't spectacular, but it certainly wasn't easy.
And you see Bennett Booth there. Sounds like his mom showed up this weekend. First time seeing him race in person, which is a huge advantage if you haven't had a parent watch you race before. They're out in California. I think his mom's near Philly, so great to have family there supporting you. But yeah, we'll show you some of the bumps and stuff. Man, it was a fun one there.
Just our most physical race. Harvey out front there was pretty clean, but right behind him you see the shoulders go wide, you see the hands come up. This was a very physical race, and then Harvey there becoming a victim of it after staying clean so much.
There's the bump there at the end to Saloni. Man, it just, indoor track, it gets tactical, it gets bumpy, you name it, it's happening here at the Virginia Beach Sports Center.
Real quick, the auto cues from Heat 1, Bennett Booth, Pajinthi, Ryan Harvey, Jonathan Zavala with that strong close, and Ethan Dimitrovich there in the top 4. Our attention now goes to Heat 2. Stu, can you run us through the field real quick on this one?
Yep, Noah Jorgensen is your number 1 seed from Central College. Jaden Zawicki, Wisconsin Lacrosse. Will Goddard of Bowdoin. Mason Shea of Wisconsin Eau Claire. Ryan Hagan, Senior Geneseo. Aiden Manning, Wisconsin Lacrosse. Adam Sevilla of Central. As they come around here, around the turn, looking to merge into it.
Pablo Arroyo from MIT is on the bubble after Heat 1. 4:13. 4:13 is the bubble time, and you better believe that these men on the track now know it.
Tobias Lace-Pernons of Trinity, Henry Hardart of MIT, and Eric Anderson of Santa Cruz rounded out as Noah Jorgensen continues to lead, and it looks like there's some team tactics here from Central College 1-2.
The Central boys going 1-2. Honestly, Stu, if you can get a teammate 1-2 up on your shoulder, kind of protect you from the heat that's coming from behind you, that's really the best place to be. Noah Jorgensen took it out in a 31, actually a sub 62 first 409. And so this heat, as you can tell by how the athletes are stretched around this turn, is moving quite a bit quicker, and consequently we have a much cleaner race.
It's almost as if it's a workout for these two going 1-2 right now. They'll be in the Central DMR, and what's interesting is they got their qualifiers out of the way early. They ran it back in December 2nd. So Central, they've run a lot of races here this indoor track season, and we'll see kind of where their fitness lies as Eric Anderson, towering over the field from UC Santa Cruz, moves into second.
Yeah, Anderson with a really good-looking stride there, moves into second, up onto the shoulder of Noah Jorgensen. Jorgensen looked to kind of try to pull away from the field a little bit there, moving along really well, 132 through 609, so a sub 31 second 400, leaving nothing to chance here. It's like after you see that slow first heat, you might want to make a little bit of a statement. Anderson never quite getting to the shoulder, seems content to now slot into second.
Jorgensen was 8th in the 800 outdoors last year, was an All-American in cross country. Like I said, he'll be in the DMR later today. He looks pretty effortless out there as they go around the second turn.
I believe Zawicki there just slotted into third after a brief skirmish for second.
Eric Anderson now moving still in second place as Wisconsin Lacrosse has 2 in position right now with. That was the 1K, so they'll have 3 laps to go.
We came through 800 in 2:04, and so still well ahead of that schedule set in Heat 1. It's Jorgensen, it's Anderson now with a slight advantage over the Lacrosse teammates of Zawicki and Manning.
I kind of like the way Noah is running right now. You know, he's out of the danger zone, but you got to imagine, how big is this effort for him? He's in the DMR later tonight as they have 400 meters to go. Lacrosse with 2 up there. Eric Anderson continuing to be in second, and he had a legendary last chance meet. He actually moved into the national meet because of the last chance meet. Flew from California to the Wartburg last chance qualifier to get his spot here.
I like the way Jorgensen is running this race as well, but this last 200 is going to tell us a lot about his strength as Anderson now for the first time looks to challenge Jorgensen, looking to respond to it and hold that inside. Jorgensen remains in control of this race around the top turn. The Lacrosse athletes right behind looking to lock up those 4 spots. Anderson tries again down the backstretch and may finally get an inch, but Jorgensen responds, you cannot kill this man.
He is staying on the inside, forcing Anderson to run wide and run more. But here comes a big kick from Mason Shea of Wisconsin Eau Claire. Can he take down the lacrosse guys? It looks like he might have gotten one to get in there. We'll see.
Did Anderson just throw up the one?
I think he died have got in there. Yeah, he's excited to qualify.
I love that. Anderson looked really strong there in second most of the race. I'm curious if him and Jorgensen maybe got a little carried away there in the last few hundred meters. All right, results populating on the screen. It's Eric Anderson from UC Santa Cruz there taking the win in 4:08.2, which is a great run for him. Just off his seed time coming in, Zawicki from La Crosse also in at 4:08. Jorgensen, who did much of the work and set that race up. Good to see him being rewarded with a big Q from Central College, 4:08. And then Mason Shea from Eau Claire snuck in. We'll take another look at that finishing lap. Jorgensen, who did all the work, fighting off Anderson down the backstretch. Finally, Anderson gets the advantage around the turn and presses it home, and the milers start kicking chaos there. Anderson takes it. Anderson, Zawicki, Jorgensen, Shea, your auto qualifiers.
Looks like there's the lacrosse guy who put up his finger. He's excited. The team needs him in there.
We'll allow it.
As we continue on here at the D3 Indoor Track and Field Championships, we're in Virginia Beach Sports Center in Virginia Beach, Virginia. A lot of Virginias.
Say Virginia again,
Yeah,
Stu.
there we go. I'm Stu Neustadt, joined by Noah Girardi. Together, we run a lovely media organization called D3 Glory Days, giving you all the latest and greatest from D3, past and present. Currently now focusing in on the present as we're moving right along to the women's 400-meter prelim. And I just got to say, the crowd here looks pretty nice for a prelim in the middle of the day on a Friday.
And Stu, before we get too far away from the mile, I just want to let everyone know the time qualifiers. Aiden Manning and Will Goddard from La Crosse and Bowdoin, respectively. It looks like they're going to be your athletes in on time to round out the mile field, both running 4:08. And that wraps it up for our first distance event. We see the blocks going down on the track. That can only mean one thing. It's the women's 400-meter dash.
Yeah, and this is the first time we're going to have all-time qualifiers advance. So there's going to be 5 heats, and it does not matter if you win. You got to run fast to get to tomorrow's final. Top 8 will advance on time, and then on Saturday we'll have 2 heats of 4 to run for a national championship. And right off the bat, we're going to see a national champion. And check out this double. Madeline O'Connell of Rochester already won the women's pole vault, and now she's back in the 400.
Pole vault champion taking on the 400. We saw a brief highlight at the top of this broadcast. She really left no doubt in the pole vault. We'll see what she can do in the 400.
In heat 1, lane 3, we're going to have Kennedy Mullen of Trinity. Heat 1, lane 4, Jojo Temizma of Wartburg. Lane 5 from Hope, Sarah Schermerhorn. And in lane 6, Madeline O'Connell, Rochester. Fastest seed time coming into this is Madeline O'Connell, 55:47, draws the lane 6, which, speaking to some foreign runners, you kind of like having the outer lane, especially because the turn's a little bit wider. But it's also nerve-wracking because you can't see anyone.
Can't see anyone, but you do get a little room to open up your stride.
As we mentioned here, top 8 times, so we will keep you updated on where things stand throughout this competition and in this event. You know, if you're O'Connell, you already have a national title under your belt. You're part of the Rochester 4x4 that won last year, another national title, and they set the national record last year. They're the #1 seed in the 4x4 she has a busy weekend, and I know she wants to get into that final.
There's no better way to relieve a little pressure than winning a national title before the broadcast even begins.
Yeah, before people even know the D3 national championships are happening, you already won a national title.
Making some final adjustments to the blocks, and then we'll get things underway here in heat 1 of 5 in the women's 400-meter dash. 2 laps of the track.
In lane 5 will be the 8th seed, Sarah Schermerhorn of Hope. She's also in the 200-meter this weekend. Did that double last year in indoors and outdoors as well.
We'll go through 1 lap in lanes, and then the athletes will cut in on the 2nd lap, which is always a fun moment for the crowd here at the Indoor Championships.
And the biggest key on the break, is running the tangent. Don't just cut over and then go up. You don't want to make that hard L shape. You want to make a nice tangent shape.
Absolutely. Stay out of chaos, stay out of contact, get around the track. Oof. And we'll stand it up. We'll try it again. There's just something about the blocks today, Stu, I think.
I don't know what it is, but we are, at least they're giving green cards.
I don't think they printed any red cards this year. I think they only printed the green ones.
Well, they know what happened after they disqualified Ethan Gregg last year. They don't want the D3 community coming after them again.
I love the Ethan Gregg reference in the women's 400. Green card. We'll try it again. Relatable.
How many times can we reference that this weekend?
We're over it. We're not bitter. Underway clean in the women's 400. Will stay in the lanes, try to get an idea of the stagger here as O'Connell out in the outside lane, but potentially Tanisma looking to make up a little bit of that stagger. Schermerhorn from Hope up on the shoulder as we approach the cut-in.
O'Connell takes it at the bell.
O'Connell's moving. It's O'Connell and Schermerhorn from Hope, 1-2 in the women's 400 heat 1.
O'Connell continues to press here. As you mentioned, it's the top 8 fastest times, so the win here doesn't matter. It's how fast you can push. As Schermerhorn of Hope tries to get to the shoulder, but I don't think she's going to be able to do it. Maybe she can here in slingshot down the home stretch as O'Connell continues to press. But here comes Schermerhorn of Hope. O'Connell will take this first heat, though. 55.84 unofficially.
55.90 the official time for Madeline O'Connell from Rochester. Stu, I had a little moment of concern coming around that last turn, but it looked like she had another gear for the home stretch.
Yeah, she did a great job of holding on to the inside there and pushing Schermerhorn, if she wanted to pass her, to the outside, leaving the shortest lane possible for herself. You know, now she has the tough part of waiting and seeing what the times are. You can kind of see she's a little spent there. A long day of pole vault, probably emotionally exhausting, winning a national championship, and now having to do that. But Madeline O'Connell getting the job done early, and now she waits to see, can 8 athletes bump her out?
Yeah, she had to respond to Schermerhorn on the home stretch, so we saw her change gears a couple times, but she looked really smooth. And now we look back to the track. Heat 2 of 5.
That was a nice shot there of Natalia Sawyer, the 400-meter hurdle champion. We saw her in the 60 hurdles today already. She's back for more. Filling out the lanes with her will be Allison Hookham of Augsburg, Bella King Harvey of Williams, Ren Brown of U Chicago, and as mentioned, Natalia Sawyer, Buffalo State, in lane 6.
Bella King Harvey comes into this round of the prelims with the fastest seed time, 55.83.
She's a true freshman in her first first national meet. She'll also be in the 4x4 later on. We got to speak with Natalia Sawyer last year. She's a true freshman, finished 5th last year in the 400, went on to win a national title, and she's just having a great time. She loves her team. She feels like she's improving a lot from high school at the D3 level. Kind of maybe shocked the world a little bit. I think we've heard that phrase a few times here this weekend.
Shock the world, baby.
And now she is a contender and looking to continue her reign here in D3.
And we're away clean on the first try here in heat 2 of 5 in the women's 400 meter. That's Sawyer on the outside as we start to get a good idea. Lane Rin Brown of U Chicago moving up really well there, but making up the stagger is Bella King Harvey.
She'll have the inside advantage and hopefully does not let it up so she can keep the lead going into the bell here. We'll see how these tangents go. And
it's King Harvey to the lead.
Did she go to the outside, then the inside? Anyway, King Harvey continues to lead here. Sawyer and Ren Brown, but here comes Sawyer around the outside. Can she make a move to get past them? And she does.
Sawyer kind of stayed in the outside of lane 1, which I think was a really good move. Goes around them in the backstretch, takes the turn for home. She's got a meter or two on a Ren Brown now from University of Chicago, slots into that second spot. Remember, it's all about time. It's Sawyer pumping down the home stretch. She'll take the win in this heat. We'll get you an official reading on the time. 55.56 from Natalia Sawyer from Buffalo State. That puts her in the overall lead as we get an early idea of the compiled results. Ren Brown there with a strong second place, 56.16. Bella King Harvey from Williams and 57.18. And rounding out the field in fourth was Allison Hookham. We'll take another look now at Natalia Sawyer's move there. We saw her in the outside of lane 1 and just kind of fly around Rin Brown and Bella King Harvey and just immediately open up a gap there. And so really strong last 100 there.
And we talked about taking care of business in these prelims. Nothing set in stone yet for Natalia Sawyer here in the 400-meter prelim, but things look good as she ran a new personal best. She's already in the 60-meter hurdle final and looks to be in 2 finals tomorrow.
Now as we turn our attention to heat number 3 of 5 in the women's 400 dash, when people think of Mount Union, I think a lot of them think about the 400. We'll run you through this field real quick. Madison Miles from Mount Union, Marina Miller, MIT, Kennedy Waite from Mount Union, and Megan Frazier from Wittenberg fill out this field, and 2 athletes from Mount Union here, both with a great shot of making the final tomorrow.
Kennedy Waite had a great meet last year. She was she won the 200 last year. Indoors, won it outdoors with the 400 as well, and was 3rd, though, in the 400 this year. She's already in the 60-meter final. She looks to get back to the final and see if she can take claim to a 400-meter indoor title, and she'll have a teammate there with her.
Just a very early idea of the bubble time for the folks following along at home. Allison Hookham is currently sitting in 8th with a 57.67.
Kennedy Waite's weekend features the 60, the 2, the 4. So a big weekend again for her as the Raiders from Mount Union look to rely on her and Madison Miles to get into that final, get some team points. They'll have an 800 runner later on today as well. Madison Miles was 7th in this event last year as well.
Kennedy Waite, your 200-meter champion. You got to imagine she attacks this first lap, try to get pole position. Away clean here, Kennedy Waite. There in lane 5, looks to make up the stagger on the outside. It's Megan Frazier.
And she already has. And Kennedy Waite is off.
Kennedy Waite makes up the stagger in the first 75 and looks to open it up. You have to imagine she should be able to make a pretty clean break for it. She's also looking for her teammate Madison Miles. They'll kind of make the stagger together, keep each other upright. It's Mount Union 1-2.
Mount Union 1-2, right? You said, Noah, as they go around this turn, the question is how fast can they go? Can they both get into the final? It's Kennedy Waite, it's Madison Miles.
Madison Miles just jumps over into lane 2 looking to make a pass, but I don't think she's quite going to get to the shoulder here. Kennedy Waite now turning for home in the last 50. Miles still running in that outside lane, but at risk of being caught by a hard-charging Marina Miller from MIT. Kennedy Waite is going to win this one going away. It's look at the battle for second. Kennedy Waite, an official result of 5.99. That'll be good enough for third in the compiled results so far. Madison Miles holds on there narrowly for second, 56.84. Marina Miller, MIT, 56.86. And then Megan Frazier from Wittenberg brings it home and 57.37. Strong run from Kennedy Waite there, maybe a bit quick on the start.
Yeah, she got out hot. She is the 300 and 500 meter national record holder off championship events, though, but now looks to add a 400 meter national title to her resume. Already a decorated athlete looking for more.
Heat 4 of 5 now adjusting the blocks before we introduce you to these women. Reminder, 8 fastest times get into Saturday's final. Current bubble time, Bella King Harvey from Williams, 57.18. It's going to take faster than 57.18 to make it in.
Kylie Spytek, WashU in lane 3. Abby Rondrick of Central College in 4. Abby Collier of Baldwin Wallace in 5. And Zaria Moore of Rutgers, New York in 6. Rodink is in her first national meet, not past tense, present tense here. She's in her first national meet. She PR'd at the last chance meet to get in here. And also, Zaria Moore was 15th in the 60 earlier. First national meet as a freshman. She'll be in lane 6.
You love to see the new talent making national meet debuts. It's a big stage in Division III. Spoke to Abby Collier of Baldwin Wallace yesterday. They've got kind of a small but mighty team here. They were all really excited to support each other. Kind of an interesting starting position there in lane 5.
Yeah, the one block approach for Abby Collier of Baldwin Wallace.
We'll stand him up. Go fishing for that green card. There it is. Warning there for Spytek in lane 3. We'll get him back in blocks and get going again. Heat 4 of 5, women's 400 meter dash. We're away as we keep our eyes on the stagger. Stu, you got a good eye for this.
Yeah, it looks like Spytek of WashU already makes the stagger from lane 3. She's going to be moving. Zaria Moore out there in lane 6. Can Spytek make up the stagger? And I think she's going to. She's got the inside advantage already. We'll see the tangent that Moore takes. But Spytek and Moore go for the ball. Oh, it's Moore. Oh, Spytek on the inside, though.
Spytek just barely gets by more there. They're 1-2 as we head into the final lap. Spytek now beginning to pull away just a little bit, but it's amazing how much can change over the last 100 in the 400 meters. Spytek continues to go. More now moving up to the shoulder. Can she get around this time? It's going to be her last shot.
Spytek staying on the inside, but here comes Moore down the home stretch. It's going to be close as Spytek ties up. Zaria Moore of Rutgers Newark takes this heat for prelim.
Zaria Moore, official result, 56.55. What a great battle there between Moore and Spytek. Kylie Spytek from Wash U takes second, 56.77, tying up just a little bit at the end there. Abby Roerdink is going to take third in 57.12, and Abby Collier from Baldwin Wallace is going to take fourth in that heat in 57.84. So now that puts Madison Miles on the bubble. So bubble time heading into the last heat of the prelim, 5:05. Madison Miles is on the bubble with 56.84.
And you can see on the live results by Leone timing, personal best, season's best, personal best, personal best, personal best.
Yeah, Moore and Spytek should really shake hands after that. They really pushed each other at the end. Both are sneaking in provisionally to the final, but we've got one more heat, 4 more women on the track who might have something to say about it.
Yeah, this might be the best heat of them all.
Yeah.
Nevaeh Lourdes of Rowan, Fiona Mexico of Colby, Bella Hogue, Nebraska Wesleyan, and Lauren Phillips of Johns Hopkins battle it out.
Isabella Hogue, we're seeing her, you normally expect to see her in the shorter sprints perhaps, but we're seeing her only in the 400.
Yeah, she had a distance background, kind of fell in love with the 400 when she went to Nebraska Wesleyan. Her first school, she kind of started at that shorter sprint, 1-2, and now Nebraska Wesleyan has a rich history of 400. But even though she's the first seed coming in, she's going to have to deal with Lauren Phillips of Johns Hopkins, who was the runner-up last year, and she'll be able to eye her as she's in 6th. But don't count out Mexico, as she's been an All-American and at the national meet as well.
I had a moment of panic there where I didn't see Phillips, but she was just a little further down the track, and she approaches her blocks now. We talked to Isabella Hogue yesterday, and she was just really excited to get this meet underway, really grateful to be around Team H. So much experience at this level, and it'll be fun to see her get her campaign underway here, both looking to sneak in to tomorrow's final. I shouldn't say sneak in.
She's going to run in.
Run in.
Well, knock on wood. But the one nice thing we learned from Bella Hogue about this kind of jump into the 400 is her confidence. She ran a flat track conversion of 55.0, and I asked her, do you think, do you have a 55.0 in your legs, or do you feel like it's more of a 55.7 like you ran on the track? And she does believe she has a 55.0 in her legs this weekend, whether it's here or the 4x4.
Underway here in the final heat, 5:05 in the women's 400-meter dash. On the outside, Lauren Phillips takes it, but Isabella Hogue beginning to make up that stagger pretty quickly. It'll be neck and neck coming around that far turn as we look to make the break.
The two names to look for are right there, and who's going to get the advantage here as they go to the bell? It's going to be Lauren Phillips, though, of Johns Hopkins, followed by Bella Hogue.
Phillips makes a statement, getting a meter over Hogue on the break. Top two are pretty clearly away here.
But here comes Bella Hogue on the outside. Can she get around before the turn? Or nope, she's going to tuck back in and maybe slingshot here down the home stretch.
Phillips still looking really comfortable out on the lead. She hasn't quite let Hogue get up on the shoulder. Hogue is running out of time. Phillips looks really good down the home stretch, but here comes Isabella Hogue. Can she get there? No. It's going to be Lauren Phillips from Johns Hopkins across the line. We had a fall there. I believe that was Nevaeh Lourdes from Rowan. Did we see what happened there, Stu? We'll get a replay of the fall for you at some point, but the story here is Lauren Phillips winning the heat in 55 7.8. Isabella Koch, 56.07. Both will advance on to tomorrow's final. The crowd gives a round of applause to an athlete who has collapsed and is now back up, walking off the track. You hate to see that. Phillips giving out high fives there. And we have our field of 8 completed for the women's 400-meter dash. I'll run you through them quickly before we turn our attention to the men. Natalia Sawyer is going to be your top seed heading into tomorrow, 55.56. Lauren Phillips, who you just saw, slots in at second from Johns Hopkins. Madeline O'Connell, your pole vault champion, is going to be your third seed from Rochester. Kennedy Waite, no stranger to championship finals from Nebraska Wesleyan in fifth. Sarah Schermerhorn from Hope in sixth. Bryn Brown, U-Chicago, 7. And Zariah Moore from Rutgers Newark is going to round out the field of 8. 56.55 is what it took to qualify.
That's going to be a fun final tomorrow.
They're all going to be fun finals.
They're all going to be fun finals.
We're having fun, Stu.
Everything's going to be fun, but a lot of personal bests, a lot of season's best to get into it. And the first draw looks like will be Sawyer, Phillips, O'Connell, and Waite. I guess for that heat 2, I should say. As now we have the men 400 meter on the track. Starting things off here in heat 1 from Puget Sound, Alexander Rhodes will be in lane 3, Jacob Parent of Bethel in 4, Jahari Jones of Barry in 5, and Garrett Clark of John Carroll will be in lane 6. And this should be a great first heat here, as we've seen a few of these names on some 4x4s in some finals in previous meets here. Jacob Parent, a part of that Bethel 4x4 in previous years. Same with Garrett Clark, but Jacob Parent was 5th here in the 400, 8th in. Jacob Parent's been a 3-time All-American in the 4x4, so he does have experience here at the national meet. Garrett Clark has been a part of John Carroll's trophy teams as well. He's been in some 200s, he's been in some 400s, been a part of the 4x4, also part of the second all-time best 4x4 of all time from John Carroll. Look for Alexander Rhodes, heat 3. He's a true freshman in his first national meet, coming all the way from the Pacific Northwest to Virginia Beach. And Jahari Jones of Barry, been a part of a few national meets as well, as we climb into their blocks, few last slaps as we get ready to go here. Underway here in the first heat of the men's 400, as things get off to a quick start from Jacob Parent in lane 4, but here comes Jahari Jones up top from Barry. We'll see, though. It's going to be a quick first lap as Garrett Clark gets the pole position at the bell lap.
Clark looking really strong there, made it through unchallenged, but he had to run a 21.74 first 400 to get that pole position.
And here comes Rhodes on the outside of Puget Sound. Can he get around the true freshman, making light work of some of these veteran runners, as Jacob Parent goes around Garrett Clark as well.
Rhodes passes the entire field and heads into the home stretch in 1, but he's now being challenged by Parent.
But it looks like it was Alexander Rhodes.
47.62, Rhodes takes it in heat 1 of 5. Parent with a strong challenge there at the end, 47.66. Alexander Rhodes looked really good there. He was in 4th after the break, but passed the whole field in 1 move. Kind of a textbook example. We'll see it now here on the replay. You see him move into 4th, and he kind of wasted no time, just went around them all at once. Passing on an indoor track can waste a lot of energy, but that's about the most efficient way to do it.
Yeah, on the backstretch, like we said, and running like he's been here before. He's a true freshman in his first national meet and takes down some All-Americans in the field.
Yeah, you love to see that challenge by Jacob Parent at the end there for a strong statement. But Alexander Rose looking pretty tired there, but if he can harness some of that magic tomorrow, he could do something special.
Moving on to Heat 2, Lane 3, Andrew Kent, Stu Geneseo, Matt McBride of Mount Union in 4. He also is the 500-meter national record holder. Morgan Connor of Nebraska Wesleyan in 5, and Jordan Dean of Ohio Northern in 6. So we have some OAC battle here between McBride and Dean.
McBride there in lane 4, we've seen a lot of over the years, looking to get his campaign underway with the signature hair.
Matt McBride, the anchor in Mount Union's national champion 4x4 last outdoor season. He's always ready to go and has had a great season thus far. He's a 9-time All-American. And he's ready to go.
.47.62. Reminder, took Heat 1. Heat. Okay,
I heard that.
I heard it. I think the gun may have fired a blank, or
they fired a blank, but they reacted to it.
Maybe it did not fire a blank was the problem. It just clicked, but yeah, the field reacted to it, but maybe I think we have a faulty firearm there on the infield. We'll try that one.
The most anticlimactic start maybe in track history.
The quietest gun I've ever heard in my life.
They've reacted, though, so at least they're ready to go.
Yeah, they're ready to go. We've basically seen it all. This is probably the most green cards that have ever been administered at this point in the national championship before. We'll get our fact-checking team on that, but I believe that there's got to be a true stat.
Incredible. I love the reaction time, though. Any noise, ready to go.
I kind of thought they were going to let him run.
I did, too, because they had a clean start.
And I think the time started, too. But, yeah, green card, obviously.
Our bad.
We'll check the starter's pistol, and we'll give it another shot. All right, we're away clean this time.
A better gun.
We head around the turn. Still looking pretty even.
Morgan Connor of Nebraska Wesleyan looks to make up that stagger. But here comes Matt McBride. A big turn. He made up a lot of ground and has a lot of momentum going to the bell.
That was a beautiful turn from McBride, who does take pole position.
Wow.
That was about the smoothest you will ever see it. Jordan Dean looking good. The whole field's still in it, but McBride maybe starting to press his advantage just a little bit.
And here comes Dean on the outside, but Matt McBride kind of swings wide.
Dean can't quite get up to the shoulder. McBride is going to lead this heat into the final stretch. Can Dean make it? No, McBride is not going to open the door. McBride, your winner of Heat 2 in the men's 400. Official result for McBride, 48.5 48.10, so a little bit slower on that heat, so we'll see what happens. Matt McBride takes it 48.10. Jordan Dean from Ohio Northern in second, 48.33. Andrew Kent from SUNY Geneseo, 49.04. And Morgan Connor from Nebraska Wesleyan rounds out that group of four in 49.49. So not super quick there, but Stu, like if you're looking to show somebody how to run a turn and move into the stagger, I think what Matt McBride there showed a lot of experience.
That's textbook right there.
Textbook.
As they
That's
say
textbook.
in the biz.
And we do say that in the biz. We're saying it right now.
Yeah, textbook from Matt McBride as he ran that tangent perfectly, did not cut over and make more distance for himself. As we move into Heat 3, Jacob Miller of Brockport State, Jordan Brown of Olivet, Jared Storm of Mount Union, and Josh Jeffis of SUNY Delhi.
Josh Jeffis comes in as your number one seed, qualifying for this race at BU. A lot of runners qualifying for this race at BU.
And not only did he qualify at BU, but he made a statement at BU, running 47.05, the third fastest time in D3 history. He was 8th here in 2022 and 5th in the 400 outdoors. So looking to improve upon that as the number one seed, gets the lane 6 draw, which I think he will enjoy. But Jared Storm coming in with experience, part of that Mount Union 400 crew, has been an All-American. There was one indoor meet where he pulled up with the injury and came back to be an All-American last year, so he's looking to do the same this year. Another time.
Not sure what happened there, but our good friend, the green card, is up in the air. We'll give it another shot. After only 2 heats, for what it's worth, the bubble time right now, 49.49. Underway here in Heat 3 of the men's 400-meter dash. That's Jeffis on the outside, Storm to his left. Storm looks to be making up that stagger pretty quickly, and even on Storm's inside,
Jordan Brown
looks really good around that turn. We'll see who makes it inside first.
But Jacob Miller of Brockport, oh, it's going to be close. On the inside, Jacob Miller.
Miller says, you guys didn't give me any love before the start of this race, so I'm going to take pole position. And our two favorites are actually in 3rd and 4th right now, but Storm's down the backstretch looking to move into 2nd, but he cannot get the shoulder, Stu.
No, it's Miller of Brockport. He was part of that SUNY Geneseo 4x4 championship, so can he hold on? Down the home stretch, here comes Josh Jeffis. Can he get there? He does.
Whoa.
Josh Jeffis leaves it late, comes and takes Heat 4. Heat 3.
Jeffis looked amazing there in the last 100. We saw him make a little bit of contact with Storm, actually. He bumped Storm wide. Storm really never got his stride back, and we'll see it again on the screen right now. You see Jeffis there, who's going to be fighting for that 3rd position. Makes a little bit of contact with Storm right there. May impede him just a little bit. Storm never gets nabs. Posing some questions out there, but in the end, he's a pro. He came in, got the dub. Let's see what his...
That's just indoor track for you.
That's indoor track, where it's bumper cars to some extent. Josh Jeffis takes it in 48.07, which is sitting 3rd on the compiled results right now. So the favorite seems to advance, but not without a little fun.
Moving on to Heat 4. Lane 3, Lance Jensen of SUNY Geneseo, Davis Wenthy of Wisconsin Lacrosse, Evan Lauder of Illinois Wesleyan, and Luke Botsford of Tufts make up Heat 4. And again, going to be a fun one here.
Stu, who you like in this one? Lance Jensen comes in with the fastest seat time. Obviously, he has some accomplishments to his name. Who are you looking for here?
Yeah, he's a 5-time All-American. He won the 400 hurdles outdoors last year and part of the 4x4 that won here indoors last year. He's got to be looked at the favorite, but keep an eye on Luke Botsford. He's had a strong season out of Tufts. He's a high seed in the 200, and he was 13th last year here in the 400. So has some experience, has run some new personal bests. Look for him out in lane 6. Obviously, Wisconsin Lacrosse needs all the help they can get right now. They look strong so far, and we'll see what Evan Lauder of Illinois Wesleyan can do. This is his first national meet. We've been talking about inexperience versus experience. So we have a guy in the team who's won a guy in the Heat who's won a national title versus a guy in the Heat at his first national meet. That kind of rhymed a little bit, right? Or I said meet a lot, I think.
Oh, now you just blew it.
Ah, shoot.
Here we go. Heat 4-5 and the men's 400. Tearing around the turn.
It looks like from Illinois Wesleyan, Lauder has a nice start, kind of catching up to Botsford a bit here. But Jensen on the inside of SUNY Geneseo looks to be in that pole position. But we'll see. It's a tough angle as they come towards us. And it's Jensen with a...
Oh, it's chaos. It's chaos.
Jensen gets in there.
Jensen really edges out the other three, maintains that pole position. He's in the best spot, but he's not going to go unchallenged.
And here comes Botsford on the outside. Can it be enough? But Jensen is holding him off. The three we mentioned, inexperience versus experience, but right now experience is going to take this one in Heat 4. Lance Jensen, SUNY Geneseo, your Heat 4 winner.
Man, Jensen looked really good over that last 100. Lance Jensen gets the win in Heat 4 in a 48.06. Luke Botsford used a lot of energy fighting for that position. Evan Lauder was also in the mix as well. That's about the closest merge we've seen with the three going shoulder to shoulder there to fight it out for a qualifying position. Congratulations to Lance Jensen. Ran that last 100 like a pro. We'll take another look at that. You can see those three athletes separated by almost nothing, all going for the very same piece of real estate. Botsford doesn't quite get there, gets boxed out, and I think a little bit of contact between those two opened the door for Jensen to maintain his position in lane 1, and he wins the heat unchallenged from there, looking really great. All right, Heat 5 on the track now. Before Stu runs you through the field, I will just let you know that the bubble time right now is 48.33. That's what it's going to take out of this heat to advance to tomorrow's final, 48.33.
And this one is filled with experience as well. Samuel Knowles of Widner in lane 3, Grant Nelson of Bethel in lane 4, Amari Conte of Roan in 5, and Bashir Al-Ramahi of John Carroll in 6. Al-Ramahi all-time 7th indoors, Conte all-time 8 indoors. So some firepower here in Heat 5.
Only in a year like this are you going to see 2 of the top 10 all-time and 1 of the 5 preliminary rounds. And so if you're sitting on the bubble right now, you're not comfortable.
And Conte was 2nd last year, the runner-up. Al-Marahi was 3rd last year. And now they're paired together here in this prelim. A little preview of the final potentially tomorrow as they look to secure their spot. Nothing's set in stone yet. Don't want to get ahead of myself.
Nothing's ever set in stone. It's the whole reason we're here.
Grant Nelson was also 4th indoors as well. So 2, 3, and 4 from last year's final in the prelim here. 3 guys, 8 spots. We'll see what happens.
And we're away clean in the men's 400. Conti looks to make up that stagger early out there in lane 5, but on his inside, Nelson also looking really strong around that far turn.
Yeah, Nelson of Bethel, but here comes Knowles. We didn't give him any love in the opening. He must have heard us as he looks to be at the bell in pole position. Holy crud, they're all coming together.
All 4 hit the line together,
oh.
And it's going to be Conti barely in the pole position, maintaining that in lane 1, but we're neck and neck.
This
said that a lot of times too.
This is the closest prelim we've had so far as Amar Mahi trying to get on the outside. Can Nelson or Knowles make up with it? Here comes Conti. They're 4 wide down the home stretch. Who's going to take it? Oh, my.
Stu, you want to try calling it?
No, we're going to go to the results.
We're going to the results?
It's Nelson of Bethel, Conti of Rowan, Amarahi of John Carroll, and Knowles 48.03.
All 4 of those athletes should make it through to tomorrow's final.
I think they did.
All 4 athletes in that prelim, Nelson, Conti, Amarahi, and Knowles, push each other into the final tomorrow. We'll take another look at it here down the finishing stretch. Conti leads them in, but it's an absolute blanket finish. Grant Nelson charging hard on the outside. He had the cleanest run to the finish, and he takes it in a lean. Wow, Conti almost even letting up a little bit at the end there. Grant Nelson surprises us from Bethel, taking the win in 47.91. All 4 get into the final tomorrow. I'll run you through the qualifiers for the final. Alexander Rhodes is going to enter as your top seed in 47.62. Jacob Parent from Bethel, 47.66. His teammate Grant Nelson is going to get through as well in 47.91. Amara Conti, Bashir Amarahi of John Carroll, Samuel Knowles of Widner, Lance Jensen. Final qualifier, 48.07. Matt McBride is going to be your first man out of the men's 400. We now turn our attention to the women's 800 prelim.
And before the 800 prelim happens, I'm going to drop off the mic here, hand it over to 9-time D3 champion Emily Richards. She's going to help call these 800-meter races.
Special guest for you here. Not only is Emily Richards an experienced vet, she literally wrote the book on this event as Heat 1 steps onto the track. First of all, Emily, how are you doing?
I'm well, Noah. How are you?
I'm doing really well. It's great to have you in the booth and looking forward to your insights over the course of this women's 800-meter run. Before we get into it and I hand over the mic to you, I'll go ahead and introduce the field here. In Heat 1, Sarusi, Mason, Huang, Rising, Schultz, Moringer, and Madigan. Emily, who do you like in this first prelim?
Ellie Rising, she's had a phenomenal season so far. She's the only one in this heat under 210. She's going to be the one to watch out for in this heat for sure.
What's going through your mind on this first lap of the 800, fighting for position? We as fans don't have a great idea of how it's playing out yet, but we do have an early leader.
Yeah, in a championship race like this, you definitely want to get good position early. Once you get through the first 2, you can kind of see it slowing down, but you see Ellie Rising already taking a comfortable lead, not really slowing down much. The rest of the field is following, settling in the last couple, and then just closing hard the last 200.
Rising looked great through that first 200, 29.35, so a sub-30 opening 200 on the clock there. She has a huge advantage, almost 20 meters over the field right now. This is just a prelim, so at some point she's got to think about shutting it down. Just to remind you, to advance, the top 2 in each heat go, and then the next 2 best times. And so really the story is playing out in the pack right now because there's still another auto qualifier up for grabs there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who takes it in this chase pack. Pretty bunched up right now.
Ellie Rising sub-60 opening 400, so she's definitely making a statement here. What do you think about going so hard in a prelim here?
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy. But, you know, sometimes that's comfortable. You're out of trouble. You get confident going into the next day. It's not a bad strategy if you feel like you can handle it.
Madigan from Oshkosh leads the pack through the bell lap, looking for that auto spot in second. but Sarusi from Wash U is trying to challenge her on the shoulder as the pack starts to move. Rising starts to surrender some of that advantage. Will it be enough to get to the finish?
I like where Sarusi is right now.
Rising really starting to tie up. It's no guarantee.
Oh, top two. Who's it going to be?
Here comes Sarusi. She'll take the heat.
Oh.
Did Rising sneak in for second?
She did.
She did.
Madigan, a close third, 2:11.56. Will that be enough to go through to the final on time?
What an interesting way to run that race. Ellie Rising from George Fox, hard charging from the front. She opened it up in a sub 6400, but only could manage a 38-second last 200 to close. But you know what? It's irrelevant. She gets the big Q. She moves on behind Alyssa Sarusi, who takes number 1 in the auto spot there. 2:11.28 for the win. Emily, anything surprising play out there for you? We'll take another. Before you do that, we'll take another look at the finishing stretch here. Ellie Rising really fighting with everything to get to the end, and she didn't quite hold on, but she'll get the Q. Sarusi with a really strong close there. Emily, I'll pose the question to you again. In that first heat, does anything jump out to you and surprise you?
No, I think although Ellie was the one that we mentioned at the beginning there, like Sarusi has experience at this level. They both do, but Sarusi's definitely one to watch out for in the final. Wash U's got an incredible women's 800 lineup, 3 in this race in the prelim here, and Madigan also a veteran. So that's the thing about these prelims. Noah, you got to survive in advance, as everyone tells you again and again. So
survive in advance. It may be a cliche, but that makes it no less true. Heat 1 in the books. We turn our attention now to prelim 2 of 3 in the women's 800-meter run. On the line now as they get them up and going. Cooch, Renocha, Ide Murphy, Thornton Filiaw, and Mary Blanchard from Carleton. Who are we looking for here?
This heat could be interesting. There's no clear favorite as there was, maybe in the first heat, and in the third heat you've got Emma Kelly to go still, our current national leader. So there's a lot to look for. We've got 2 seeds at 2:10 flat, basically, and Hope Murphy from Baldwin-Wallace and Denise Thornton-Filia from Goucher.
Looking really strong there. It is Denise Thornton-Filiaw who brings us through the first 200 in the sub-30, and it's Hope Murphy from Baldwin-Wallace who takes us through in second there. You see her in the brown and yellow. You got to treat the prelim like a final sometimes. You wrote that in your preview for D3 Glory Days.
Yeah, and especially in a heat like this where it's pretty balanced. You saw Ellie think that she had it in the first heat and barely get through, so you really got to race hard.
Thornton-Filiaw takes them through the 400-meter mark in 62.85. Hope Murphy still on her shoulder in second, and it's Ide from Bethel in 63.26. What do you think of the 62-second opener?
I think it's a little bit more reasonable, to go through in that time. And I really like how Thornton-Filiaw looks right now. She looks really controlled. Murphy looking good, strong behind her. Looks like she's ready to move. We'll see what she does on this last lap.
Thornton-Filiaw still maintaining her position in the lead as we come through 600, but Hope Murphy beginning to move up onto the shoulder as they hear the bell. Hope Murphy cannot get around, but 4 have pulled away now. Libby Renocha is there in third, followed by Bethel's Hyde. It could be anyone's race as we head into the last turn.
Murphy looks to be trying to make a move. Will she get around Thornton-Filiaw? She will. Can she hold it?
Murphy does get around Thornton-Filiaw. Murphy leads us into the home stretch. Eyes on the clock, but it looks like Murphy is going to lock up the big Q, as is Thornton-Filiaw. Unofficial time flashes on the board. Officially going to be 2:09.72, so a sub 2:10 to win heat 2 of 3. Emily, they're just breathless here in Virginia Beach. Anything surprising? Favorites make it through? What do you think?
No, I think those are the 2 we mentioned at the beginning. Those are the 2 who raced like they belonged in the final. And, with names like Emma Kelly, who's up next in this third heat, you've got to rise to the competition. Sub 2:10 is just what it takes right now in a D3 national final. So to see a couple of those in the prelim, I think it is a good omen for tomorrow.
I'm going to introduce the field here, and when I'm done, I want you to tell the folks a little bit about Emma Kelly. On the line here for heat 3 of 3 in the women's 800-meter run, Kayla Cass from Stockton, Alexa Estes from Connecticut, Frankie Chaidez from Loras, Emma Kelly from WashU, Maddie Hannon from La Crosse, Megan Bell from Rochester, and Jenny Courts from Ripon. And so, okay, as I promised, Emma Kelly from WashU gets her campaign underway here. She comes in as the fastest seed. We'll hold off for the start real quick. Tell me a little bit about what the career of Emma Kelly means to Division III.
Yeah, so Emma Kelly is our defending indoor national champion. She was runner-up indoors and outdoors in 2022 to Esther Seelan, another big name, who holds the current 200-meter track D3 best all-time national record, right? So Emma Kelly has been stride and stride with Esther Seeland and also myself. So there are 3 big names in history in D3, and Emma Kelly is one of them. So we could see history go down this weekend if she can dip under the national best of 2:05.28, I believe.
Emma Kelly running like a vet here through the first 200, 30.86, so a little slower than what we've seen in the first 2 heats, but probably also a little more reasonable.
Yes, I used the word reasonable. But look, this almost looks uncomfortable to Kelly right now. Like this is how fit she is, you know?
The field behind her is breathing down her neck. Megan Bell looking really strong from Rochester there in second, and she'll slot in uncontested there behind Kelly. One benefit of having an athlete like Kelly is that it'll hopefully stretch the field out a little bit and maybe keep some athletes out of trouble.
Yeah, if you're Emma Kelly and you run 2:05, you're not really worried how close the field is to you because you know you can close really hard.
It's Kelly, it's Bell looking to lock up those big cues. We came through 400 and 1:03.86, and so still a little bit off the pace of the first 2 prelims, but that doesn't really matter when you're just looking to win the heat. Emma Kelly takes the bell, unchallenged at the lead. Megan Bell may try to move up on the shoulder here, or may just try to hold on to the big cue. How much would you race this last 100 when you have a few meters on the field?
All you need is top 2, right?
All you need is top 2. Get through as easily as possible. Emma Kelly looking really good right now, but Megan Bell setting herself up to be talked about in the final, I think, too, on the shoulder if she can maintain it here in the last 25. As expected, Emma Kelly, your winner here in Heat 3 of the women's 800. She gets it done officially in 2:09.89. Megan Bell of Rochester also gets a big cue in 2:10.17. The 3 heats have flown by here. I'll pull up the compiled results. And it seems to me the favorites have advanced.
Yeah, it looks like all of the big names coming into this weekend, at least most of them, are through to the final. Still waiting on official little Q designations for the time qualifiers.
Yeah, as we parse those results, it's always nice to see the favorites fly here. We're moving along quickly here at the Virginia Beach Sports Center in Virginia Beach at the 2024 Indoor Division III Track and Field National Championships. The women have wrapped up their qualifying procedure. We look forward to seeing their final on Saturday. I'm Noah, along with Emily Richards, up here in the booth as we start to turn our attention to the men's 800-meter run. Before we introduce the field, what are some kind of storylines, through lines, as we look ahead to the men's 800? What are some big names we're looking for, some general storylines in the field? While you think about that, I'll go ahead and introduce you to the field in Heat 1 of the men's 800. Sam Verkerk from Wisconsin. Eau Claire comes in Heat 1. Elijah Mader from Hope. Also in Heat 1, Braden Giles from Wisconsin Stevens Point. Simon Opsel from MIT. Zachary Lou Walter. And Kyle Miller from Buena Vista make up Heat 1 in the women's 800. In the men's 800. So only 6 athletes out on the field now. We'll start in a double waterfall. This heat also being run in 3 sections, same qualifying procedures as the women. Top 2 in each heat get that big Q, and then we'll take the next 2 fastest times to round out the field of 8 as they step to the line here. We are underway in the men's 800-meter run. Going around that double waterfall, kind of a smaller field here, and that should kind of play into this advantage of these athletes as they don't have to deal with traffic here. Any clear favorite in this heat in your mind, Emily?
We'll see what happens, Noah, but one athlete I have an eye on is Sam Verkerke. He was the 2022 1500-meter champ. So fun to watch Sam step down in distance and hop in the 800. He's currently in the 5th position.
Mater from Hope takes him through in the first lap in the 27.72. Lou Walter from Williams there in the headband in second. So that's 1 on the headband count. Stu, if you're still listening out there, looking really good from Williams. Also in a 27.9. So these guys are really moving right now. Stretched out. No one's in too much trouble. Mater takes him through once again over 400 in a 56 opening. So probably within the reach of these guys, but we're still moving pretty well. Mater continues to push out there from the Hope squad. No one has quite made it up onto the shoulder yet, but Zachary Liu Walter from Williams holding his position in second, and then it's a bit of a blanket behind him as we have 5-6 athletes looking for the 2 big Qs.
Fell up, Noah, and they're pretty close together here. It could still be anybody for top 2.
125 through 600. Mater still in control of this race, but Liu Walter begins to surrender that second position. It's Verkerke from Eau Claire who moves on the inside and now moving out to the outside to challenge for the heat win. What a move, inside, outside. Here we come from UW Stevens Point. Brendan Giles takes second, but it's Sam Verkerke with the win officially in 1:52.74. Braden Giles takes the second position in 1:52.83. Pretty smooth sailing there for the field, but a little bit of drama.
Yeah, it's interesting. You saw this in the men's mile as well. Kind of taking it out a little bit slow, a little bit more tactically. These guys are capable of running 149, 150. So for this to be 1 in 152, it should feel pretty conservative to these guys. Whereas the women run a little bit more honestly.
They're loading athletes just directly onto the track here, not giving us a whole lot of time for analysis. But as I introduce you to Heat 2, and then we'll give you some of the storylines to look out for moving forward out on the track now. In Heat 2, we have Dwight Hosney, Andrew Hutchinson, Jake Shoemaker, Chase Upman, Cale Showman, Joe Frank, and Julian Ask from NYU.
Watch out for Cale Showman in this heat. He comes in as the number 2 seed with a 149.94. Also Julian Ask of NYU, a freshman in this field, so coming into his first national meet.
We saw 2 athletes coming into these championships with a sub 150 personal bests. We're looking to crown a new champion this year in the men's 800. Mike Jasa is no longer here with us in Division III, and so he steps aside, and a new king looks to take the crown here in the men's 800, and we're around in the double waterfall start. Showman from Wisconsin Lacrosse out to the early lead. Maintains it through the first lap. Split there, 26.74. It's Julian Ash from NYU on his shoulder, but unable to get around. Cale Showman, Cale Showman from that strong lacrosse squad. We had a fall back there. We'll get you a replay of that after the race, but for now we focus on Showman, who looks really strong out front, and he's a member of that giant UW Wisconsin lacrosse squad.
Private jet to get here and everything.
Private jet to get here. You love to see it. Through 400 in 54.12, so a couple seconds quicker than Heat 1.
You have an advantage coming in as some of the later heats compared to the first heat because you know what it's going to take to advance. So Heat 2's not playing around if they want to get time qualifiers.
Absolutely. Obviously, you want those auto spots, but getting to the final by any means necessary. Showman takes the bell there in the one arm sleeve, still looking incredibly strong. Chase Upman from Carthage is sitting right behind him in second, but it's Mike Shoemaker who moves up to the shoulder. He'll look to pass both of them at once. Showman kind of moves to the outside of the lane. He's not letting anybody around, but he does open up the inside and then closes the door again. Shoemaker looking strong on the outside. Can he get that second spot? It's a battle for second.
Showman looks like he's going to take it.
Showman takes it quite easily from the front the whole way, which seems to be a decent way of running the 800. Can you confirm?
Yeah, I like out of trouble, especially indoors. You saw, some contact in a fall when you're up front and there's no one around you. It's a lot less likely you trip up.
Cale Schumann takes the auto qualifier and the win in Heat 2 of 3 in the 151.1. We turn our attention to the screen now, and we'll take another look at the fall there in the back half of the field. Trying to see what happens.
Dubuque.
Not the contact that was Hutchinson from Dubuque who took a hard fall there. The 800 is sometimes, especially indoor, a contact event.
It absolutely is. Yeah, you can expect indoors to get shoved around a bit, especially in the middle distance. You saw it in the men's mile as well. Unfortunate for Dubuque's Andrew Hutchinson. And looks like Wisconsin Oshkosh's Dwight Posey also was affected a little bit by that fall.
Yeah, you got to protect your space. You hate to see a fall. Hopefully these results become official, but we'll move on now to Heat 3 of 3. Caleb Correa from John Carroll, Sam Laneza from Lynchburg is the name we'll talk about. Trevor Richwine from Dickinson, Sean Hendricks from Rochester, Andrew McGovern from Carnegie Mellon, TJ Carleo from Brandeis, and Michael Olson from Plymouth State round out this field.
Keep an eye on Olson. He comes in as our number 1 seed. He's run 1:41.51. He has the 8th fastest time ever indoors.
8th ever all-time indoors is Olson from Plymouth State as we get around the first turn in a double waterfall.
Looks to be John Carroll's Caleb Correa out front. He will take the field through in 26.3 with Plymouth State's Olson comfortably behind him.
Correa looked really good there, but so does Michael Olson, who maybe just laid off a touch, hoping to make his move, well, maybe right now.
Yeah, he looks real comfortable. That's a good spot to be, right on the shoulder. That causes the competitor, the person in front, to kind of push the pace a little bit, which is sometimes good, as we said, to get the time qualifier.
He couldn't quite get around on the turn, but he's trying to make the pass on the straight. Can he do it? They come shoulder to shoulder. Correa is not going to let him around. They come through 454.49. Olson credited with the lead there, but I'm not sure he quite got around him in time. You want to be in that inside track.
Olson and Correa still running side by side.
Don't forget about Laneza back there in third. We know he has the speed to close if he gets an open lane. They hear the bell. They take the bell. The last 200, they came through in 27.92. It's Correa, it's Olson, it's Laneza fighting for those last 2 automatic qualifying positions.
Andrew McGovern as well from Carnegie Mellon in the mix.
Correa still looking really great up front.
Olson has fallen back.
And I believe, is that Laneza there in second?
We've got Laneza, we've got Carnegie Mellon's McGovern, we've got... Ooh.
Oh, and Laneza dives across the line, causing a bit of a pileup. Luckily, the race was in the books. At that point, let's take a look at the qualifying. We give the win to Caleb Correa, obviously, in 1:50.74, the fastest time we've seen today. Trevor Richwine, who we did not mention at all, takes the second qualifying spot narrowly over Laneza in a dive from Dickinson.
Usually, Noah, in the 800, the best way to run it.
We'll take another look at the finishing straight here. Eyes in the middle. Dive from Laneza, but on the inside of Correa. Ooh, Trevor Richwine. Have yourself a day.
Closed in 26.89. It's definitely really hard to negative split in 800, and that's what this field did.
Yeah, absolutely a great performance there in the men's 800. We'll give you a breakdown of the big cues. Caleb Correja, Trevor Richwine with big cues. Cale Showman and Sean Hendricks from Rochester. Just Cale Showman gets a big cue there. Chase Upman in a big cue, and Sam Verkerke and Braden Giles both get big cues there, and we'll solidify time qualifiers.
Looks like the time qualifiers might all come out of Heat 3.
Yeah, Heat 3 definitely the fastest up front, and usually when it's fast up front, you end up dragging everybody else along with you. Hey, Emily, thank you for joining me up in the booth and adding some expertise to our 800 call. Really appreciate all the work you've done in helping cover this meet. Did you enjoy it?
It was very fun. Thank you for having me. I will turn it back to the expert, Stu, but I appreciated the opportunity.
Thanks so much for joining us. Next on the track is going to be the 200 meters. I'm going to step away from just a second from the Virginia Beach Sports Complex, and when we return, we'll and welcome back to the Virginia Beach Sports Complex here in Virginia Beach. I'm Noah. Stu is back in the booth with me now. Welcome back, Stu.
Hello, everyone. How what did I miss? Just kidding. I saw it all happen unfold. Thanks to Emily Richards to helping us out. Thought we could bring a 9-time champion into the booth. You don't get that every day. So we figured might as well get Emily in here, give you the expert experience, and I could walk away. Because I'm not an 800-meter champion.
It was nice to finally get somebody in here who knows what they're talking about.
Exactly right.
Honestly, I think we're probably a tremendous letdown. So thanks, Emily, for her time up in the booth. We really appreciate that. But now we go from middle distance back to the pure sprints. The women's 200-meter dashes on the track.
Yeah, up next, as you mentioned, Heat 1 will be in lane 3, Sarah Schumerhorn of Hope, Kamaya Blair of Berea, Sadie Schreiner of RIT, and Shimina Igwe of Rutgers, Newark. We saw Schermerhorner from Hope already in the 400. That was a quick turnaround to get back here to this event.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of that today. Top 8 advanced by time in this event, so Heat winner is kind of irrelevant.
Yep, just like that 400. And Schermerhorn from Hope is already into the 400-meter final. So this will be a cherry on top if she can qualify for both races.
Playing with house money today. One lap around the track, women's 200 meters. It's going to play out as a series of 5 races to solidify your field for tomorrow's final. Making some last-minute adjustments to the blocks. Stu, who do you like in this heat?
Yeah, the underdog, Kamaya Blair, finished 22nd outdoors. There's 22 athletes that make the outdoor national meet, and she qualified here on the last chance meet. 24:90 is the seed time, 14th, though, as her current heat. I like that underdog type story, but Schermerhorn is the clear favorite here with the 4th seed, coming running 24:53. She was 19th indoors, 18th outdoors. So as a 4th seed right now, really looking to make a big impact ahead of this race.
You see her on the inside in lane 3. No merging here. We stay in our lanes all the way around.
And we're back to the block, so we will see if they will get stand up or anything like that. Green cards so far all around.
Are the blocks cursed? That's the major storyline of these indoor championships so far.
I don't know. I think, like you mentioned, everyone's kind of on edge, ready to go. And when they get held for a while, they want to go. But here we are. Women's 200-meter Heat 1.
And we're away clean this time in a sprinting event. Schermerhorn on the inside looks to have started out really well. We'll get a good idea down the backstretch.
Looks like Schreiner making up the stagger there on the outside as Kamaya Blair on the inside. But it's going to be Schreiner around the turn. Can Blair make out the stagger? But here comes Schermerhorn.
Blair looking good. Schreiner in control right now. It looks like she'll take heat 1. We'll get you a time there. It's Shady Schreiner taking the win in heat number 1, 24.71 over Sarah Schermerhorn in 24.86. Blair is going to take third, 25.01, and Igwe in 25.12.
Wow, so now we know the time to beat 2 athletes under 25 seconds to get things started here, but more is on the way. The cavalry is coming. We have some huge names here to get you started. Kennedy Waite, for example, coming up, but Sadie Schreiner will be potentially on to tomorrow's final. Now she'll have to wait and see what happens next.
As we turn our attention to Heat 2, one of those really big names that we've been talking about a lot is in here, but let me just run you through the field real quick. Tina Shelton from Whitewater, Tiana Grady from Elmhurst, Kamaya Wooden of North Carolina Wesleyan, and Kate Carlson from Gustavus Adolphus round out this field. Stu, I think we've talked about her a little bit already, but let's talk about Wooten a little bit, the true freshman.
Yeah, Kamaya Wooten coming in here, ready to make a statement. She didn't hold back on the podcast. She's talked about how much she's improved at her time at North Carolina Wesleyan. They are making a nice sprint program down there. A few athletes qualified with her. Mariah Brooks, for example, in this 200-meter prelim as well. But she's confident in her ability. She's confident with what the coaches are doing for training. And the best part is she comes to a program with All-Americans already there. So she's, sharpening iron with iron, so to speak. And part of that cavalry I mentioned of who's coming to take his top spot.
And a fun fact for all you distance running nerds at home, Wooten, if you look her up, she's got some cross-country results to her name.
Yeah, the Twitter coaches are going to be furious that a sprinter ran cross-country this past fall, and if she wins a title here this weekend or runs anything remotely quick like she already has, they're going to be furious and say, no way, sprinters can't run cross-country.
Training for the 200 meters could change forever after this weekend.
Will we see more sprinters come to cross-country? We will see, but she draws lane 5. We'll have Katie Carlson on her outside as well.
Away clean in heat number 2 of the women's 200 meters. That's Wooten in lane 5 looking to make up the stagger over Kate Carlson on the outside. Wooten moving very well up on the shoulder by the turn. Also moving well on the inside is Grady from Elmhurst, I believe.
That's Tina Shelton on the inside there.
Tina Shelton.
Tina Shelton, Kamaya Wooten. Looks like Wooten's going to take heat 2 here, though. 24:30 unofficially. We'll see the official time.
Official time, 24:30. Stu called it. Kamaya Wooten is your winner out of heat number 2, 24:30 over Tina Shelton, who had a strong last 100 from Whitewater. She comes home in 24:52. Kate Carlson, 24:95, and Tiana Grady from Elmhurst rounds out the field in 25.29.
Tina Shelton runs another personal best to get to the into the final. Potentially, we just saw Kamaya Wooten there. She's got to be happy. 24:30. She's third all time in D3 history as a true freshman, running 24:19 at this very track about a month ago.
You got to believe that making through the rounds is just going to build her confidence as we look forward to the final tomorrow. She's all about business, as we heard, and she's over there taking a load off right now. But we turn our attention now. The hits don't stop coming. Heat number 3 of 5 in the women's 200. More of the cavalry we have alluded to already is here. The names in the field: Lindsay Novak, Kennedy Waite, Abby Collier, and Zariah Moore round out this field. Stu, who is like the general of the cavalry?
Kennedy Waite, the defending national champion, is on the track today. We've already seen her 2 other times. This is the 3rd time we've seen her, and she's ready to get back to the final. She's already in the 400 final. She's already in the 60 final, looking to defend her crown as the national champion, but she's going to be challenged by Lindsay Novak and Zariah Moore. Moore and Novak have had experience here at this meet, at least, and in previous meets. Moore was a JUCO transfer. You already saw her today. Finished 7th outdoors, though, in 2022. Lindsay Novak has been 16th here at this meet last year and was 8th outdoors. And then Abby Collier from Baldwin Wallace having a great campaign. Newly minted head coach Dan Simpson over there at Baldwin Wallace got a few qualifiers here. We saw Collier earlier in the 400.
I think we talk a lot about how busy some of these athletes are because it kind of blows our mind, but they wouldn't be doing it if they didn't know they could handle it. And so Kennedy Waite out on the track right now, Moore, who we saw in the 400 earlier, have some races in their legs, so the nerves have hopefully settled as they settle into their blocks for heat number 2 in the women's 200. Away clean once again. It's Kennedy Waite in 4 who's going to look to make up the stagger, but Moore had a great start on the outside. Kennedy Waite already flying around the track. We're 100 meters in.
She made the stagger up along the turn, and now as they come down the home stretch, watch the clock. It's going to be Kennedy Waite here taking heat 3, but how fast will she go? Followed by Moore, Collier, and Novak. 24:31 unofficially. We'll see it on the timing board there, but Kennedy Waite gets it done. She'll be in 3 finals tomorrow.
24:32 is your official time, so just off the unofficial. A little smile there from Kennedy Waite. Happy with that effort. She really left no doubt in that prelim. She takes it by half a second over Zariah Moore of Rutgers Newark. 24:32 is now sitting second as we have a bit of an interesting rematch tomorrow between Wooten and Kennedy Waite. They're just on nearly identical times heading into the final.
Yeah, we'll see them tomorrow, both in the 60 and the 200. But Kennedy Waite, 3 finals tomorrow. I think she's ready to go. That's got to be a great confidence boost for her. She's already a national champion in the 200 from last year, 200, 400 last year, outdoors, I should say. So
absolutely, she cruised. She made up the stagger really quick and still finished strong, which is the signs that she's got a few gears in those legs. Heat 3 of 5 in the books. Current bubble time is going to be Abby Collier of Baldwin Wallace, 24.97, currently sitting in 8th place with 2 prelims yet to go. Heat 4 of 5 on the track. It's going to be Avery Campbell from Albion, Laura Matthews from Stevens, Audrey Johnson from Emory, and Mariah Brooks from North Carolina Wesleyan.
Yeah, we mentioned North Carolina Wesleyan and Mariah Brooks. They kind of built a little new program down there. She was 15th indoors last year and 15th outdoors as well. Laura Matthews of Stevens has been to a plethora of indoor and outdoor meets. 7th here last year, so she has that experience. Was 12th outdoors. So look for those two to kind of headline the heat here. But Audrey Johnson of Emory and Avery Campbell of Albion looking to shake things up as well.
Laura Matthews, your top-seeded entrant in this heat. Your returning All-American from Stevens, 24.58 is her time coming into today.
And I believe we saw Avery Campbell earlier, and she was the last qualifier in the 60. And I was correct. She was 7:63, ran a personal best, so she'll look to add to her Saturday schedule with a 200-meter final.
Heat 4 of 5. Underway in the 200, Laura Matthews out in lane 4 with a clean start, looks to make up the stagger. It's Audrey Johnson from Emory looking really good, and on the outside it's Mariah Brooks. Matthews starting to make it up, but it looks like it's going to be Johnson making up the stagger first. I stand corrected. Matthews now moves into the provisional lead as we round for home. She looks good, and she's going to take it unchallenged in Heat 4 of 5.
But here comes Avery Campbell. Can she see the second? It looks like she does. So we'll see the time. Wow, Laura Matthews can't believe
likes
it.
the time. We like the time. 24.44.
Wow. 24:44 for Laura Matthews. Looks like she'll be in Saturday's final.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Laura Matthews, you saw the hands go up to the face immediately. She's kind of in disbelief. of the run she just did, improving her seed time by 1/4 of a second there. Laura Matthews should take a qualifier again. We're on. She's definitely going to take it. But anyway, really happy with that run. We now look.
Yeah, she's in. She's third.
She's in for sure. She sits third behind the double of Wooten and Waite. Currently in 8th on the bubble is Avery Campbell, still on the bubble at 24.87. Avery Campbell, 24.87 is your bubble time heading in to the final prelim, the final heat of this 200-meter prelim. Kian Benjamin from Bowdoin, Megan Greats from Gustavus Adolphus, Lauren Jarrett from Lacrosse, Nicole Stewart from Wash U. Stu, you want to correct one of my name pronunciations there?
Yeah, we had a lovely pronunciation guide. Lauren Garrett's rhymes with carrots.
Absolutely, carrots. I heard you studying it earlier.
I was studying earlier.
Megan
Garrett's rhymes with carrots. Lauren Jarrett from Wisconsin Lacrosse just ran the second fastest time in D3 history in the 60. Nicole Stewart from Wash U rounds out Heat 5. If we're not giving each other some playful banter, are we having fun then?
No, I really appreciate it. And Megan, I'm really sorry. Garrett's rhymes with carrots. I'm going to nail it from here on out. I really appreciate it. But let's talk Kian Benjamin for a second.
Yeah, Kian Benjamin. We talked to her yesterday. Again, talked to her about her in the 60. But she'll go up against Lauren Jarrett, and she's just ready to go. Light the world on fire, as she said, or bring the fire. But watch Lauren Jarrett. Lauren Jarrett, Garrett is in my head now. Lauren Jarrett is the one to watch for. She was 12th last year, but then she went on to be the outdoor runner-up.
Taken to the blocks to round out the final, tomorrow's final in the women's 200-meter dash. A lot of firepower in this heat.
And we're off. Last heat of the women's 200-meter, and Lauren Jarrett is out hot.
I saw Benjamin leaning into that turn, makes up the stagger to her outside. We'll get a better picture here coming around, but Jarrett's looks really good for the Eagles.
This is giving flashbacks to that last men's 400. They're going to be even coming down the home stretch. It's going to be too close to call. Photo finish, but looks like Kian Benjamin is going to take Heat 5.
Yep, good call there. Benjamin takes it with the official result of 24.45. Maybe we can see that home stretch one more time. That was a great battle down there. Lauren Jarrett takes second in 24.59, and Megan Garrett's 24.63. Nicole Stewart rounds out the field in 24.71. Nicole Stewart, that was the fastest heat of the day, it looks like.
All four got into the final.
All four are going to make it into the final, so a final of 8 is going to be filled by 8 from one of the prelim heats. I saw Benjamin around that top turn, and she was just leaning in with everything she had, so I figured she had a good close in her. We'll run you through the finalists for tomorrow's 200. It's going to be Wooten, Waite, Matthews, Benjamin, Shelton, Jarrett, Garrett, and Stewart on through
You did it.
tomorrow. I think I nailed it that time. I'm pretty happy with myself. So that's all for the women's 200. We now turn our attention to the men's 200 Heat 1.
Non-stop action here at the D3 Indoor Track and Field National Championships. We're not going to bring you any commercial breaks. We're going straight into the next action because this isn't ESPN. This is NCAA.com.
It's better than ESPN.
Better than ESPN. And we're going to keep on rolling. And right into this first heat, we'll see Sam Blaskowski in lane 4. Morgan Connor of Nebraska Wesleyan not in lane 5 unless he's below us, but I do not see him. Blaskowski will be joined by his teammate Colin Konzemius and Luke Botsford making his return to the track from that big 400-meter he had earlier today.
We kind of talked about Blaskowski in the 60 a little bit earlier, and I kind of mentioned the 200 might be a little bit more of a question mark for him. He said, I believe it was an Achilles or a foot, something like that, but it made running the turn a little bit more difficult for him in training, so they were really focusing on the straight sprints, but Blaskowski just looked up here and grinned, so I don't think he's doubting his chances here.
Yeah, and we appreciate his honesty that he brings to us. He hasn't ran really the 200 since January when he got his qualifier, running 21:25, but he feels like he's in a good position now to run a strong 200 meter and not put himself and his team at risk by running this, because he kind of tell him practice that on the turns it really flared up. But he feels good, 100% ready to go.
And it looks like we're going to have a DNS in lane 5 from Morgan Connor of Nebraska Wesleyan. We're not seeing him in the blocks, and so we have a 3-man prelim, 2 of which from Wisconsin Lacrosse. This is just a practice rep for them.
Yeah, I'm sure they've done a lot of these, like you said, in practice. So it might be nice to see your teammate out there, but being on an island in lane 6, at least it's your teammate, maybe. That's the first person to catch up to you.
I have a feeling he's going to see Blaskowski before too long. And we're away. Blaskowski off to a strong start. He'll look to make up the stagger here in the 3-man final. Botsford, who we saw earlier in the 400, is kind of the odd man out. He's hard charging on the inside, and Blaskowski makes up the stagger. Return for home. We'll have a good idea. Blaskowski is going to take it unchallenged. Botsford is looking pretty good.
Wow.
Blaskowski runs the 200 arms outstretched. Official time for Blaskowski, 21:37 over Luke Botsford in 21:74.
And I'm no sprint expert, but it kind of looked like he fartlicked it a little bit at the distance turn for speed play. It looked like he kind of took the turns a little bit more gingerly than he would the straightaways and really hammer those straightaways, just maybe based on how his foot's feeling. But now he has to wait and see, because as I mentioned, the 200, the cavalry's coming, but hopefully for his sake, he feels good, and that's a season best for him.
Blaskowski on your screen unlacing those Nikes. Got to feel good about cruising through, hopefully into the final tomorrow. I would assume into the final tomorrow. 4 heats left to go as we turn our attention back to the track as the men adjust their blocks.
Lane 3, Aiden Tobin of your Sinus. Heat 2, lane 4, London Little of Wisconsin Oshkosh. Jake Gladio of Trine in 5, and Brady Fowler of Roanoke in 6.
We've seen some of these guys already. Gladio looks really strong in the men's 400. A lot of the 400-meter athletes doubling back in the 200.
He's that hurdle race.
The hurdles.
They're all starting to blend together, but he had that hurdle race coming in with one of the faster, I think the fastest seat time earlier today, running 6:85. So he looks to be clicking on all cylinders and getting another event on his Saturday schedule.
London Little comes in as your top seed and the favorite here in Heat 2.
He was 7th last year. Think about this. You're 7th in the nation, but you finished 2nd in your conference this year.
Yeah, absolutely wild. Some of these conferences in Division III are essentially national meet previews.
Well, he lost to Luke Schrader, who went down in the hurdles earlier today. We'll see when Schrader is supposed to appear. Looks like he is supposed to appear next heat, so we'll see if Schrader will give it a go.
Yeah, we saw him holding his hamstring when he went down earlier, so we'll keep an eye on the infield for him. Heat number 2 of 5 here in the men's 200-meter dash. Reminder, top 8 advance on time, so it's all about running quick. Away, clean once again. Gladio charges out there in the second to last lane. Up top is Fowler. Gladio makes up the stagger right away, and on his inside, Little is looking very strong as well. We'll see where they come around the turn. Little moving up and seems to come off the turn in first, but can he edge Gladio at the line? He can. It's London Little taking heat number 2 in 21.47 over Jake Gladio in 21.53.
So far, of the 7 finishers, season's best, personal best, personal best, personal best, personal best, season best. 6 out of 7 have either run their season best or a personal best. London Little included a personal best, 21.47. That's the theme all weekend. It's going to take your personal best to get to the final. Clicking on all cylinders. He's got to be happy right now as he sits number 2 with 3 heats to go.
If you set aside some time today to join us to watch these prelims, congratulations on making a really good decision, because we are seeing some excellent track and field. I think some people kind of shoo off the idea of the importance of prelims, but as Stu said, we are witnessing the best of these athletes have put forward all season just to make it through to tomorrow's final, which means tomorrow is going to be really, really special.
Yeah, they're definitely not saving anything for tomorrow, or they're saying, hey, this is what I have right now in the prelim, just wait, like you said, for tomorrow. And talking about Luke Schrader, he's back from the fall in the hurdle, and he'll be in lane 3 here. So he takes the inside draw. We'll have Tyler McGrath of Buffalo State on his outside, Dazin Lagari of SUNY Delhi in 6, and Ethan Tuberville, Wisconsin Lacrosse in 6. So 2 more lacrosse athletes here in the men's 200.
Great show of resilience here by Schrader to get up after that fall. I mean, it was a pretty tough fall in the 60 hurdles. We saw a slow motion replay of it. He was holding that hamstring when he got up.
He's limping a bit, so we'll see if he just starts and then jogs or something just for the purposes of not being. You got to finish the race. I got to find the rule on that, but I know you at least have to start the race and make an honest effort. But he was limping. We'll see if that was just a show or if he actually is a little bit hurt here. Not to say a show and dismiss his injury, because he definitely fell hard. We'll see.
He just wants to continue in the meet and give himself a chance tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah. And so he was a little ginger coming out of the blocks. We'll see. He's also got a teammate here on the outside in Ethan Tuberville. And so, they want to get out here and run the race together. So let's quiet down and we'll see what this heat has in store.
And they're off. Oh, pulling a full effort for Schrader. So maybe that limp was kind of just a show as he's going down the backstretch here. But it appears to be Buffalo State making up the stagger. That's Tyler McGrath. But they're going to come even here on the final turn. Schrader back from a fall. Can he get there? He does. Luke Schrader, redemption. But he pulls up limp.
You see him immediately pull up. Jake Schrader gets the win, 21.54.
Luke Schrader kind of on his hands and knees, getting helped up there, but wow, Luke Schrader, we'll see, get him some ice, limping a bit. Might be his ankle.
It might be an Achilles. You see that tape on the left side. He puts his arm around the official there. I couldn't tell if it was bothering him the whole time or if it really got worse there at the end, but as soon as he finished, he kind of leaned in and he pulled up. And I mean, honestly, a pretty heroic effort here from Luke Schrader.
I don't think this official realized what he was doing when he was checking out him. I don't think he had his thought was to be, I'm going to help you off the track,
He's
sir.
got to walk him back to the hotel now. Yeah, we'll see what Schrader can pull off tomorrow, but it looks like he's likely solidified himself a spot in the final, currently sitting in 4th. That bubble time heading into, Stu, what heat are we in now, 5?
We are going to be in heat 4 now.
Heading into heat number 4, that bubble time in 8th right now is Tyler McGrath, sitting in 8th at 21.77. Heat number 4 takes to the blocks now. It's going to be Jordan Brown from Olivet, TJ Clayton and Rhodes, Evan Weber from Springfield, and Jacoby Safalu from Ripon. Top seed Jordan Brown from Olivet, 21.26 in heat 4 of 5. And Jacoby Shafalu on the outside. I believe I mispronounced his name, so correcting the record here. Jacoby Shafalu out in lane 6 from Ripon, the junior.
Talked to Jacoby's teammate, Tamiko Walker, and they're just super excited to get down here. They actually drove from Wisconsin all the way to Virginia.
Love that. That's a blue-collar attitude that we love in Division III. And the gun's off. Jordan Brown on the inside. Your top seed looks to make up the stagger. But on the outside, Shafalu looking really good. But making up the stagger immediately is Evan Weber from Springfield.
Evan Weber of Springfield. But here comes TJ Clayton of Rhodes. Another heat in the 200 going to be close down the home stretch. It's Clayton and Brown. But it's going to be Clayton to take this. Rhodes in the house gets the heat win. The senior from Rhodes, TJ Clayton, takes heat 4.
Clayton wins it. 21.53. Stu, you love one of those races where you end up saying everybody's name.
It's so fun.
It just means you're getting an exciting race. TJ Clayton, your winner out of Heat 4, 21.53 over Jordan Brown in 21.7. Let's take a look at compiled results now. 21.53.
21.74 is the bubble.
Yeah, 5.3 looks pretty safe right now, but we're starting to get a bunch of guys bunching up in that 21.53, 21.54 range.
And on the track now, Eric Gregory, Gallaudet. He's in the house, the 400-meter outdoor champion in 2022 and 2023. He was third last year, and he is at Gallaudet, which is the School for the Hard of Hearing and Deaf. He is the fastest deaf runner in world history. And you'll see his coach is on the track there to give him a signal for the all set mark, so he knows when to get all set.
Yeah, great story here. Eric Gregory has just been lighting the D3 world on fire for a couple years now, and obviously his running has even greater significance beyond the D3 level for the hard of hearing and the deaf. A great champion for that community as well.
So he'll be the one to watch here. He'll be in lane 4. Solo Hines, who was in the 60 from earlier, is back from Whitworth, making the trip from the Pacific Northwest. Kane Demers of Bowdoin, 21.66 is his seed time, and Rashad Henderson of Wisconsin, Oshkosh, rounding out the heat.
This is the final heat, 5:05 on the track. As we mentioned, Luke Botsford is holding on to that 8th spot in tomorrow's final right now with a 21.74, but I would not say that's safe.
No, and apologies to Kane Dummers. He put his name in our guide, so thank you, Kane. Sorry about mispronouncing earlier. But yes, look for Eric Gregory. Here we go. It's always fun to watch him on the track. You see there his coach getting him ready to go to help him out.
Gregory in 4 looks to make a statement out of a clean start. We see him charging around the turn. No one quite making up the stagger yet. On his inside, Hines looks really good.
Hines looks great, but here comes Gregory on that second turn now. It's going to be a tight pack here, but it looks like Gregory pulling away. Let's see the time now. Eric Gregory takes heat 5, 21.36 unofficially on the big clock.
Officially 21.36.
And he'll move on to tomorrow's final, taking Sam Blaskowski down by 0.01 second. He'll be the number 1 seed tomorrow. Sam Blaskowski and Eric Gregory will face off in tomorrow's final.
And the field for tomorrow's final is set. Gregory gets it done out of Heat 5 to become your number 1 seed heading into the final with a 21.36. Makes a statement. 0.01 over Blaskowski from La Crosse, who comes in second. Little from Oshkosh, 21.47. Gladio from Trine there in 4th. TJ Clayton from Rhodes is going to occupy that 5th lane. Luke Schrader limping off the track with injury. We'll see if he shows up tomorrow. Really hope he can come back. He's currently in 6th in 21.54. Brady Fowler and Jordan Brown rounds out the field from Olivet. 21.7 is what it took to make tomorrow's final.
Wow.
Heads are spinning here from the one lap races, the 200s. always amazing to see on the indoor track, well, really anywhere in a historically strong event for Division III over the last few seasons. But now we switch it up to the other end of the spectrum. The women's 5,000-meter run is out on the track now. 25 laps around the indoor track.
This one should be fun. It'll be featuring Fiona Smith of St. Benedict rocking a new uniform. So we got to find where she is. She's excited to say that she has a new uniform. Told us yesterday in the interview.
I have a feeling she won't be hiding that uniform for very long, Stu.
No, 14 All-Americans from cross country are in this field, including the first, third, 6th, 9th, 13th, 16th, 17th place finisher in cross country, now onto the 5K.
A lot of people think that Fiona Smith may be a little bit vulnerable here because she ran her 5K qualifying time in December, and her 3K qualifying time was not that far ahead of the rest of the field, but we spoke to her yesterday, and she's not sure that those times on paper are indicative of her ability today.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if she was trying to foreshadow what she was going to do. She's already set the D3 record, and as they take off, she goes straight to the top of her pack. I'll run you through the field now. We have Rachel Hirschkind of SUNY Geneseo, Shaylin Hostager of Wartburg, Allison Dell of Lynchburg, Jenna Gerard Williams, Paige Phillips Coast Guard, Grace Richardson of NYU, Rebecca Markham, Hope Rachel Cross of Stevens Point, Fiona Smith, St. Benedict, Estelle Snyder, U Chicago, Kate Cochran, NYU, Sarah Stevenson, Johns Hopkins, Riley Busey of Lewis and Clark, Penelope Green, SUNY Geneseo, Phoebe Ward of Carleton, Sophie McManus of Carleton, Evelyn Battleson Gunkel, U Chicago, Kate Sanderson, MIT, Denaria Colon Molindardo of Aurora, and Lara Kalem of Simpson. And by the time I finished it, they're already in a lead for Fiona Smith.
I was going to say, are you done, Stu?
I was trying to get through that in the first lap, but I couldn't do it.
I don't think you took a breath. Fiona Smith leading the race, not unexpectedly out there a couple meters, kind of leaving no doubt about her intentions just a minute into this race.
Yeah, and a few to watch out here. We kind of wrote about this in the preview. It's going to be Evelyn Battleson Gunkel and Grace Richardson, and on cue, they are sitting second and third behind Fiona Smith. We were able to speak to them yesterday. Grace is so excited to be here. NYU has been a program on the rise. They finished second as a team in cross country, and a big part of that is Grace Richardson, who is a graduate student there for the Violets, and Evelyn Battleson Gunkel sitting as an all-time best. I believe it's 8th all-time for her. So those two are the ones that could break away early and try to catch Fiona Smith. And Sarah Stevenson, who's sitting right there in the middle, brings a lot of experience from Johns Hopkins.
Absolutely. We're obviously going to continue to show and celebrate Fiona Smith as this race gets underway, and remember that nothing is guaranteed. We're also going to do a good job of showing you guys the pack and everybody who's fighting for All-American spots.
Yeah, so right now, Fiona Smith, this is a great view right now. Fiona Smith, Battleson Gunkel, and Richardson, and then the entire pack all together. So 17 athletes all together there as Fiona Smith takes out the lead pack, and she's running pretty quick.
Yeah, we'll get an 800 split for her as we round this corner, but you know, as expected, it pulls out the rest of the field. She draws Battleson Gunkel and Richardson with her, who are now kind of on an island there with the main pack chasing. Let's see an 800 split for Fiona Smith. That's 2:31 through the 800, so right on 5-minute pace in this 5K race.
Yeah, this is quick. I think she looked at us and said that she is capable of more. The 5K D3 national record is 15:50. She set that. Cassie Parker set the championship record of 16:15 from 2022. So that's got to be on her mind as well.
Absolutely. We are on record watch here at the Virginia Beach Sports Center in Virginia Beach. Fiona Smith comes through the 1K mark unchallenged, laser focused on the battle ahead. On your screen now is the fight for second and third with Battleson Gunkel of U of Chicago and Grace Richardson from NYU. And then we look back in the pack as there's a big move off the front from Shaylin Hostager from Wartburg, who may be looking to close this down a little bit, and she's drawing out Sarah Stevenson from Johns Hopkins with her.
Yeah, and I do want to point out Dayanara Colon Maldonado from Aurora. She's been having a great season thus far and could be someone who has a finishing kick if it comes down to it. She was 17th in the mile last year, and then since then she's gone on to be a cross-country All-American and set new personal best from the mile to the 5K. So she'll sit back and relax in that pack, sitting right now in 8th place, just off All-American spot.
Right now, Fiona Smith is putting about 2 seconds per lap into the field. Fiona Smith is clicking off 37 highs per 200. The field is a couple seconds back in 39s per 200. Fiona Smith has just about a full straightaway. And, you know, looking at her form right now from the booth, it looks great. On your screen right now, Madison Gunkel and Grace Richardson also looking smooth. Really no change in that duo. They're not necessarily sharing the lead, but Madison Gunkel looks content to take it. We'll see the rest of the field come into the picture there behind, led excuse me, by Shaylin Hostiger of Wartburg.
Yeah, and speaking with Fiona during cross country, I asked her, you know, being the favorite, do you still get nervous? And she does. She still has this pre-race anxiety, pre-race like imposter syndrome almost, even though she's a national champion, and she does work through it to find peace and get herself ready to go. And I think the big advantage we learned from her yesterday is that her parents are in town making home-cooked meal for her.
Yeah, absolutely. She's probably the only athlete in the field who had a home-cooked meal last night and wasn't out late at the Olive Garden. Madison Gunkel and Richardson still grinding away in that second, third spot, and they're basically halfway between Fiona Smith, your leader, and a big pack who are going to be fighting for those 4 through 8 spots to finish All-American. Fiona Smith came through the mile in 5:03, Stu.
Wow. So some quick math there. That's 15:09 pace for 3 miles. Add in roughly, 38 seconds for an 800. So you're looking at 15:47, 15:48. So just under 15:50 pace off of some napkin math there.
Yeah, her pace per lap has slowed just ever so slightly, but it's betraying nothing in her form. She looks really good. Stu, kind of talk about this main pack for a second. I mean, they're all together, so probably nothing super surprising to you, but yeah, what do you think of the pace they're running?
Yeah, just saw Penelope Green kind of move into this first bunch. We're going to see our first break potentially right now between her and it looks like Markham of Hope in the orange jersey. But right as I say that, Rachel Hirschkind of Student Geneseo, Penelope Green's teammate, works to get next to her. So this nice pack working together here. No one's trading lead right now. It's Hostiger of Wartburg, who is a veteran here. And look for Jenna Gerard, though, too. When Jenna Gerard is healthy and in these national fields, she is a force to be reckoned with. And Penelope Green, though, as I was saying earlier, she was 3rd in cross country. So there's a lot happening here that can play out as we have roughly 8-9 minutes left of racing still to go.
And Stu, I don't want to raise the alarm bells quite yet, but the last 2 laps, the duo of Madison Gunkel and Richardson have run faster splits than Fiona Smith up front.
See, Madison Gunkel has been leading this, and Grace Richardson is right on her tail. If they somehow feel that they can catch Fiona, they need to start working together and trading laps off, because that's going to be hard on Madison Gunkel to take the brunt of the work. But if I'm Richardson, I like where I'm at. I don't really want to help out unless we feel like we can go get her.
It's tough, but I think it's too early to say they have to run for second. Fiona Smith with a 40-second lap. Let's see what she just came through there. But if that duo is willing to work together, they can claw back at least enough time to make this competitive.
And they both have mile speed. Grace opted out of the mile. She was the 2nd seed on Tiefers, running 4:49. Evelyn Madison Gunkel had kind of a mid-D upbringing, if I recall correctly. So they do have some closing speed as the main pack behind them continues to be Hostiger, Jenna Gerard, Cologne Molinardo, and Kate Sanderson from MIT.
Yeah, the leaders of these packs haven't changed here as we get through halfway in this race. Fiona Smith starting to turn the screws just a little bit. Really curious to see these lap splits, because if they get a glimmer of hope You just never know.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a coach out there screaming, hey, you're catching her, you're catching her. So we'll see how it goes as Shaylin Hostager continues to lead. Jenna Gerard, Denario Colon-Molinado, Kate Sanderson up there as well, and Riley Busey of Lewis and Clark sticking her nose in it as well. She was a cross-country All-American, was the program's first woman under 17 minutes in the 5K.
The chasing pack on your screen has gained a little bit of time each of the last 4 laps.
And someone to call out here who has had success moving up from the back of the pack is Phoebe Ward of Carleton. She was a cross-country All-American, kind of bid her time and moved up towards the end. Carleton won the women's 5K. They have 2 athletes in here as well. So, I don't know. That All-American pack is crazy right now. 2 have fallen off the back. 3 are off the front. So if you do the math, that's 15 women in potential for an All-American spot.
Hostiger still looking really good, but I believe that was Riley Buse moving up on the shoulder there.
Yep, that is from Lewis and Clark, taking over and saying, let's go. Let's see if they can whittle this big pack down. There's 15 women in this pack, and if I'm in there, I want to start going because that's 5 spots, 15 women. You want to best your chances right now.
You see them on your screen now, and that's the fight for 4th through 8th. Back to the 2nd and 3rd positions. Nothing has changed here. Battleson Gunkel is towing Grace Richardson through the field. Fiona Smith up front has kind of woken up a little bit. You can see she's working, but she's starting to put a little more time into 2nd and 3rd now. She didn't quite give them enough to inspire hope, at least yet through 3K.
Yeah, that back of that pack through 3K went through in 10:12. So they're going at a good clip here. They can handle that pace. Fiona Smith, 9:41 through 3K, I think, as you mentioned. As she now has to battle, she's going to be lapping the field here in a few laps, potentially in this next lap.
For our friends out there who like to think in miles, Fiona Smith came through 3,200 or about 2 miles in 10:21.
And we have a new leader of the big chase pack. Jenna Gerard goes to the front. Riley Busey, Shaylin Hostager, Denario Colon-Molinado, and Kate Sanderson still up in the mix with 5 other women with them. Looks like Penelope Green, Paige Phillips, Rachel Krause, and one more athlete that's blocked right now that I can't see.
You see the pack there, still settled into a big group. They know what's on the line here. They're in their own race, probably pretty unaware of what's happening up in front of them, and we're starting to see some fast lead changes, some quick lead changes as we head into the final mile of this race. On your screen now, the battle for 2nd and 3rd. Still no change. Stu, if you're Grace Richardson, when do you go?
I'm waiting. You're a miler. You have a miler time in you, 4:49. You've done that before. Wait until you can. Wait till 800, 600, whenever you feel comfortable, because you don't want to go too early and leave yourself vulnerable for Evelyn Battleson Gunkel to come back on you. She's run well in the past, so we'll see kind of how they handle these last few laps here.
Grace Richardson with a little step on the rail there kind of got checked. If we turn our attention back to the front of this race, things are starting to get a little confusing as Fiona Smith starts to run into lap traffic, and Fiona Smith will soon be on the back of this huge pack. Fiona Smith is going to lap All-Americans.
Yeah, she's going to lap All-Americans, and this could potentially give her her 2nd win. For lack of a better term of using that in running, kind of a cliche here, but now you've been alone for so long. In front of you is just blue track. Now she has runners to catch. Now she has runners to go after, and kind of picture them as in the race, as competitors, rather than those that she is lapping.
Battleson Gunkel on your screen, still eyeing that 2nd place finish. Grace Richardson, no change, hanging tight in there. Fiona Smith leads this race there on your screen now, and just ahead of her, maybe 20 meters, 30 meters ahead of her, is the huge pack of this race. So Fiona Smith finally has someone to chase down. The whole field has slowed very slightly. I mean, Fiona Smith is basically running the same pace as this duo now.
Yeah, and Shaylin Hostager continues to move up, followed by Jenna Gerard and Riley Busey of Lewis and Clark. Busey kind of a little underdog here, got her qualifier late compared to some other athletes, was an All-American in cross country, but now is putting herself into the top 5 in the nation.
if you've been watching D3 National Championship distance races over the last couple of years, we've had a host of characters who have just put on amazing clinics in front running. And it might look easy to them, they might look unchallenged, but Fiona Smith is definitely working hard here and has, where are they?
They're right there. They're catching.
Has maybe 75
1K to go.
meters with 1K to go.
Or I guess that's 800, excuse me.
800 to go. Fiona Smith through that last lap in a 40.59, and Gunkel came through in 39.88. So they're clawing back about half a second, give or take, per lap right now. They're going to run out of real estate right now, but if you never know if they could really turn it on.
So here is fourth place, Shaylin Hosteger coming down. They have 4 laps to go now. Fiona Smith has 3 laps to go. Battleson, Gunkel, and Richardson have 3 laps to go. The thing is, can they see Fiona, or are they going to think that's not her in the pack because she kind of blends in right now?
Stu, I can't see Fiona.
Don't worry, I got her. We're locked in.
On your screen is second and third. Nothing is changing in that duo. They are clawing back a little bit of time on Fiona, who is, I don't know, 75? No, 50 meters. 50,
yeah.
60 meters
400 to go. Yeah, she's passing cross-country All-Americans right now. That's how well she is running with 4 laps to go. She needs to run a 68 to break the championship record. But Battleson, Gunkel, and Richardson are closing in.
They gained a second on the previous lap. I'm guessing they gained a little more time there.
But do they know she's right there?
Hopefully they have a coach on the infield yelling, Fiona Smith is coming back to this field. We are running out of real estate, but it could get interesting. On your screen, Battleson Gunkel has had a heroic race leading.
Does
Grace
Fiona
Richardson.
know they're coming? It's starting to get a little bit more distance now on them. But, oh, man.
There's drama. But honestly, I want to give a huge shout out to Hosteger. She's been passed. She's been battling back and forth. She looks amazing. Bell lap for Fiona Smith.
There goes Grace Richardson for second. Does she know where Fiona is? It's going to be close. Grace Richardson is starting to move. Fiona Smith is tucked in a pack of lapped runners. Can Grace Richardson surprise the national champion? Grace Richardson is moving. Does Fiona Smith know what's happening? Grace Richardson goes around the pack. Grace Richardson continues to push. She's passing Fiona Smith. Grace Richardson surprises Fiona Smith.
Here goes Fiona Smith.
Fiona Smith responds. Oh, it's Fiona Smith, the national champion. Holy moly.
Stu, she didn't know.
She had no idea.
She didn't know.
Grace Richardson with the surprise attack of the century, of the decade. She did not know that she was right there, and Grace Richardson almost took a national title. As here comes the race for fourth. It's Jenna Gerard, but here comes Penelope Green. It's Jenna Gerard, Penelope Green, Shaylin Hosteger, Riley Busey, Paige Phillips, and Denario Colon Molinardo finishes 8th as an All-American.
What a wild ride that was. Fiona Smith leading from the gun, often at points by as much as 60, 75, nearly 100 meters. Gets surprised in the last 50 by a hard-charging Grace Richardson. Grace Richardson closed in a 34 flat practically. Fiona Smith looked up and I think realized she was being passed. You saw that moment of hesitation where she was wondering if Richardson was a lapped runner.
I hope we have that replay of kind of that sidestep around. She made a little basketball pivot to get around Grace. I was kind of saying that jokingly, like she doesn't know that she was there. But I think you're right. I don't think she realized.
We'll take another look on the screen now. Fiona Smith there in black. Grace Richardson there in purple from NYU. Richardson sitting in third for much of this race, but charges around the pack. You see Fiona Smith at the head of that pack thinking she's winning by a lot. Looks over, realizes that she just is passing in second, and then turns on the jets to reclaim the title in the last 25, 30 meters. I've never seen anything like this before.
Also, credit to Fiona Smith to react like that.
Yeah.
How many people get hawked in the last 50 meters without realizing it and don't have a response? The fact that she went, oh crap, and turned on the jets is incredible to win by 0.35 seconds.
Yeah, so the top three all deserve a lot of credit in vastly different ways. Fiona Smith, heroic lead from the gun, and the response at the end. Grace Richardson for that kick to put herself in the lead in the last 50. And we should shout out Allison Gunkel for sure, because she towed that duo through most of the race.
Incredible. Yes, everything you just said, yes. I mean, they went after it. Oh, my gosh. One of the best 5Ks we've seen here at the D3 National Championships on the women's side in a long time. It took 16:54 to be an All-American. I made a slight mistake. Paige Phillips was 8th. She is your final All-American.
Stu, do you think this changes tactics for the 3K tomorrow?
Well, we've been saying, Fiona Smith kind of looks vulnerable. But now, I mean, it's hard to say she looked vulnerable there because she went all from the gun, thought she had a massive lead, had no idea where the athletes were. But this got to give some hope to Grace Richardson, to Allison Gunkel, like, hey, we just ran a hard race and we almost closed in on her.
An incredible race there in the women's 5K. Keep an eye on D3 Glory Days in the next week or two, and we'll have a lot to unpack.
Check out our Instagram. I think we got some great final photos there and a celebration photo with the two of them. But Fiona Smith, a 4-time national champion, repeats as the indoor 5K champion. We'll have the 3K tomorrow. But greeting the competitors, Fiona Smith, a class act, really embracing her final days as a D3 athlete. She's heading off to North Carolina State, a D1 powerhouse that just won D1 cross-country nationals.
Okay, everybody out there, let's all take a collective deep breath. Everybody breathe in, breathe out. What a race. On the track now, the men's 5,000 meters. And Stu, before we talk about it, I'm going to just make you read every single name in the field.
So I don't get out of breath.
I know your heart rate.
I'm kind of out of breath right now.
I know
my heart rate's skyrocketing.
Your heart rate's at about 180. So
let's see what my GPS. 97. That's
okay,
all right.
I'm
kind of fit right now in my running. Ran 10 miles this morning with you.
We're checking heart rates up in the booth. All right, Stu, who's in the field?
Yep. Going through it, Grant Mathai, Wisconsin Lacrosse, John Lucy of Williams, Isaac Van Westrenen of Cornell College, Lowell Hensgen of MIT, Vince Simonetti of RPI, Derek Fearon of Pomona Pitzer, Braden Nicholson of North Central, Spencer Moon of Simpson, Christian Patska of Wisconsin Whitewater, Tyler Schimmerhorn of Wartburg, Aiden Mathai, Wisconsin Lacrosse, Ethan Gregg, Wisconsin Lacrosse, Corey Kennedy, RPI, Chucky Namio of Williams, Gunnar Schlender, Wisconsin Whitewater, Adam Lenzer, Wisconsin Lacrosse, Enrique Salazar, Manchester, Ivan Appleton, Tufts, Will Kelly, St. Olaf, and Emmanuel LeBlanc, Johns Hopkins. It's another loaded field.
Stu, you absolutely nailed it. Once again, historic depth in Division III distance running. We have athletes pretty routinely breaking 14 minutes in here. We have 9 of the top 25 all time in Division III on the line right now. I mean, nearly half of the field is in your top 25 all time.
Yeah, and we have 6 of them have run 14:01 or faster.
We have national champions in several events.
And this field is so loaded. It was so hard to get here. It was 14-14 to make it to this race. There are some All-Americans from cross-country at home right now watching the live stream, cheering on their teammates. And it's going to be a show, and we know exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah. Welcome to the Ethan Gregg Show.
If you're new to D3 running, Ethan Gregg, notorious for taking the race out.
On the line there, Ethan Gregg, now sporting a shaved head, is getting jostled by the field. It's like, let him go. You know what he wants to do. We'll see. We know Ethan Gregg has been working through some illness, working through some injuries, but we know he's intent on getting to the front of this race, but he's kind of in the middle of the pack now. He's having a hard time getting there. The field's not letting him up.
This happened last year. We were kind of joking around like, why hasn't Ethan Gregg gone to the front? But as we say that, he'll work his way, unless the tactics changed from yesterday when we spoke to him. But Isaac Van Westrenen from Cornell College, the flat track king, goes to the front. He told us in his pre-race interview he likes his space, he likes to be out front, and sure enough, there he is.
Van Westrenen looking really comfortable and looking really confident. Stu, before this race started, I was going to make this whole speech about how it was going to be so different from the women's 5K. We would not see a man pulling away from this field this easily, and I'm not sure this is a permanent move from Van Westerenen right now because he must be aware of the firepower that's behind him, but he has a quiet confidence about him. We've interviewed him a couple times, and he's not looking back.
Yeah, and not looking back, and he's going out in 64 seconds, which if you're Ethan Gregg or Spencer Moon or Christian Patska, you let that go and you let him come back. 64 is running 4:16 pace through the first 1,600 of the 5K. Could be tough. So we'll see how it goes. But we do see some team tactics here right now with Patska going to the front, followed by his teammate Gunnar Schlender. But now Enrique Salazar of Manchester moves into third, followed by Derek Fearon of Pomona Pitzer. And the seventh man in D3 history to break 14 minutes, Spencer Moon in there in that red singlet.
A different approach from your cross-country champion, Ethan Gregg. He's sitting back in 6th, 7th, just behind Spencer Moon.
Well, he told us yesterday the tactic was going to go out in 4. He wanted to go out in 4:22.
He looks really smooth. I'm not sure this is a bad spot for him, especially considered he hasn't had perfect training. I think slotting there in 4th, but I'm not sure anybody expected this move from Van Westerenen, and I think that's going to throw a little bit of a wrench into it. But Patska seems to be up for the chase. I think in a couple laps, we're going to see Patska make contact.
Ethan Gregg on the turn that we just saw, kind of had a little smile as he's going around the pack, going up to his WIAC buddy, Patska. Patska last year, the 5K champion. Those two on a random Saturday in Whitewater set the D3 national 5K record, only to be broken later by Alex Phillip at BU. So they're kind of used to this. They're more comfortable in this D3 setting. They know exactly who's who, as Ethan Gregg now slowly but surely is getting to the front as they go through the 1K in 2:45. Some quick math here. I'll do it in my head as fast as I can. So that's what? 7:30 through...
You want me to talk while you do the math?
Yeah, you do the math.
I'll talk while you do the math. 2:45 through the K, that's 2:11 through the 800. Van Westerenen continues to lead, and while Stu finishes doing the math, I just want to give a quick shout-out to Enrique Salazar from Manchester. We spoke to him yesterday. He had kind of a quiet confidence about him, and he was really anxious to put Manchester on the map, and I think that's what he's looking to do right now. He slots in behind Ethan Gregg.
All right, I'm ready. I did my math equation. Roughly looking at 13:45 pace? Is that correct?
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't do the math, but it sounds right. Just as I predicted, Patska makes contact with Van Westerenen a couple laps later. Our lap pace for those interested at home up front has been just under 34 seconds. Patska ran a 33.3 last lap. Oh.
And it's happened. 12, what is this, 1,400 in? It's the Ethan Gregg Show!
It's a little bit later than we expected, but we got there all the same. Ethan Gregg peeks over his inside shoulder. He takes the lead over from Patska and Van Westerenen and begins to push to the pace. He said, you know, guys, I appreciate you helping out, but I'll take it from here.
This is now basically a time trial. You kind of see how they are strung out, kind of different from the women's race where the women were all kind of working together, tight-knit. They can handle that pace. When it stretches out, when the cadence upticks, it's quick. As we go through 4:26 through the 1,600, and we learned from lacrosse, the plan is Ethan Gregg going to go to the front. The Mathai twins plus Lenzer would hang back and try to scoop up those that couldn't handle the fast pace early. So we'll see how that goes.
Ethan Gregg pretty close to that projected 4:24 he mentioned yesterday, just a couple seconds off. He's really toying with the emotions of this field, who maybe didn't expect to see him up there, and now they're asking some serious questions of themselves. Honestly, I really like this for Patska right now because he's been in that second, third spot chasing the whole time. He actually hasn't done a whole lot of the lead. Derek Fearon looks really good in third for the Pomona squad.
Yeah, this is exactly how last year's 5K played out, if you recall. Ethan Gregg went to the front. Alex Phillip, Christian Patska kind of hung back behind him, let Ethan do all the work, and in a blistering last K, Patska laid it down to take home the championship, and we're seeing it play out like that right now.
Stu, this is a great opportunity for Spencer Moon in third. He's put down some fast times this year, but he's never really showed up at a national championship in a big way. He's slotted into third right now with the opportunity to chase.
I as announcers, we never want to cheer for someone, but Spencer Moon has only had one All-American to his name. You look at his TFERs, you look at his PRs, and you would be shocked at the case. And now he's making a case to be an All-American for the first time in track. If you recall from last year outdoor, he didn't have a great 10K, so he went out and hammered the 5K after Ethan Gregg got DQ'd, and now he's putting himself in contention at 2,200.
At 2,200, it looks like Ethan Gregg is working hard, but you'd be a fool to read too much into Ethan Gregg's body language, because he's always working hard. He's always grinding up front, towing Patska, towing Spencer Moon. He's up for the challenge. Patska looks to be chopping his stride a little bit. If you're Patska, would you go around, or would you ride the ride for a little while?
Ride it.
Ride the ride, baby.
Stay on it. Don't do any work if you don't need to. And right now, it's kind of cool. The 3 men in the field have broke 14. 3 of 7 men who broke 14 minutes in D3 history are in a pack together right now.
4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th are kind of at risk of being left out of the fun. Corey Kennedy from RPI is in that 4th spot, and the front group is within reach. Spencer Moon's back is within reach. We'll see how much Gregg wants to keep pushing it. Gregg is running 33 mid right now, so he's putting about half a second into the group right now, and I don't know if Patska could get around right now if he wanted to.
And I would just stay there. Stay there, hang out. This is exactly how you won your title last year. Keep doing what works. Don't fix if it's broken. But the Mathai twins are starting to go around the field and get into All-American position. It was great talking with them. They said they're mirror twins. One's a lefty, one's a righty, and now they're working together.
Ethan Gregg doesn't care that he didn't have perfect training. He doesn't care about the hardships he went through this winter. He is here to run an Ethan Gregg race, pushing from the front. Patska's confident, though. Patska's been there before. He can run fast. He can win slow. Spencer Moon, the big story in this top 3. This would be a huge breakout for Spencer Moon on the national stage. We saw him lead the 10K outdoors after the Ethan Gregg disqualification. I'm going to stop talking for a second because Patska has moved into the lead.
Patska, and this is earlier than last year. Last year he led with a K to go, and now he's coming up to the 3K mark.
Big move.
Putting a huge move on. Can Ethan respond?
Can anybody respond? Patska is going to the arms right now. 8 minutes, 3K into this. That was a 31.6. 31.6 for Patska's last 200.
And Patska looked back to see his teammate Schlender move into 4th. So here we go, folks. The race is now on.
Whitewater has entered the chat running 1-4. Gunnar Schlender now giving chase. Eyes on Spencer Moon's back. I'm really curious to see this next lap for Patska. 31 seconds. I mean, Ethan Gregg and Spencer Moon aren't out of this. That was one big move.
Yeah, and we'll see if it took anything out of Patska. That was an interesting move. 8:51 through 3,200 meters. I mean, he only ran roughly 0.6 faster. Spencer Moon does have DMR speed. Simpson ran 8:59. He ran 4:06, I want to say, for that 1,600 meter. So he does have some mile speed as they slowly let Patska come back. Was it a tactic to see what they have in them today?
Are you a high school athlete at home wondering if you should go Division III? Well, Patska just took the 5K out in 8:51 through 3,200, 2 miles. That distance has remained pretty close to the same. Ethan Gregg is looking up. He's kind of maintaining this distance. I'm wondering if Spencer Moon will try to go around at any point to give chase. Gunnar Schlender back there in 4th, ahead of Corey Kennedy in 5th. And then, is this a North Central athlete moving into 6th?
Braden Nicholson. Yeah, hey, 9 flat was 8th place through 3,200 meters in a 5K. But Patska continues to push, continues to move. 1,400 meters to go here. 7 laps remain.
Patska is looking really strong. 33 seconds through that last lap. He put a second into the chase pack. Gunnar Schlender still continuing to push in the back. Right now, you get a great shot right now as everyone stretched across the stadium.
The Mathai twins continue to move up. 7th and 9th right now. They want to be in this position. They want to be able to move late. And they're separated just by Enrique Salazar. But this is turning out to be another all-time 5K as Nicholson and one of the Mathai twins catch up to Schlender in that next chase pack.
The chase pack is solidifying we have 3 lacrosse athletes in All-American contention right now. Patska looks to potentially be running away with this thing as Braden Nicholson now asserts himself in 4th place in the front of the chase pack, and that could go any direction.
Yeah, Braden Nicholson was 3rd outdoors in the 5K, and he's looking to kind of get similar results here, currently in 4th with the Mathai twins, Schlender and Corey Kennedy, Enrique Salazar. There's about 7-8 guys for 5 All-American spots as Patska continues to pull away, continues to lead with 1K to go, 11:06 on the clock, still ticking off a little bit faster than Greg and Moon.
Patska with 1K to go. Last lap split 33.79. He's putting about half a second into Greg and Moon every lap, looking to solidify his hold of this race. If he looks up, he sees the lap traffic start to come back. That'll give him something to key off of. He'll have to navigate it. Hopefully they give him the inside lane. But Patska is looking strong, looking to defend this title, but Greg will not give up. Greg will not give up. Moon will not give up. They're chasing.
And this is something we saw in the women's race. Patska is about to lap All-American runners potentially from cross country. So what they're doing is very impressive as Corey Kennedy now takes a shot at the main chase pack and blows up that second chase pack behind Spencer Moon and the crew. So we'll get you that. But Patska continues to lead. Ethan Gregg, Spencer Moon. Can Corey Kennedy catch Ethan Gregg and Spencer Moon? And Simonetti from RPI. The team tactics at play. The Mathai twins move into All-American position. Schlender, Nicholson, 8-9. John Lucy, Enrique Salazar also there, but now back to Ethan Gregg and Spencer Moon.
Ethan Gregg continuing to push. Spencer Moon has got to be thinking, hey, if I can hold on to a 3rd, I'll really take that from this race. And now we look back into the pack. It's Gunnar Schlender there, but he's losing the Mathai twins who are pulling away from him. Lacrosse is looking really strong right now. 3
laps to go for Christian Patska as he begins to lap majority of this field. Ethan Gregg and Spencer Moon slowly but surely maybe catching. But here comes Corey Kennedy, Vince Simonetti, and the Mathai twins. Corey
Kennedy tried this move earlier in this race. This time it seemed to stick a little bit, but I wouldn't count out the guys behind him. They may fly around his shoulder on this turn. You see a great shot here, the full field stretched out, every man fighting for themselves.
Patska coming up to the bell lap. I miscounted laps. Patska coming to the bell lap. Here comes Ethan Gregg. It's the same. Can they find each other in the crowded field? Fearon moves out to low.
Ethan Gregg is gaining on him. Ethan Gregg is gaining on him.
Ethan Gregg, can he have enough? But here comes Vince Simonetti in the 3rd. It's going to be close. Christian Patska, Ethan Gregg, Vince Simonetti, Corey Kennedy. Who's going to take it?
Gregg is willing back every meter. He's clawing back. He charges one more time. Patska going for the line. Gregg can't get there. Patska, your national champion in the men's 5,000. What a heroic run from Gregg in 2nd. Turns around to see the Mathai twins crossing the line. Patska, your national champion, collapses to the track. I didn't even see the time. 13:59. Patska, your national champion in sub 14 minutes.
Holy moly. That was insane. That chase pack took off. The Mathai twins. 14:05 was the last All-American spot.
I just get so excited, I just start screaming.
I was yelling.
I just start screaming.
Oh my goodness. Corey Kennedy, Vince Simonetti, Grant Mathai, Spencer Moon, Gunnar Schlender, Aiden Mathai finished behind Christian Patska and Ethan Gregg for another all-time great 5K.
Corey Kennedy closed into sub 30.
29:75. Vince Simonetti, 14:01 personal best. Grant Mathai, 14:03 personal best. Aiden Mathai, 14:05 personal best. We're running personal bests in the 5K here, and you can see the carnage. If we can get a wide angle, let's see everyone on the ground right now. There are a few that are standing as RPI starts chanting for the guys who were 3rd and 4th.
That was just both those 5Ks were absolutely wild and just an absolute war out there for these guys. No one ever settled. No one ever settled in that race. Guys were pushing the entire time.
10 men broke 14:09 as we go back to the finish sprint. So much real estate, but On for the win, repeats as the 5K national champion. As you see the camaraderie amongst the Division III community, Ethan Gregg, Christian Patska.
Patska rolled the dice there, and it paid off. Just an amazing race. Ethan Gregg, we saw that grit that he's known for. Amazing races here in the 5K at the Virginia Beach Sports Complex. We're going to step away for a minute. We'll come back with the women's 4x400 meter relay. We've got the 4x4 relays prelims, and then we got the distance medley relay finals for you. So Stu and I. Welcome back to the 2024 Division III Indoor Track and Field Championships here in Virginia Beach Sports Center at Virginia Beach. I'm Noah, that's Stu. We've had a really exciting day one so far. We just wrapped up the men's and women's 5,000 meter runs. Before we turn our attention back to the track and field is a team sport. We want to give you some idea of the team implications. Obviously, it's very early, but I'm going to turn the mic over to my wonderful co-host Stu here, and just let us know, what are some team threads we should be aware of, who's looking good on day one so far, and what are potentially some cool things to look forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, there's only 3 events scored, so we have a few points here, but on the men's side, Oshkosh has 15, Whitewater has 12, and lacrosse has 13. Sorry, I went out of order there.
It's okay.
Oshkosh 15, lacrosse 13, Whitewater 12. And the thing with Oshkosh is they got 3 guys in that 60. So, and I know there's more out there to be had. I haven't fully gone through who has qualified what, but just from watching the races, we know lacrosse has guys in the next races. We know Oshkosh does too. Whitewater got 12 so far from Patska in a field event athlete, so we'll see what they have left to go. But on the women's side, Rochester has 10, Loras has 10, St. Benedict has 10, so not a lot has moved there, but we'll see some more changes as we kind of go through the events, but people are qualifying who they need to qualify.
Absolutely, and the team implications on day one aren't always super clear in the results because you don't get any points for technically you don't get any points for qualifying, but the picture will be painted tomorrow as a lot of the favorites seem to be going through in the finals. Man, Stu, what are some personal highlights for you of the day as we just have a minute or two here before we introduce the women's 4x400 Heat 1.
I mean, obviously, as a distance runner, those 5Ks were incredible, but the women's 60, that was fun.
That was fun.
There were some great races in there, and I think we're going to see an even better final. The men's 400 were the last 4 guys in the last heat all qualified in. Same with the women's 200. I know sometimes prelims aren't the most exciting races because they're not the final, but having something like that come down to the last heat and your entire heat makes it, got to be an awesome feeling for yourself, but a defeating feeling for those who think they're in, like you're sitting 5th and then you're 9th in a matter of a heat.
Absolutely. Well, hey, you want chaos? I give you chaos. The 4x400 is on the track. Heat 1 of 3 on the track now, adjusting their blocks. Much like the other sprinting events, this relay is going to be the top 8 teams on time, advancing to tomorrow's final. And this one's especially interesting because this ends up being the very last event of the meet. And so you got to get your team in to have a chance to solidify a win. So teams on the track for Heat 1, we're going to have Nebraska Wesleyan leading things off in lane 3. Wisconsin Lacrosse is going to be in lane 4. Central College out in lane 5. And Colby in lane 6.
The women's 4x4 is going to be intense. We mentioned it in our preview, but the way in which these teams' entries look, they're separated by 2 seconds. Like 2 through 12 are separated by 2 seconds. Sometimes some teams feel like they can rest some of their stronger athletes who maybe have an individual race that day. But when there's a 2-second spread, 2 through 12, you can't risk anything. I expect to see some bigger names in these prelims, even if they've already ran today, to make sure you get a team to the final. Because as we said, if you're coming down to a national championship, you need your 4x4 on the track.
I'm keeping an eye on Nebraska Wesleyan here. This program takes a lot of pride in its 4x4. We're going to see it anchored by Isabella Hogue, who's focusing on the 400 this weekend. And they've won 1 million national championships in the 4x4, and they haven't won one recently, and so they're looking to reclaim that title that's eluded them a bit. Yeah,
they had a stretch there where they won, what was it, 7 or 9 in a row? It's so many I lost count.
It was like 8 of 9. I don't know, but 4x4U, I think you could call them.
They've been All-Americans before as Heat 1 gets ready to go, but lacrosse is going to be a team. I mean, we're going to say this every single time. It's just going to be a loaded heat. Top 8 times advance to a 2-section final.
Stu, I'm asking this because I don't know, but how is the section of the finals determined? Is it a random draw, or is it based on seed times?
I thought it was top 4 and then bottom 4. I kind of just read what's in front of me.
No, I think that's right. I think that's right. I'm here to be educated.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
I'm Ron Burgundy. Underway in heat 1 of 3 in the women's 4x400 meter relay. We'll run this first lap in lanes, then we'll merge for the rest of the way.
They'll run the block, they'll run the turn here, and then they'll merge. Is that what you said?
Yep.
Oh, perfect. I was repeating what you told me.
Merging first is going to be Nebraska Wesleyan taking that pole position, and I believe that's Colby there slotted in second.
Colby, then Central, then lacrosse as they get things rolling here.
It's a time trial for Nebraska Wesleyan right now. 2 laps per athlete. Brienne Geary rounds that top turn. She'll look to hand the baton to the second leg, Isabella Hilger.
Nebraska Wesleyan out to an early lead. We'll see what Colby can do with Christina Pizzi taking the stick next, followed by Emily McMartin of Central and Morgan Jennings of lacrosse with the baton.
That was a 57-76 for Nebraska Wesleyan's opening leg. Geary, Isabella Hilger now with the baton, charging around that back turn. Everybody's still in this.
I love the 4x4 because the second legs look so fast on that first turn because they're trying to make up the stagger as the entire field is now back onto Nebraska Wesleyan.
McMartin from Central is looking to get into second, but she couldn't quite make it around on the home stretch. We'll see if she can do it here. Nebraska Wesleyan getting past Colby.
Colby takes it.
Peasy from Colby takes it and starts to gap the field a little bit. Central never could get around, and it's going to be Colby handing to the third leg in the lead.
Kaylin Uwald for Colby gets baton with a great handoff as Gabby Thomas of Nebraska Wesleyan takes it, and Abby Groover of Central along with Anna Waltz of Wisconsin lacrosse.
Gabby Thomas could definitely claw back a little bit of time here, but she's at a deficit.
Fun fact about Gabby Thomas, a cross-country All-American, got recruited to do some mid-D during track, and now is on this 4x4.
Colby with a strong lead heading into this second lap of the third leg. That's Caitlin Ewald of Colby, about a 5-meter gap over Nebraska Wesleyan. Central College still trying to get around into that second position.
Can Central overtake Nebraska Wesleyan as Colby extends the lead here? And now it's time for the anchors. We'll have Fiona Mexico of Colby taking it, Isabella Hogue, Ava Parkins, and Amber Johnson.
Isabella Hogue is going to receive the baton in third place, but in that second position in line. And if there's anybody who can claw back some time and get you back in contention, it's Isabella Hogue, but she's got a lot of work to do. She's in fourth, 20 meters down from the lead.
Wow. I don't know if Nebraska Wesleyan kind of expected this, as Fiona Mexico of Colby, a decorated athlete from the Mules, looks to take this lead. They had a great handoff every single time, leading the runner out, dragging them through the exchange zone so that way they can carry that momentum with them into the final lap. And here we go. Central, Lacrosse, Nebraska Wesleyan, Isabella Ho. Can she get her team into the final here? We'll see.
Mako from Colby rounds the final turn, and she is making an absolute statement with this Colby squad. Anything can happen in the 4x4. Isabella Hogue now moving up into second, now moving up from third into second, excuse me, but it's Colby taking the win. Hogue on your screen now with a great last 200. 3:49.47 from Colby, 3:51.99 with a great last lap from Hogue and Nebraska Wesleyan. We'll see if that's enough.
3:51.99. I don't know. I mean, it's going to be close. It's not a time. Colby's fired up, gotten the win. Well, there's also, I mean, it's not like
you take 8 of
12.
Yes.
So you feel a little bit better than maybe 8 of 20.
But still, we're trying to create some intrigue.
It's going to be,
here.
yeah, exactly. Sorry, I ruined that part.
Lacrosse takes third, 3:52.54. Central College, who was battling it out the whole race, 3:53.78. That's a wrap on Heat 1. We turn our attention to Heat 2. On the inside lane, we're going to have a strong squad from Loras, Middlebury outside of them, Wash U in 5, and Wartburg out in 6.
Yeah, Loras will be led off by Grace Alley. She's had a crazy day so far in the long jump, currently in the pen. Part of this 4x4 still has the triple jump and high jump still to go this weekend. Speaking with her yesterday, she's one of the older teammates at Loras. She's been around since kind of this stardom of Loras, but she's newer to the 4x4 and the success, so she's excited to get it done with and be done as a leadoff leg.
Reminder, each heat has a better idea of what it's going to take to qualify. There is some advantage to going last here because you know exactly what you have to do, but you still have to get that baton around the track.
Loras, Middlebury, Wash U, and Wartburg. Loras and Wartburg conference foes in the American Rivers Conference. They know each other very well. They just...
Underway here in Heat 2 of the women's 4x400 meter relay. We stay in lanes for the first lap, and then we'll cut in on the home stretch. Wash U looks to be making up a little bit of ground on the stagger back there.
Impressive so far from Grace Alley. A big schedule this weekend, and she's right there in it, keep giving her team an opportunity to stay in this heat.
Wash U comes in with your top seed time in a 3:48, but everybody pretty close behind with 3:49 seeds, so razor-thin margins here, but we're seeing Kylie Spytek of Wash U take it out to an early lead, but Middlebury is challenging for her shoulder.
Middlebury followed by Wartburg and then Loras, but here comes Grace Alley as Wash U continues to lead here into the exchange.
Should be Catherine Christopher from Wash U taking the baton, heading into the second leg. Looks like clean handoffs as far as I can tell. Wash U takes it. Middlebury on the shoulder. Loras in second. It's Alyssa Fadenhauer. It's the first time we've seen her today, I believe, in the second leg of the 4x4.
Yeah, interesting to see her back here. She's usually been the anchor for the Loras, has won some national titles for them, and now they're putting her on the second leg to get Loras into the final.
Looks like she's surprising the field, too. They didn't quite expect this. She moves into the lead in her second lap, but Wash U hanging tough.
Wash U looking to stay in it. I'm assuming maybe they could have Emma Kelly on this 4x4 towards the end of the meet tomorrow. if they can get into the final. So they're running to try to get one of the best in the nation onto the relay and rest her legs for the DMR next.
That is a good reminder that teams are allowed to switch out athletes to a qualified team. Wash U takes the baton at first, but Loris flies through, and for Loris, that's Kelly Coliff, I believe, taking it in her first lap and opening up some distance on Wash U.
Loris continues to lead here. WashU, Julia Korek, can she make up the ground as she starts to get a little bit closer to Loris as Wartburg slowly trying to get there as well.
WashU up to the shoulder of Loris. It's amazing how much can change over such a short distance in the 400-meter run. But here comes WashU reclaiming the lead after a challenge from Loris. WashU really showing some cards today.
Yeah, WashU is in title contention. They always bring a squad, and now they want to make sure they can have that 4x4 in there as well. So don't count them out of the team battle. I'm sure tomorrow we'll give you a full rundown of what things are looking like.
Anchor legs on the track.
Ooh.
A bit of a sketchy handoff there, but it's going to be Nicole Stewart from WashU looking to bring this relay home. But Loris cannot be killed. They're there. They haven't gone.
Harmony Creasy, Jojo Tanisma of Wartburg right there behind Nicole Stewart. 3 powerhouse 4x4s all together right now.
Yeah, Wartburg has kind of been lurking a little bit in this race, but Wartburg now is challenging for second, and would not be a surprise to see her challenge for first. WashU trying to hold on. They've commanded this race so far, but it's not over.
Down the back stretch with 150 meters to go. Can Nicole Stewart hold them off for WashU, or will Wartburg overtake her on the turn? She's holding them off so far, but here comes Harmony Creasy of Loris. Can she make up some of the ground?
Stewart turns for home, has about a meter gap as Loris fights for second. Wartburg drops into third. It's Stewart from WashU taking the win in Heat 2. They turn in the batons, 3:57.1. The winning time for WashU. That'll slot them into second. Loris with a pretty strong 3:51.43 puts them third overall in the compiled rankings right now.
So the top 3 can breathe easy. They are in, unless there was a protest of some sort, but they are in with 4 teams to go.
Bubble time right now, 3:56, and that's the squad from Middlebury.
All right, moving right along here. The action does not stop. You see the WashU team feeling pretty good about themselves. They know they'll be into tomorrow's final. Look at that hug between Central and Loris. Some ARC love.
You see all the women off in the background of your picture. Most of the 4x4 teams will just kind of congregate in that area waiting to see the results firsthand, just to confirm that they're into the final, kind of the staging area over there. In Heat 3, 3 of 3. On the track, Rowan is going to be on that inside lane, lane 3. Rochester to their outside. Bethel out in lane 5. And his strongest squad, Williams, takes to the track in lane 6. It's Rochester, the clear leader here, the team to beat. They enter with the fastest seed, a 3:45 next to their name.
The national champions from last year, the D3 record holders in the building, ready to go. And they already have a national champion on the relay, Madeline O'Connell, and she's going to be leading things off. She's already in that 400-meter final tomorrow. Looking to get her team now to the final.
Pole vault champion, 400-meter finalist. Now trying to make sure that tomorrow is as busy as they had hoped.
But don't count out Bethel. They're coached by Andrew Rock, gold medalist. We haven't even mentioned Andrew Rock yet today.
But we have interviewed him for D3 Glory Days.
Yes. Andrew Rock, a U.S. Olympic gold medalist on that 4x4, head coach over at Bethel.
Heat 3 of 3 underway, clean. Rowan, Rochester, Bethel, and Williams take to the track around the first turn.
And Madeline O'Connell is out, but so is Williams. That's Bella King Harvey. We've already seen her in the 400 today. But Madeline O'Connell has had a day, and she's continuing that great day for the team.
Rochester takes the stagger, challenging for the inside lane. It looks like she may just keep it. Nope, I misspoke. It's Williams.
Oh, she's pushing on the outside, though. That's veteran. That's experience right there at the national meet, pushing the rookie out to the outside, not impeding her in any way, but making her run a little bit further along the turn.
Great work there from O'Connell defending that position, and King Harvey has kind of fallen back a step or two, probably a little bit tired from that challenge. Rochester handing off the baton to the second leg in the lead.
Rochester in the lead now with Kate Isaac taking the baton. But here comes Cameron Taylor of Williams and Jasmine Pope of Rowan right behind her. And Pope of Rowan already on her shoulder. And will she go right around? She will.
She will not. She will. She finally gets around on the turn. Pope from Rowan looking really strong in that first lap. But Williams challenging once again. That's Taylor from Williams on the second leg. Now moves into second. Rochester falls back into third, potentially falling back into fourth here.
Swenson of Bethel moving on up. And there goes Williams into the lead. Cameron Taylor of Williams about to hand off to Claire Jensen here. But don't count out Bethel. Let's see who has a better handoff. Williams with the handoff. Will Rowan sneak in? Bethel.
I'm not sure Rochester barely got that off in the zone, but they're looking especially vulnerable right now. This could be the biggest upset of the day if Rochester doesn't make it through.
Nora Chen has some work to do now as Williams leading the way. Claire Jensen followed closely behind by Abby Swenson of Bethel.
We'll see
and Kathleen Peterson of Rowan.
We'll see what Chen has over this last lap. She is clawing back some distance on the group, but will she have the energy to get around and give the anchor leg a chance? Rochester in trouble, but Williams looking great on the third leg. It's Jensen from Williams and Rowan sitting in second as they round the corner. The anchor legs await on the track.
Getting the baton for Williams will be Kate Donaldson, and for Rowan will be Nevaeh Lorjust. As Williams and Rowan, but here comes Megan Bell of Rochester. We'll see what she can do. She has some work to do, but can she catch Williams and Rowan?
Rochester had a great handoff there to move into third. Rowan challenging Williams for the pole position, heading around the turn. Just about 200 meters left to determine the field for the final event on Saturday's championship. Rowan finally sneaks into the lead. Watch for contact. It looks like we're clear. That's Lorjust from Rowan leading the charge. But do not count out Rochester. Megan Bell is having an amazing final leg, and she slots into the second, just challenging for the lead as we turn for home.
Rowan continues to lead here, but here comes Williams, followed by Rochester. Who has it? Is it Rowan? Is it Williams? And it looks to be too close to call at the line. We'll see.
Rowan
350.08.
Williams 351.5. Rochester 355.6. Bethel 351.36.
Wow.
Rochester's going to make it.
They're in. Wartburg 351.68 is the cutoff, meaning Nebraska Wesleyan does not move on to tomorrow's final. We'll have Colby, Rowan, Williams, Rochester, WashU, Bethel, Loras, and Wartburg. Some interesting things here for the team battle. Wisconsin lacrosse does not get their 4x4 to tomorrow's final. As you see Rowan there into tomorrow's final as the second seed, as we have now the men's 4x4, the action non-stop here at the 2024 D3 Indoor Track and Field National Championships. We'll introduce you to the field here. And a lot of these names you're going to see already from earlier in the day. We're starting things off in Heat 1, Lane 3, Wisconsin Lacrosse. Lane 4, John Carroll. Lane 5, SUNY Geneseo. And in Lane 6, Dubuque. John Carroll, second all-time in the men's 4x4. They ran that this year at the BU Valentine Invitational. And they'll look to get into tomorrow's final. They were 5th last year outdoors. Looking to improve upon that right now.
Our final event, no, excuse me.
Our final prelim.
I'm depriving people of the DMR right now. Our final prelim of the day, the men's 4x400, and then our final event will be just that, a final, and the distance medley relay is coming up after this.
Looking forward to this race. We got La Crosse, Dubuque, Geneseo, last year's national champions, and John Carroll in here. So we have some interesting payback here. La Crosse DQ'd last year, indoors. Geneseo DQ'd outdoors. Now they're back here in the same heat, trying to get to the final. They're both DQ'd in that final event, or in the final, not the prelim.
The 4x4 is never without its drama.
I'm getting flashbacks to the 2022 protest that lasted 90 minutes, but we're not going to talk about that.
I wasn't going to bring that up,
I'm
Stu.
sorry, I did.
I wasn't going to bring that up. Heat 1 of 3, top 8 fastest times advance to tomorrow's final. And we're away clean.
Jacob Homan, Tyler Gast, Andrew Kent, and Kobe Howell leading things off here for their respective squads.
La Crosse making up their stagger pretty quickly.
We'll see. Here they come to the bell. And it's Geneseo, La Crosse, Dubuque, and John Carroll.
Lined up. Everybody clean through that stagger. Geneseo looking really strong. That's Andrew Kent leading them off. He'll prepare to hand off to Sam Belmont. La Crosse giving chase.
Geneseo out with a great handoff, showing why they're national champions, followed by La Crosse, Dubuque, and John Carroll. Garrett Clark, a veteran of the 4x4, on the stick for John Carroll.
It's amazing how much distance you can make up or put into the field with a great handoff. But we have a strong close here from Dubuque, getting a little bit of that distance back, and then maybe on the outside, John Carroll.
Yeah, that's John Carroll moving to second, showing why they're a second all-time team in D3 history, the second to ever break 311.
Geneseo still maintaining that lead, but John Carroll on the second lay, that's Garrett Clark, making up some of the distance. We'll see if he can get around by the turn. Third legs standing by on the track.
Matthew Sheehan of Geneseo gets the baton. A great handoff from all three. Oh, John Carroll on the outside. Can he cut in?
La Crosse now moves to the outside, looking to pass into second, but he's going to run into a little bit traffic, kind of box in John Carroll there.
John Carroll continues to lead the front here as Wisconsin La Crosse in second, followed by Geneseo and Dubuque.
Dubuque has put themselves back into contact with third, giving himself an opening on the inside there. La Crosse moves up to the shoulder of John Carroll. Turning for home, anchor legs on the track. It's going to be La Crosse handing off in the lead.
What a handoff.
Gets the inside. La Crosse with the advantage in the final leg of men's 4x4, Heat 1.
But when you have Bashir Al-Ramahi, 7th all-time with baton, you can't feel too safe.
You can't feel safe. He's lurking back there, maybe a meter behind with about 250 meters left in this final leg. Al-Ramahi looking to put his squad in great contention.
But here comes JoJo Frost of Dubuque, trying to get to the outside. Can he get around He's in an interesting spot because John Carroll's on the inside, Lacrosse is on the outside, so he's going to go wide. But Al-Ramahi turns on the Jets.
Oh, he just gets
times it perfectly. JoJo Frost moves Dubuque into second. Well executed run there by John Carroll.
That was a great move by Al-Ramahi. He kind of felt the pressure coming from Dubuque on his outside and didn't impede him at all, but put himself in position to win that for his squad. 3:13.38 is going to be your time for John Carroll. Dubuque coming home with 3:13.86. Wisconsin Lacrosse 3:14.16, and SUNY Geneseo rounds out that first heat in 3:15.64.
Wow. You love to see a well-timed kick like that.
You love it. And the 4x4, especially when a poorly timed kick is a catastrophe.
Oh, yeah.
Heat 2 on the track.
We'll see Bethel in lane 3, Loras in lane 4, Mount Union in lane 5, and Wisconsin Eau Claire in lane 6.
Great heat here, especially looking at Loras and Mount Union in the middle there.
Bethel, don't count out Bethel. As you mentioned, Andrew Rock leading the way for the squad. They were 4th here last year. Mount Union continues to be a 4x4 powerhouse. The champions last year. Excuse me, champions outdoors last year. SUNY Geneseo won here indoors. So they're looking to add a 4x4 back to their title case. We'll also have Ted Cruz leading things off for Loras. Sam Schreiber for Wisconsin Lacrosse. If this is all accurate, because I see Jared Storm leading things off from Mount Union, and he's not listed. So maybe we won't name folks in case we get them wrong. For Eau Claire, Mount Union, and Loras in the team battle. Eau Claire wants to be up in there, so they're going to need this 4x4 to help them out. The crowd's still here, still lively.
Yeah, great, like, fairly packed house here at the Virginia Beach Sports Center. You got to imagine day 2 is going to get kind of crazy. Underway here in heat 2 of the men's 4x400 meter relay. Bethel, Loras, Mount Union, and Wisconsin Eau Claire. Mount Union looking to make a strong start as they make up the stagger on the outside over Eau Claire.
Looking good so far, but watch the inside for Bethel there. But Jared Storm of Mount Union taking over.
Jared Storm uncontested into the pole position there. He leads them around the high turn. Leg 2 steps out onto the track, but Jared Storm unchallenged to this point, 300 meters in.
And it's good to see. You want your experience on that leadoff leg. He was part of that 4x4 that won. But here comes Bethel. Can they get ahead on the turn? Oh, some elbows being thrown there.
Bethel really wanting that position. Mount Union holding them off. Bethel still challenging for it. He doesn't quite have the daylight. Now, Mount Union almost allows him to take it.
Yeah, I mean, smart by Bethel, kind of wait a little bit and then move in. And if you're Mount Union, maybe it's better to just kind of sit behind him for a bit, not do all the work.
Yeah, you don't want to burn all your matches fighting for the pole position right at the beginning. So I don't think Mount Union is too stressed right now.
As he makes his move down the backstretch.
Mount Union, it looks like Justin Yoke comes around on the right shoulder, hands off to his third.
Mount Union back in the lead there, followed by Bethel and Eau Claire. Loras has some work to do in 4th, but Mount Union moving up the backstretch, but here comes Bethel. Bethel looking great. needing to get into that final. Eau Claire in third, but Loris running really well. It's going to be close here as we head to the anchors after this lap.
Bethel once again challenging Mount Union. Those two have been going back and forth, but don't count out Eau Claire, who is also moving up. Mount Union holding strong. Should be Gibson on this leg. Anchors on the track. Mount Union takes the baton. Eau Claire is going to challenge for it, but it's Bethel who sneaks into the lead. A lot of contact there. Mount Union into second, Eau Claire into third. Bethel finally gets that front position they've been looking for, but McBride has something to say about it. He's kind of lurking.
Matt McBride, the 500-meter record holder, unfortunately.
Loris with a big move to come up into third.
McBride was bounced. He was 9th man in the 400, so he's out of that individual final, so hoping to get his team to the final.
Parent from Bethel rounds the turn for the last time. He charges. Matt McBride isn't done, but he's going to have to hold off Eau Claire. Here comes Matt McBride, runs out of real estate. Parent takes it for Bethel in 3:13.56. Mount Union just behind in 3:13.73. Wisconsin Eau Claire at 3:13.93. Loris 3:15.45.
Uh-oh, last year's national champions on the bubble.
Bubble watch.
Bubble watch. It's March Madness time. We're in bubble watch time.
Bubble time 3:15.64 with one heat left to go. Heat 3 of 3. We are going to have Cortland State on the inside, Ohio Northern to their outside. Rowan, always a strong, exciting squad there in 5th. And then Tufts is going to be on the outside lane, lane 6, top of your screen.
Rowan's going to look for some redemption here, as they were the national record holders coming into last year's event. And in an exchange, the baton popped out, and they unfortunately did not move on to last year's final. They have different plans this year. Getting to that final and reclaiming their national prowess. So the final prelim of the day here, I guess it's now turned to night, 6:05 local time here in Virginia Beach. Setting up for an exciting Day 2 championship Saturday.
Saturday always flies by as we just go from one exciting event to the other. Lots been happening here at the Virginia Beach Sports Center. The DMR is going to be electric. This 4x4 is going to be electric. Keeping the energy high here, Stu.
The energy is so high, and wait till the final, the DMR happens. The energy is palpable heading into the final. I mean, it's filled, kind of, for the most part. We love it.
It's palpable.
That means you can feel it.
I know.
Oh, okay.
We went to the same school.
That's true.
Underway here in Heat 3, the men's 4x400 meter relay.
Looks like Rowan out to the stagger, but can Ohio Northern make it up? Rowan definitely has made up the stagger so far on Tufts. We'll see as they come to the break here. It's still going to be Rowan with ease.
Strong opening leg from Rowan. Tufts there in second. Cortland back and forth, making a challenge for third.
Rowan continues to lead here. Cortland now making a strong surge. Can they use the slingshot method to get into better position at the handoff? But Rowan will exchange batons first. Cortland second, Tufts third.
Rowan maintains the lead. Cortland moved their way from fourth into second. Looks like they've all got the headbands on as we enter leg 2.
Rowan continuing to move up here, extending the lead slightly, ever so slightly, but SUNY Cortland does not want them to get away.
Pretty even spread in the field so far. Everybody pushing. Ohio Northern looks to regain 3rd place. He goes wide. Rowan's going to struggle to hold on here in the last 50.
Cortland was 10th last year. It means they didn't make the final, so they're going to make the final this year. As they go to the 3rd leg. Well, a tough exchange for Rowan. And
shoulder to Tufts.
Wow.
Rowan had kind of left with nowhere to go. It looks like he wanted to go up the middle. He's now going around the outside, around Cortland into 2nd, right behind Tufts. Tufts running in the outside of the lane.
Holding him off. It's smart.
He's managing his space, defending the inside and the outside because Rowan wants that spot.
Rowan and Cortland on the heels of Tufts. But here comes Ohio Northern on the outside. Going to go around everyone potentially. Cortland on the inside. Ohio Northern on the turn.
Rowan back into last place as we head into the anchor leg. Cortland, it looks like, is going to hand off just ahead of Ohio Northern. What a leg from Ohio Northern. Gets him the baton. Rowan with some ground to make up.
What can Rowan do? Cortland, Ohio Northern, Tufts, and Rowan, 300 meters to go. Here comes Cortland and Ohio Northern. The bubble time, they know what they need to run. Can they get there?
I think everybody has led a lap in this race.
Yeah, we need the graphic of lead changes because here comes Ohio Northern back.
Ohio Northern spent much of this race in last place, snuck into the lead. They sneak into the lead again as the headband of Cortland State falls back a little bit. What a leg by Ohio Northern. I'm not sure anybody saw this coming. Rowan back and forth. Tufts looking to challenge for 2nd. You got to get your team into the final. It's going to be Ohio Northern takes the win, uncontested. Tufts 2nd, Rowan 3rd. Cortland State rounds out the field in 4th. Ohio Northern 3:15.15. Tufts 3:15.93. Rowan 3:16.17. Cortland State 3:16.50.
And Loras is the last team in. SUNY Geneseo, last year's national champions, have been bounced.
Out.
Your field for tomorrow: John Carroll, Bethel, Mount Union, Dubuque, Eau Claire, La Crosse, Ohio Northern, and Loras. Wow. The Polar Bears, Jordan Dean, great last leg to get them into the final, the 7th seed. Out of Ohio, stand up. Your team is in the final. Great job to Jordan Dean and the rest of the Polar Bears, one of the cooler mascots in all of Division III. And now we turn our attention to the final event of the day and the second final running event that we had today. As you can see now, Ohio Northern fired up that they'll be in tomorrow's final with an opportunity to bring home a national title. All right, on to the DMR. They are on the track, and we are in store for a great one here. 12 teams will occupy the track. And if you're not familiar with the distance medley relay, the first leg will run 1,200 meters. The second leg will run 400 meters. They will hand off to the third runner, who will run 800 meters, and they will cap it off to their quote-unquote milers, who will run a 1,600 meters. So technically not your full mile, as that is 16:09. So there it is, and here's the field. Wash U, Chicago, Central College, MIT, Claremont Mud Scripps, Wartburg, and Roth, Wisconsin Lacrosse, Amherst, Connecticut, WPI, Emory, and Johns Hopkins. And we're going to get things started here with the 1,200 leg. We'll see them come to the break after the turn here. Kind of spread out already. We'll see what team tactics are at play. It's an interesting type of setup because you're the 1,200 leg. You want to get your team in good position. Oh, excuse me. I am so wrong. We are in the HEP 800. We're going to determine a national champion here soon. The Pent 800. I should have checked the schedule and just instead of assuming this was the DMR. That's why it's all spread out. The Pent 800. So the final event of the day for the multi-athletes here. They've already competed in 4 events prior to today, and we are getting into it. Leading things off is Janelle Eckel from SUNY Geneseo, Eliza Brunkaj of TCNJ in second right now. Eleanor Bachmeyer of Redlands sits in third in this specific heat. I'll go back and get you who is leading the overall competition here soon. So this is an interesting tactic here in this event. Your time necessarily doesn't, I guess your place does not matter in the 800 as they get the bell up. It's all about your time. So your time is associated with a current or with a point total. So if you run a certain time and it's fast enough, you'll get X amount of points till your total score. And they try to match you up with personal bests in the 800. So far today, they've had a heck of a day, I should say. So far, they've done the 60-meter hurdles, the high jump, the shot put, the long jump, and the 800-meter run, which they're doing right now. And we'll take you through the next heat, as that's where the national champion will most likely be determined, as Janelle Eckel of SUNY Geneseo comes in with a 219.06. That's 836 points to her total. All right, we're going to set the scene here now for Heat 2 of the 800. So right now, Grace Alley is in the lead. She has 3,179 points. She has a 78-point differential over Victoria Kadiri. So Kadiri knows she needs to have a faster time than Grace Alley to get the national championship.
Kadiri has been super busy today. This pentathlon, you might think 5 events, that's enough. Has not been enough for Kadiri.
She's already done the long jump and part of the 60-meter prelim as well.
She's no stranger to that, though. We talk about it every year. She takes on a full slate and just seems to manage it super well. So, but I'm sure she's grateful to get to this last event of the pentathlon 800 with a shot to win it.
And she's not done. She'll have the triple jump tomorrow.
Yep.
All right, here we go. So the battle is between Grace Alley of Loras, Victoria Kadiri of Hopkins, Elizabeth Barr, the reigning national champion of Carnegie Mellon, and Jane Couts of Eau Claire. We'll try to keep you updated on where they're at, but as long as Grace Alley keeps Kadiri close by, Grace Alley, the D3 indoor pentathlon record holder, should be a national champion and add to her outdoor national title.
We haven't been able to bring you the pentathlon so far today, but each event has its own specialist, and you see the more distance-focused specialist there at the top of your screen leading it, even though the battle for the national championship is kind of playing out in the mid-pack. But it's Emory. It's Nikki Boone from Emory leading this pentathlon 800 at the moment.
Yeah, it's a race within the race.
Yeah.
It's interesting to kind of think like, yeah, they can win this 800 and they'll get a lot of points, but the real race for the national title is sitting behind them.
Kadiri is a little bit further behind, slated in the 5th, but probably hasn't created quite enough daylight between Grace Alley to be thinking about the national title quite yet.
No, Grace Alley, this is going to be potentially a victory lap if she gets a little bit closer. I don't think that many points that many seconds, I should say, will get Kadiri the amount of points that she needs to take the national title as Emory continues to lead here.
Boone continues to lead over Hefferman from Rochester, and Ring from North Park came through the 466.6. So this is, a bona fide 800. Hefferman looks to challenge for the lead now as we take a look back, and Ali and Kadiri are essentially going to be right next to each other heading into the last lap.
So this is basically going to be a victory lap for Grace Ali as she comes up onto Kadiri's shoulder. Kadiri, now Grace Ali of Loris passes Kadiri as Emory will take home this 800.
Hefferman from Rochester wins the 800. Emory slots in there in second.
But here comes Grace Ali. She knows she's going to win here. Grace Ali, your D3 pentathlon national champion. She won the HEP Outdoors. Now she stakes claim to her title as the best multi-athlete in Division III. The record holder is now the champion.
I'm amazed that these athletes are still on their feet. The last event after a really long day. Congratulations to Grace Ali from Loris on taking the national championship and the women's pentathlon.
Wow. We talked to her yesterday that, yes, she loves having the record, but a title lasts forever. So you can see the amount of joy she has on her face. She's already in that 4x4. She had the long jump today. She'll have the high jump and the triple jump tomorrow. A big weekend for her, 5 events for Grace Ali, and she'll be a key to Loris's plans to get a national title. Excuse me, a trophy, a national trophy. They are coming in as the #1 team.
And now, as promised on the track, is the women's distance medley relay. Batons in hand. This is the final.
This is the final, and it's going to be a good one. I mistakenly read off who's in it during the women's pentathlon.
Remind us
but
anyway.
I'm going to remind you,
anyway.
in case you weren't here for it, Wash U, Chicago, and we're off. Central College, MIT, CMS, Wartburg, La Crosse, Amherst, Connecticut, WPI, Emory, and Johns Hopkins. Okay, this looks like the 1200 I was expecting and not the pentathlon 800 that got spread out within the first 100 meters.
This is one of those events that's specific to the indoor national championships. We only see it once a year. The distance medley relay opening up with a 1200-meter leg, followed by a 400-meter leg, followed by an 800-meter leg, and ending with a 1600-meter leg.
And they're all backed up here. They came in with seed times ranging from 11:38 to 11:43.
Anybody could take this, and that's reflected in the bunching early here. A lot of these women are milers stepping down a little bit. You might see some 800-meter runners stepping up a little bit. 1200 is a distance that's not run at any meet, really, and so kind of an unknown for a lot of these athletes.
And Caroline McMartin looks to have adjusted where she is going to be in the rotation. She slots into the 1200 leg here, leading things off with Riley Capuano of CMS in second, right behind her.
Yeah, you can change those lineups all the way up to the last second. Keep your competitors guessing.
McMartin continues to lead for Central as Amherst and Hopkins on the outside. It's congested right now. And WPI, if they can keep things close, they have the #1 miler in the country waiting for the baton. Continue to lead here through 3 laps is Central College. Connecticut College continues to lead here. It's all bunched up as they're going to have 1 lap to go. I think I got my laps mixed up. No, I didn't. They have 2 laps to go here. This is coming up to 800 meters. It's been a long day here. I'm still learning to count, but I can do it and get us home strong. As they reach the 800 meter in this 1200 leg, things should get going here.
2:25 for McMartin from Central College through the 800. Johns Hopkins moving past CMS into that second position. CMS holding on to third. Wash U looking to move up from fifth. But really, the field may be starting to separate a little bit, but still 8 teams in contention.
This is going to be so fun to watch because it's going to yo-yo back and forth as they come up to the bell lap for the first leg. A little trip there for Chicago. But here comes Aubrey Fisher. We saw her in the mile. She was an anchor leg in 2022. But there goes Maddie Kelly. Maddie Kelly of Chicago is taking off.
They'll hand it off to the 400-meter leg when they get around this turn, but it's University of Chicago looking really strong, opening up a 10-meter gap over Wartburg as we wrap up the 1,200-meter leg. The first leg of the women's distance medley relay. The 400 is a really high-risk leg. You're not going to gain a whole lot of time, but you could do a whole lot of damage.
Yep. Oh, but CMS on the outside as Chicago hands off in first. Wartburg in second, CMS into third, Central into fourth, MIT fifth, Hopkins sixth, Amherst seventh, WPI eighth, WashU ninth. WashU the defending champions.
University of Chicago still looking great on this 400-meter leg, maybe 15 meters of total distance. 1 lap down, she'll come around and hand off to the 800-meter leg.
Chicago continues to lead here. And what can the rest of these 400 legs do as Central's in second?
That was a 3:33 1,200-meter leg from the University of Chicago. This should be Ren Brown running the 400 here, continuing to open up some distance. She should be handing it off here to Emma Kelly for the 800-meter leg.
We're going to have 2 Emma Kellys, one from Chicago and one from WashU, as MIT had a great handoff to propel them into second, followed by Central, Hopkins, Amherst, Wartburg, CMS, and Emma Kelly, the number 1 seed. She's 4th all-time on the 800, has baton, and has some work to do.
But the other Emma Kelly has almost no work to do up front with a great lead, 25 meters. Can't get too comfortable. 4 laps, it's a lot of time to change.
She has a lot of work to do, some would say.
Some would say. Central College there in second. MIT still looking great in third. The other Emma Kelly
passed 4 teams in a lap.
Has passed 4 teams to move up into fourth ahead of Johns Hopkins. She's got her eyes on third and second as they continue to eat into the lead of University of Chicago.
And I mentioned it earlier, WPI just needs to get Grace Alley close. She's the best miler in the country.
It's Emma Kelly versus Emma Kelly as we head into the bell lap of the 800-meter leg. Emma Kelly with the 20-meter lead over Emma Kelly from WashU, who's kicking. She's gained maybe 6 positions over the course of 600 meters or so.
We'll get a split for both Emma Kellys, but specifically the one from WashU, as she's going to take her team, from 9th all the way potentially into the lead as she has 75 meters to go.
And here comes Emma Kelly up to the shoulder of Emma Kelly with 1 lap to go. Emma Kelly now passing Emma Kelly.
Emma Kelly to the lead. Can Emma Kelly respond to what Emma Kelly just did?
It's a good day to be Emma Kelly.
It's a good day to be us because we can't be wrong with who we're talking about because Emma Kelly is now leading the women's DMR.
WashU brings it home in the 800-meter leg. A huge leg will be sure to give you a split. The milers are on the track and ready.
That was incredible. She went from 9th to 1st and gave some space as MIT moves into second, followed by Chicago, followed by Hopkins. And now it's up to Alexandra Blake from WashU to repeat the Bears as national champions. But there are some heavy hitters here in this women's DMR.
205
205
from Emma Kelly to bring the WashU squad up into a commanding first place. And the mile leg is where you might see some tactics get underway. You could slow it down a little bit, make the field work to get up on your shoulder, or you can press your advantage. and it looks like Blake is holding them off at about the same distance here. CMS now moving up into second. University of Chicago still in it, as is MIT and Tufts.
Natalie Battetti of CMS, we talked to her yesterday. She's got a fun weekend ahead of her. She's running for the DMR for her team, and she's running for herself, I guess, plus her team in that 3K, but now she moves squad from California into second.
Battetti's starting to eat up that distance, and by the time we get back to the start-finish line, she should be just in the pocket of Blake from WashU. We'll see if she elects to stay there or go around. Moving to the outside lane, CMS, Battetti, challenging for the lead here in the women's DMR final.
And so right now, this entire pack, this is All-American position, at least the top 8. I just got word that Relay's top 10 will be All-American this year, but right now that's the top 8.
Blake gives up the lead to CMS. Natalie Battetti moves around the track. Blake is going nowhere though, hops into the pocket. You got to remember that Battetti's actually run faster to this point. Maybe it's taken a little more out of her legs. This could be a play by Blake to maintain a little bit of a kick. University of Chicago, should be Kamek from University of Chicago, looking pretty good right now. Kind of in no man's land back in third.
Battetti has run well indoors, outdoors, you name it. She's been an All-American. She has speed, she has the experience.
And now with the baton in her hand and the opportunity to win a national championship for CMS.
Natalie Battetti extends the lead here. Wow, and then the pack is coming up together here, 3 through 8, but don't count out Grace Hadley just yet. They have 4 laps to go. Natalie Battetti of CMS with the lead over the reigning national champions.
Blake has got to do everything she can to stay as close to Battetti as possible, because if she loses that ground, there's a pack of 6 women just behind her looking to take that spot, but Battetti continues to press her advantage, looking really smooth. Was that 600 or 800 in?
They have 6 to go, 600 meters to go. She's run 4:33 in the 1500 outdoors, but what can the back of this pack do, as Grace Hadley has gone from outside of the top 8, and now she's going on the entire field, putting WPI in position. But right now it's Natalie Battetti.
Battetti showing no weakness. Blake form still holding strong, but every lap that ticks by, she falls back to the pack a little bit. Nothing but pure concentration on the face of Battetti.
2 laps to go.
2 laps to go. Blake clean to second place. Battetti pressing the advantage to the lead. Can we bring a national championship home to CMS?
Watch for Grace Hadley. She's now into 5th. But Natalie Battetti, could this be a victory lap for her and the CMS? The Athenas stand up, CMS, but here comes Grace Hadley. 1 lap to go. The bell lap.
It's bells for Battetti as she rounds the top turn. Eyes on a national championship, but Grace Hadley has now stormed into second, and we've seen no lead today is safe. Grace Hadley is sprinting. Battetti is going to feel her soon.
And Megan Johnson of Central. Can Battetti hold Grace Hadley off? We asked Grace Hadley how much room can she give the rest of the field, and she's proving she can give anyone enough space, and she will hunt them down.
Here
it's
comes
Grace Hadley.
Here comes Hadley into the lead for WPI. Battetti from CMS in Central in second in a blanket finish. Let's get a split from Hadley there. She moved from 10th to 1st.
Holy moly, 4:40.16 for
Whoa.
Grace Hadley.
4:40.16. Grace Hadley brings WPY from the back of the pack all the way into a national championship. You see what that effort means to her teammates, who are all in tears. They can't believe what they just saw. Battetti ran a strong leg there, and the pack still caught her.
Wow.
4:48 from Central College. Megan Johnson ran a great leg there to get into second, too. That shouldn't be overshadowed. But it's Grace Hadley in WPI. We didn't talk about them at all.
Yeah. Well, I was mentioning how much could Grace Hadley get through, or how much gap she can make up, and she made up so much ground. Wow.
Incredible last leg there for Grace Hadley. I mean, that's something to remember when we see her in the open mile, too, for sure.
I mean, she stayed patient. I kind of was watching her the entire race. She was with a crew, and she kept moving up. Number 5 all time for WPI.
I mean, it just goes to show you can kind of be languishing in the back of the pack. The announcers can ignore you for the most part, and you can still win a national championship.
Wow.
Our final running event on the track. It's the men's distance medley relay. Once again, a straight final. I see a backwards hat down there bringing the count up to 2. That's Lynchburg running you through the 12 teams here that have qualified for the distance medley relay. We've got Lynchburg, Mount Union, MIT, Wisconsin Stevens Point, Wartburg, Wisconsin Lacrosse, St. Scholastica, Central College, Loris, Emory, Wisconsin Whitewater, and Bates.
Whew. My heart rate's still going after that one. Will we see the same heroics here on the anchor leg, and will I get my lap count correct?
It's a tough one with all the different distances, but man, having a strong anchor leg, a strong miler in this event is just so crucial to success. I mean, Bettetti ran great. She got the baton with a big advantage, but just wasn't able to hold it over the heroics. You see the crowd lining the track there. Everyone's stoked for this last event. Straight final. We see some shadow boxing from Lynchburg down there.
Frank Sorwa getting ready. It's the who of distance running here in this relay. I'll read you through who's in this heat, or excuse me, this final. We have Lynchburg, Mount Union, MIT.
I already did it.
Oh, you did? I must have missed that.
But you can do it again.
No, it's all right. I don't want to bore the crowd.
Underway here, our final event at the Virginia Beach Sports Center. It's the men's distance medley relay. This is the 1,200-meter leg.
Here we go. Bates on the inside gets out in great position on the inside leg as MIT leads the outer bank there, and they'll merge in on each other. And you kind of tell it's already going pretty quick.
MIT out to the early lead.
Yep, no holds back. 29 seconds through that first 200 meters, and Lynchburg has a crowd. They're about 3 hours from campus. They feel really confident in their squad, but there's a lot of other big players in the field.
Hassan from MIT opens up about a 5-meter lead, but as we've seen, no lead is safe in the distance medley relay.
So coming up to lap 2 of 6, 400 meters in, and they're
flying.
58.
58 from Hassan on this 1,200-meter leg. Mount Union, Emory directly behind, lead a pack that, I mean, the full field is still in this.
Interesting tactic here. They will have Sam Aquaviva on the anchor leg for MIT, but we got to get there first. The entire field, like you said, still together. How much will the gap shrink by the time they hand off? And they are still flying.
The shadow boxer from Lynchburg looks to take the second position. You have to think that Hassan will come back a little bit. He's been running really quick.
And Emory now moves in the third behind Lynchburg, Mount Union, Bates, all right there. This is shaking up to be a great first leg here. It's going to make some drama unfold as they go through the 800, stringing this out.
Hassan could sneak under 2 for the 8, 159 right about. 400 meters to go. The pack comes through 2 seconds behind him. Emory, Lynchburg, Mount Union, and Wartburg.
Wow. And St. Scholastica sticking their nose in it as well. That's Lars Duwal from St. Scholastica.
They're going to start to claw back a little bit of time from Hassan here. Let's see what he's got for his final lap. If he can maintain this advantage, he'll have a nice clean handoff into the 400. Lynchburg moves into second.
They are moving under 2:30 for that K split with a lap to go. And you can see great angle right there of the entire field spaced out.
Sorba looking very strong for Lynchburg in the backwards hat. He's gained some ground on Hassan, but Hassan still pressing his advantage with about a 10-meter lead. The 400 leg is out on the track. And it's going to be MIT with the baton in the lead, followed closely by Lynchburg, Emory, Wartburg, St. Scholastica, Mount Union.
Wow, they are moving. Look at Emory, look at Wartburg, look at Bates. They are coming around the corner here.
MIT holding on to the lead in the long shorts. Lynchburg directly in his pocket. Emory and Wartburg back there. The crowd is going nuts.
Lynchburg with a little home crowd advantage.
Lynchburg looking to take the lead. That should be Jacobs from Lynchburg. He couldn't quite get around, so MIT will maintain its advantage heading into the 800-meter leg.
Charlie Glass of MIT versus Sam Laneza of Lynchburg.
Laneza, a.k.a. Nez, gets the baton in second with some work to do. The Eagles are flying right behind him.
That's DeWitt Dean of Emory. The first three are kind of separated now, but as we've seen in the women's DMR, we'll see how much it really matters.
No lead is safe. MIT comes through 200, still looking good. Lynchburg and Emory are fighting it out in second. Wartburg in a really strong fourth, and then the pack behind.
This is shaping up to be another exciting race. Can Charlie Glass hold on? Can Laneza move up? What can Dean do?
Just a quick shout out to Hassan from MIT, the only athlete to go sub 3 in that 1200 leg.
DeWitt Dean, Sam Laneza trying to catch Charlie Glass of MIT. As they move down the backstretch for the final time.
This will be their bell lap. The milers are starting to shake out the legs. MIT looking really strong. Emory moves into second. That's Dean from Emory who's moved into second. Laneza from Lynchburg is fighting to hold on to that position. Wartburg lurking just ahead of the pack, led by Mount Union.
Here we go. The milers are getting ready.
It looks like Dean is starting to claw back a little bit of the distance. Lynchburg still in the pocket, wanting to impress the home crowd. It's essentially going to be a draw here for the top three as we get the baton to the milers.
It's Aquaviva, it's Waitree, and it's Chasen Hunt, your top three. But here comes Christopher Collette of Wartburg.
If anybody can close this gap, you might want Christopher Collette with the baton. The top three with about a 20-meter lead, looking for glory for their squad, for their schools. MIT still hasn't given it up yet.
Vincent Giametti of Mount Union goes even with Collette. They are fourth and fifth behind this top three. But here comes Sam Aquaviva, and he makes a move. He increases the pace a little bit here as the entire pack now comes back together behind them.
Aquaviva looking really strong, refusing to give up that pole position. Emory, Watry looking really good as well. But Lynchburg, you just have to think they really, really want this. It's Hunt from Lynchburg in the hunt in third as they wrap up 400 meters.
6 laps to go. Aquaviva, Waitree, Jason Hunt, MIT, Emory, Lynchburg. Can Michael Maddock of Lacrosse bring the rest of this crew back to them? He's followed by Vince Simonetti, Justin Krause, and Christopher Collette.
I feel like we're just waiting for the fireworks to start. biding our time until a move happens. Aquaviva still content to control this race. He's not yielding a single step.
5 to go, 1,000 meters to glory. Can Lynchburg do it kind of on home soil?
Hunt looks really comfortable in third right now.
The entire back straightaway is basically Lynchburg fans.
I thought Hunt may be trying to go around there. He moves to the outside of lane 1. Watchery from Emory still looking smooth there, but Aquaviva looking supremely focused for that MIT squad. They want this national championship. Lynchburg moves into second, and the crowd responds.
800 meters to go.
Lacrosse starting to claw back a little bit of distance, but will it be enough? We've got tired legs out in the DMR.
It makes for exciting finishes as Aquaviva continues to lead here. They'll have 3 to go.
Aquaviva hasn't even thought about slowing down, but Hunt now moves to the shoulder. Is it too soon? Is it too soon? The crowd goes nuts. Hunt moves into the lead. Let's see how Aquaviva responds. Hunt immediately opens up a 2-meter gap. He gets the inside of lane 1.
He'll come around and have 2 laps to go. Can Chasen Hunt get the job done for Lynchburg? Aquaviva is moving, but here comes Michael Maddock of Wisconsin Lacrosse.
Look at Lacrosse moving up into third around Emory.
2 laps to go. It's MIT, it's Lacrosse. Can Lacrosse do it?
Lacrosse into second. Hunt made a big move. Can he hold on, or was it too much too soon?
1 lap to go as they come to the bell up here.
Maddock has a head full of steam as we enter the straight for the penultimate time. It's Hunt who's going to lead it at the bell, but with only 2 meters, here comes Maddock.
Chasen Hunt of Lynchburg, Michael Maddock of Wisconsin Lacrosse, they're battling. Hunt looks back. Can he do it in Virginia? Maddock is pushing, 100 meters to go. Chasen Hunt doing it for Berger Track Club. Can Chasen Hunt do it? And it looks like he will. The Lynchburg Hornets are going to be your 2024 men's DMR national champions. Lynchburg, stand up. And Collette goes to second. Oh no!
A fall from Lacrosse just short of the line.
Is he off the track?
He's off the track. Lynchburg gets the glory. Hunt with an amazing final leg in front of the home crowd. There's a lot of red there. You saw how much that meant to him. Arms outstretched and gets the victory. It's elation. It's heartbreak on the track, but for Lynchburg, this is their day. Hunt ran an amazing leg, looking calm and collected in third before making his bid for the win and leaving no doubt about it. Maddock from Lacrosse made up so much ground only to lose his legs in the last 20, and I'm not totally sure if he'll be credited for a finish or not because he fell off the track.
I'm stunned. That was insane. Everything that happened.
Lacrosse gets a time, but they're back in 10th.
Oh my goodness. Insane. Lynchburg. What a run by Chasen Hunt. And look at jubilation on the infield as Lynchburg brought maybe 30 people here. Their entire team looks to be here in Virginia Beach.
Shout out Christopher Collette. Hunt arms outstretched from 20 meters out. Collette ran a huge last mile, but Hunt 4:06:09 to solidify the win for Lynchburg. Christopher Collette from Wartburg 4:05 to move his squad into second, up a few spots.
Oh my gosh.
Absolutely wild.
Pandemonium here in Virginia Beach. Wartburg second, Emory third, Bates fourth, MIT fifth, St. Scholastica sixth, Whitewater seventh, and Stevens Point eighth.
An incredible final here on the track today at the Virginia Beach Sports Center. Just absolutely breathless activity. That was our last event on the track. And Yeah, just some stunned faces out there. Everyone's super excited. Lynchburg, I mean, you gotta kind of want this for him at home.
Oh my gosh, they are going nuts now here in Virginia Beach. Looks like tons of teams are super happy. You love the DMR. You love the way it ends day one here. Kind of sets the scene for tomorrow because that much energy, that much passion, and that much good racing is in store tomorrow.
Fun to see Hunt with an opportunity to celebrate it there over the last 50 meters or so. Great shot of the crowd there, including a D3 Glory Days photographer who probably should be working. But we really appreciate his efforts. Just an action-packed day here. It's a prelim day, setting up great finals, but also, I mean, if the finals we saw today are any preview of what we're going to see tomorrow, I think we're just in for a really special national championship.
And it looks like we have a interesting event unfolding at pole vault. Right now, we have 3 competitors still remaining, and this is Kyle Hensley, a freshman, has just jumped a personal best of 15:18. This is his first attempt at 5:18. This is his first attempt at 5:23. So Ben Drummy has one scratch, then he has passed 5:13, 5:18. We'll see if he enters. It's a little game of chess right now because he could jump in here and come into it.
They're still at 5:18, right?
Ben Drummy will now.
Oh, they're 5:23.
Yeah, he'll be at 5:23 now. They passed the height at 5:18. I'm not sure where Christian looks to be still competing as well. He
should have one more attempt.
Yeah, but it looks like he's. I can't. We'll figure this out for you and let you know if he's still competing.
Kyle Hensley on your screen right now. He's your leader here as we get down to the final 3, we believe, potentially 2 here in the men's pole vault. Great opportunity to bring you some uninterrupted pole vault action. Bar currently set at 5.23 meters. Hensley from Mulligan makes his approach. Clips the bar with the feet there. That's going to be his second strike. He'll get one more opportunity at it.
Whew. What a day here in Virginia Beach. We're still going to the pole vault. Hope you all are having fun out there wherever you're watching.
I'm having fun. I'm here next to you.
Yeah.
Ben Drummy from Southern Maine. This looks like this is a competition between 2 athletes right now.
Yeah. The Catholic athlete looks to be out right now. Christian Nicolatano.
All right, Ben Drummy, Southern Maine, makes his approach, his second attempt at the height, bails out. We'll try it again. little more chalk on the hands might be the trick. Drummy is up. Oh. Kind of clips it with his chest there, I think. And he's out of the competition. And that'll do it. Kyle Hensley is your national champion.
A true freshman. He's in disbelief.
True freshman having passed the bar at 5:18. He's the highest clearance of the day. He does have one more opportunity to jump if he wants to take a victory lap.
And I don't think he's going to. He's overcome with emotion.
Yeah,
is he going to go
if he can shut down the tears, we can get him down the runway one more time.
This is amazing. Look at this.
Absolutely overcome with emotion. Hensley from Milliken coming in as a freshman and winning the pole vault competition.
And it's a tough event.
You can see what this means to him. It'd be awesome to see him approach one more time just for fun. He shakes it off. He's got to try to compose himself. He's put the chalk on the hands.
He was the 13th seed.
The 13th seed coming into this.
His personal best was 491. And what are we at right now, 518? What's he cleared?
518.
He cleared 0.27 meters higher.
And looking at his sheet here, it was flawless. He had 5 straight clearances, strike clearance, clearance, strike clearance, clearance. This could be his last jump. 523, bails out, but it's a national championship for Kyle Hensley of Milliken. He rounds out the action today on day one of these national championships. He goes over to the coach, gets a big hug. This came out of nowhere. What a win for these two, for this program. Kyle Hensley from Milliken, your men's pole vault champion with a clearance of 5:18. Huge personal best. The 13th seed is number 1.
Insane. We got to figure out how that happened, what he's feeling. I'm sure we'll get Emily Richards on the case here to go figure that out. But what a performance for the true freshman.
What a great day here. Day one at the Virginia Beach Sports Center. Stu and I have had a lot of fun up here chatting with you guys over the course of the evening. We're going to be back tomorrow, Stu. A lot to look forward to. We'll talk to you guys really soon. Join us again on Championship Saturday for the Division III Indoor National Championship meet.